Great bargains. Come back anytime.
Oh, hello. Which quest would you like? Don't forget to eat.
Now here's a creature with smugness and guts, haughty and arrogant. Look as it struts. Enter its turf and suffer your fate. Watch as its eyes fill with rain.
Interactive Ravers map for DayZ is called Chillin, and with it comes a bunch of new assets including snow, mountains and several traversable islands. But is it actually worth the money? Well, here I'll tell you absolutely everything you need to know about it, and if you should buy it, wait for a sale or just stick with regular old DayZ. If you liked the video, please leave a like or a subscribe, it really helps me out. But without further ado, let's get into the video. Oh, it's that kind of party. Let's focus on the player and the player's experience before we get to the actual map itself, because there are some things you need to know first. When you first land in Sakal, you're immediately met with a brand new concern: the weather. This is now much colder, something we've never experienced on official DayZ before. You spawn in around the coast on the main island, with the ultimate goal to be to explore or go deeper inland to get higher tier loot. Towns around the coast feel a lot closer together than Chernobyl, and there does seem to be more of them, but this doesn't make gearing up any easier. In fact, due to the more spread out police stations and military facilities, it does require a change of strategy, and you'll be relying more on civilian looting to get supplies you need, such as guns and medicine, rather than these traditionally useful buildings. But as I said, you'll find the deeper inland you travel, the better the loot you find, but the loot itself is now balanced completely differently, and certain clothing items or even tools are specifically chosen to fit the theme of the map, which is a more Eastern style. For example, you seem to find a lot more Eastern style clothing and items, including guns and vodka bottles, which are scattered throughout. Zucchinis and peppers are the main produce here, and you'll have a very specific looting style as you progress. You'll also have Sakal unique items like winter ghillies, military uniforms, and this is actually my favorite jacket right here. It's a nice change, but what about the size? As we know, the map is 83 kilometers squared or 105 kilometers with ice caps, but this doesn't ever really feel too small. The verticality and the hazards traversing make the map feel a lot larger than it actually is, and the reduced player spawn balances out quite well so it never feels too overcrowded. It's not enough that you don't get interaction, but it's enough that you don't feel like every spawn is too dangerous to start it. That being said, the map obviously is smaller, but it does feel more dense than the other maps, offering a lot more little towns, farms, special points of interest and literal mountains you can decide to cross, so it really comes down to what you favor more. But something that this map brings is caution. You probably don't want to get caught in a blizzard in the middle of nowhere, and given how altitude can affect cold, sometimes going around rather than over to reach a destination is the smart choice. And when you hear the wind start to whistle and the trees rustle, indicating an approaching storm, it might be best to hunker down in the nearest town or hut, eat something, make some food, make sure you can get to your destination safely. Because blizzards can cause an issue, one of the things they do is just completely white everything out so you don't really know where you are. The next thing is they make you a lot colder as well, adding a lot more fun to just general route planning. Honestly, blizzards are a great survival addition, but one of the things noticeably missing from towns is wells. They've been replaced by springs. Springs are good because they add a new asset with a calming sound surrounding them to try and make Sakau feel more distinct, but they can be extremely difficult to find at first, and I think a lot of players will struggle. However, this isn't the only way to get hydrated, and personally I've been relying on other sources as well. One of them now is snow. Snow can be consumed in DayZ, giving you much needed hydration, and it's everywhere. Although you will need to purify or treat it first or risk heavy metal poisoning. This will not only affect your vision depending on the stage, but also makes you deaf. It sort of sounds like you're underwater.
It's been 2 years since Overwatch 2's release, and 1 year since my last review. I've played Overwatch for 8 years. It's what I do full time. But I'll be the first to admit that I'm biased. I'm biased towards seeing the game succeed. That doesn't mean I won't critique the game. It means the opposite. I need the trash guy to come take out the trash, otherwise it's gonna pile up, start to stink, I'm gonna get flies, rodents, and whatever disease they bring with them, and that's gonna eventually spread to me, and I'm gonna get sick and die. So in today's video, we're gonna assess the state of Overwatch, what it's done, what it's fixed, and where it might be headed. First, we're just gonna rip off the band-aid. One of the biggest selling points for the 2 in Overwatch 2 is that it would have 2 main game modes, PvP and PvE. The problem is, 2 years later, the only new PvE content we have to show is Alari's Pylon. Last year, we had story missions, and that stunk worse than a porta potty at the fair. But now that porta potty's gone, you can't access it unless they decide to bring it back. Not only that, but there's been a ton of layoffs at Blizzard, and many from the Overwatch team. We're talking people ranging from the game designers, artists, animators, narrative, members of the lore team, you name it. And not just from earlier this year. According to a recent email, there's more to come at the start of next year. I just want to say I wouldn't wish unemployment upon anyone, and I hope these people can continue to find success in their field. Except whoever invented souvenirs. I'm actively praying on your downfall. With all that being said, I'd say PvE is dead in every aspect. Skill trees, story missions, and I wouldn't expect big changes coming out of the 20th year of Junkenstein's Revenge. But worse than all that, storytelling through the cinematics has reached an all-time low. We went from animated shorts with incredible fights, amazing art, and writing so good it can make a grown man cry within a few minutes, to the recent uploads. We got a Malga short and an origin story, which was an alright out of 10, but then we got Venture, who got a very forgettable 50-second video, and then Juno, who got an uninspiring CGI showcase with a story that could be summed up as country girl kicks rock and musters up the courage to go to big city. Just replace country and city with Mars and Earth. Oh, and here's a tangent. What's up with the massive inconsistencies in character art? I understand different artists have different art styles, but it's like they were prompted to draw characters based off memory. I mean, you can't tell me these aren't just different people cosplaying the same person. Anyways, as bad as all that sounds, it's worth remembering that 99% of the time, when people play Overwatch, they're playing the PvP. And so the question is, how has that held up over the past year? In the past year, we've gotten 3 new heroes, 2 hero reworks, 4 new maps, 2 map reworks, and big changes to ranked. Let's talk about the new heroes first. We got Malga, and everybody hated that. I'm just gonna keep it short. A tank busting tank with lifesteal might just be bad news. After Malga, we got Venture, who's really fun to play. I go as far as to say they're one of the most fun DPS in the game. But if I had to say who takes the prize for the most fun hero released, it would be the next one, Juno. This hero checks off all the boxes. Fun to play as, with, and against. I could go on about all the things they got right with her, but I kind of already made a video like that. As for the 2 hero reworks, Roadhog got a new ability, and a change. Needless to say, that was a flop. I mean, who would have guessed it's Roadhog, but the whole character's a flop. The other rework was Sombra. She got a new ability and some moves. In the end, she became 10 times more fun to play, and just as unfun to play against. And apparently, they're looking to make changes to her again. They said that they wanted to mess with her stealth duration, which honestly, it's probably a good idea because infinite stealth's kind of broken. On the map side of things, we got Samoa, a new control map, a beautiful location, and personally, I love control maps. Those are in my book. Next up, we got Rugasaki, once again, a new location. And I mean, it's another push map, what can I say? But then we got a new game mode, Clash, which has given us a nice little throwback to Anubis and Hanamura. This game mode has been pretty conflicting with the player base, and the main reason is it plays out really fast compared to other game modes. Personally, I think it's a good thing. Better to lose in 5 minutes or less than suffer the mental anguish of playing Havana during a Widow diff for 10 to 20 minutes. Speaking of Widow, it's also worth noting we got a rework to both Junkertown and Coliseo that make hiding one-shots more convenient. Now let's move on to the big topic of this year's monetization. The game is no longer pay to win. They made it so that players don't have to grind or pay to unlock new heroes. Instead, anyone can play them anytime, unless your teammate locks it off. There's so many reasons why paywalling heroes was a bad idea, but in the end, protesters were famous and gamers win. As for the Battle Pass, they changed the system so that completing it earns Prism out of 5 annually. This is great for new players, especially people that want that Season 1 Genji skin but they weren't around for it, and terrible for people that were around for it and value their skins based off Prism. As for the cosmetic quality of the Battle Pass, I personally feel there's been a drop, but maybe the stuff they're coming out with just isn't for me. I just think they need to make more skins that are wacky and different, and less of the trying to look good. Just to use an example, Arisa's Mythic versus the Rubber Ducky shop skin. Let's be real, Rubber Ducky clears. Continuing with the Battle Pass, you can grind the free part of it for its basic currency, what you use to unlock new skins. I missed that in my last year. This year, you can also earn the premium currency, which is nice, because if you don't spend a dime in the game, you can earn every other Battle Pass, or if you really want a shop exclusive skin, you can eventually do it. As far as shop prices and free-to-play games go, Overwatch is still about average. They do this thing where they show a bundle for something like a mythic weapon priced at $10, and everybody loses their money. $40 for a weapon. In reality, you can unlock the Battle Pass and just spend your prisms on the weapon. So technically, you can get it for free in location and also collectively. $40 if you're really impatient. You'll take it for free after they cash for or you don't have the money right away. Don't fall into the trap of thinking one day time until they get back. They've already brought back several skins that play with them. Besides the typical shady sales tactics, you gotta give credit where it's due. The game has made incredible improvements for the free-to-play player. But if I could change one thing, I'd still say that purchasing a Battle Pass means that you earn the next one rather than every other one. Fortnite does it and gives you more than enough currency, so why can't Overwatch? Now that we got that out of the way, let's talk about the always hot topic that is game balance. I'm just gonna say it. Balance this year is up there for the best year of Overwatch balance ever. Yep, I know what you're thinking. Beetle, who's your dealer? Because I need what you're having. What I'm saying, isn't that crazy when you realize that every year of Overwatch balance has been a shit show? So even though we had Mauga this year, a disaster hero broken from concept, the people complained, and he got reasonably fixed within a month. And in case anyone forgot, we complained about goats and double shield in Overwatch 1, and how long were we eating that? More or less a year each, right? So not only have they been a lot more responsive when things are problematic, but Season 9 had arguably the best balance patch Overwatch has ever gotten. Projectile sizes got increased, health pools also got increased, most 2-shots got nerfed, and the goal of less random kills was achieved. It doesn't sound like much, but it made the game generally less frustrating to play. We also got global out-of-combat health regen, and I mean, just try playing Marvel Rivals and you quickly realize that it was one of the best changes. And another thing we got was the DPS healing debuff, so things actually die when the DPS fire. All this isn't to say that the balance team got it perfect and they didn't have their fair share of misses, but they aren't missing as bad as they did in past years, and for the first time ever, they're showing signs of improvement. I know it sounds like I'm kissing ass here, but there's this thing called positive reinforcement. It's a very simple concept. If you reward good behavior, it increases the likelihood of that good behavior happening again. So So, if you like this video, be sure to like this video, maybe even subscribe and turn the bell icon. But if you don't, do nothing. And if enough people do nothing, I'll consider it a flop and never make anything single again. So keep that concept in mind. This time, we're going to talk about the potential return of 6v6. Overwatch 2's game director, Aaron Keller, made a really well-written blog going in depth to explain the shift from 6v6 to 5v5. I made a video for it to give you guys a very simplified TLDR. They felt that the game was too teeny and didn't keep up with the impact. Not only that, but the introduction of roll queue automatically increased queue times. The reason for that is that the matchmaker makes games based off roll distribution, not just off of how many people are queuing. The lack of tank players make queue times go up. So, they removed the tank players team, and it made it go down. Normally, that's where the story would end, but the blog post acknowledges that many people in the community vocalized the preference of 6v6. And so, Aaron Keller said, we want to make a game that players will like. Likely in the next the iteration of 6v6, and depending on community feedback, they'll consider bringing it back to the main mode. So, if you're a hardcore 6v6er, that'll be your time to prove it. So here's my opinion. For a lot of tank players, it's going to be a way better experience. Having another tank takes off so much pressure and just opens up so many plays. But for the damage and support players, I don't think it's the magic pill some people think it is. I'm speaking as an Overwatch fossil. I was there. Supports and DPS, they definitely had less impact back then. But who knows, with all the map reworks, new heroes, and balance changes, players will have more tools than they had before to solve the problems they couldn't before. And as a result, it could be the best version of Overwatch. No point in arguing about it, we'll just have to get there and find out. So, just like last year, our final topic for the video is ranked. They made the whole system a lot more transparent. Placements now show a predicted rank, winning and losing updates a progress bar to the next rank, and depending on the circumstances of the game, it'll say why you may have lost or gained more than usual. Outside of that, games now show the lobby range when you enter a game, and you can press tab to see it mid-game. Personally, I still like the numerical system of Overwatch 1 better, but the progress bar is cool too, I guess. They also removed ranked grouping restrictions, making it easier for someone, say, in Platinum to play with a friend in Bronze. The trade-off being they play against similar groups and they gain or lose less rank. They also did this rank reset, which knocks people back a couple ranks, and they plan to do it a few times a year to mix things up. Oh, and they also added a rank above Grandmaster called Champion. I think it does make things a little more competitive, but that's for the handful of people that can actually reach it, which as of right now, it's probably like 30 people per region. What they really need to do is cut down on top 500. The title kind of loses its cool factor when it's borderline a participation trophy. You have people at the bottom of Diamond getting it because it's the start of the season and most players don't have 50 games won. And then on the combined leaderboard, there's not even 500 people who get it. My suggestion is that they combine all the regions into one leaderboard again, or even cut the leaderboard down to top 100 or something. Right now, Champion gets about like 100 people trying, but if top 500 was difficult, it would get a couple thousand people trying. As far as competitive rewards go, they did announce they'd be coming out with these competitive signature things, so yeah, that might motivate some people to grind ranked. So to recap everything, Overwatch PvE is likely dead, and I wouldn't expect story missions to make a comeback either. The future of Overwatch's story may as well be dead until they decide to bring back good quality cinematics and or start a movie or TV series. The League of Legends Netflix series got me to try League of Legends again. The Cyberpunk animated series got me to play Cyberpunk again. I'm sure that if Overwatch did something for Overwatch, a lot of people would play Overwatch again. As for the PvP content, the free-to-play experience is almost the best it could be. The Battle Pass can still be better, the balancing has been better than it's ever been, 6v6 is on the horizon, rank can still use some work, but it's improved. And you know what? For the first time ever, I can say I'd recommend Overwatch to a friend. I don't have to convince them to spend $40, $30, or even $20 on a game that they might not like, because guess what? It's free! It's getting updated, and the devs are listening. So this year, no buts or ifs. I recommend it. It's just a good game, and it's getting better. Hope you guys liked this video, and if you did, do the thing. And if you didn't, be angry, I guess. As always, thank you for watching.
Out of sight. But soon it is found, shivering in fear. And when it looks around, its foes already here. Run, young feline, run. You have to get away. For this beast is never done until it snags its prey.
Ladies and gentlemen,
Let's go!
welcome to the Tim Dillon Show. We take you now live, well, not live, but live enough, to the funeral of the matriarch of the Kennedy family, Ethel Kennedy, which is R.I.P. I'm friends with members of the family, and R.I.P. Ethel passed away. She was, it was a ripe old age, which is a change of pace for them. That is not something that they usually don't get up there. So the fact that she held on for as long as she did without having a plane go down or skiing into a tree is definitely a, this is a good sign that maybe they are turning over a new leaf. Can I say that, perhaps? So we take you to the Cathedral of St. Matthew the Apostle in Washington, D.C. The current president, Joe Biden, the former president, Barack Obama, and the former human trafficker, Bill Clinton, are all standing there to pay their respects to Ethel. That's not even controversial at this point that I'm calling Clinton that. And now there is a secret meeting that Obama and Biden are having. It's not secret. It's out there in the open. And they are talking, and then people are trying to figure out what they are saying. What is happening? The New York Post hired a lip reader, a professional lip reader, to figure out what Barack Obama and Joe Biden are talking about. Now, Biden is angry at Obama. Remember this, because Obama and Pelosi were the ones who kind of had to tell Biden, Joe, you're insane, and you have to step down. And they threatened him with the 25th Amendment. They said, Kamala will invoke the 25th Amendment against you because you are senile and you are unfit to run for president. Now, however, they didn't remove him from being the president. So just also think about that. The guy that they said is unfit to run for president is currently the president. Nobody has any issue with that, which makes it very obvious that he's not the president. Nobody's worried about his senility in any real sense because he wasn't removed from the presidency. He's sitting in the Oval Office, supposedly making decisions about America. We're supposed to believe that like somebody comes in to the Oval Office and sits down with Joe Biden and goes, hey, and they go through everything and they go, well, Yahya Sinwar, Netanyahu, they said that maybe, and I don't know, Lebanon, and then Biden goes, okay, put a pin in that, let's go with that, and he's running the show. But of course, we don't know that. We don't know where Joe Biden is. We don't know where anyone is. Supposedly, Ghislaine Maxwell's in prison. We don't know that. We don't know that. Somebody knows that. We don't know that. I don't know where she is. Diddy's in prison? We don't know that. I'm sure he is. But I don't know. We'll take everybody's word for it that everybody's in prison and that he's running the country. I mean, what you do without, I'm not trying to be like a crazy person, but you do just have to go, oh, okay. I guess justice is being done. And then you don't know. Do we know what kind of prison Maxwell's in? What she's doing? What's the day-to-day look like? Not really. But we imagine that she's in a prison and not on some secret CIA island somewhere. So people are trying to figure out what Joe Biden is saying to Barack Obama, because Joe Biden clearly does not want Kamala to win. This is obvious. I like this thing he's doing where he's old, but he's showing he's got a little pep in his step. He's angry. He's being ornery. He's putting on Trump hats. He's smirking. He's showing you that he's still alive. I really like this, and I like his attitude. He has this very he's become like an imp, Joe Biden. Like he's an old, and I like in his final form, before he goes to the great beyond, the idea that he's being a cut-up, he's being a little bit of a problem. He's throwing on a Trump hat. He's smirking.
fixin'.
He's starting kind of fun. He's verbally jousting with people at the rallies. He knows what was done to him. He has just enough left to know that he was put out to pasture. And whether you think it's right or not, or whether you think it's a good move or not, he knows what was done to him, and he knows who did it, and he knows why it was done, and he knows that it was done because the system that Joe Biden is a part of lost faith in him to carry out their edicts. The people that stand behind the power in America lost faith in Joe Biden's ability to sell their agenda to the country. He knows it is not a genuine concern for his health or the country or his decision-making ability. He understands the role he played, and he understands why they want him out. So you got to understand that. Joe Biden, even though he's old and infirmed and in and out of consciousness and has barely any idea where he is, he knows just enough to know why he was thrown out in favor of Kamala Harris. So here we have, and it's fascinating. Again, it's not political, really. This isn't about politics. This is why this is a very tough time for intelligent people. Because, and thankfully there are so few. But it is a hard time for intelligent people because there are things I agree with Republicans on. There are things I agree with Democrats on. Maybe more at this point, Republicans and Democrats. But it's not, I don't completely think the Democrats are wrong about everything. Certainly not the type of Democrats I grew up with that cared about the working class. What is happening in the country right now is not political. It's not about whose ideas are better. It's not about what tax rate is higher or not high. It is a raw power struggle. And whatever side of that you were on,
How you like me now?
you're not on any side of it because you're a citizen. You're sitting in your house, you're going to cast a ballot. You've never run the country. I don't want to hurt anyone's feelings out there. You know, many of you are surprised by
Nice
this.
one.
You've never run the country. Your ideas are taken into consideration from time to time. That is the best you can say about nobody voted on immigration. Nobody voted on the Ukraine war. Nobody voted on these things. Did you vote about Syria, going into Syria? Did you vote on that? Did you vote on that? When they set up 19 intelligence agencies, did you vote on any of that? Do you know what any of them are? Do you know who runs them? Do you know what they do? You didn't vote on any of that. What's going on in the country right now is not political in the way that it doesn't mean that things don't have political aspects to them. It doesn't mean that there aren't policies that you agree with more than you disagree with or whatever. I'm trying to get you to think as an adult, which is very difficult, but I try every week. And I want you to zoom out, and I want you to think of the country not as a group of people that are arguing about things and trying to persuade you of them. I want you to think of it as a group of crime families, warring crime families.
Yeah.
And you will understand immediately. Everything becomes clear immediately. It's if a switch was flipped and then overnight you completely understand everything. If you read American history and, and you're reading all these great books by, David Halberstam and all these very smart, Doris Kearns Goodwin, these really great historians that have written brilliantly about America, there is still a dimension of power that is left out. Something doesn't come into frame. Something is hinted at but never said. something is, hanging over this whole picture. And that is the dimension of power that's largely invisible to people that are reading the bold-faced names. Clinton, Obama, Biden, Bush, Reagan, Trump, whatever. But there is an invisible dimension of power in America. There's an invisible dimension of power in every single country in the world. That's not a conspiracy. That's not a paranoid delusion or fantasy. That is the reality of what goes on. Meaning that many of the decisions that are made way above your head at 30,000 feet are being made by people you have never heard of, you did not elect, and people who are not concerned with you. So, what makes this so interesting, and by the way, isn't it more fun?
Yeah!
It's more interesting to actually see this play out, and it is. I believe that dimension of power tried to assassinate Donald Trump in Pennsylvania by kind of pulling the goalie, as a friend of mine said, reducing the amount of Secret Service at the rally, not clearing the rooftops, and allowing somebody to climb on top of a roof and take a shot at the President of the United States. I cannot tell you who
Great!
greenlit that, to use a Hollywood term. I cannot tell you who is responsible for that. I can only tell you it is my belief, because of the security failures that happened, that was a dimension of power in this country trying to eliminate Trump. That doesn't mean I'm right. That doesn't mean that it couldn't have been a random kid with no internet history who didn't exist, who walked around a rally for an hour, who flew a drone, who climbed on a roof that was not slanted and took a shot at the president. And if the president didn't move his head for an inch, he would have been shot. Now, that doesn't mean that, who knows? So now we are finally here. That was the setup.
Have a look.
I'm setting up what's going on. I want you to understand what's happening, because they're not, I know what you're thinking. Maybe they're talking about trade. Are they talking about Roe v. Wade? Are they talking about school lunch programs? Are they discussing? No. They are talking about crime. Now, because that's what politics is at their level. Even in this freeze frame, you can see Clinton is a little nervous about what they are saying, because Clinton's kind of going like, what's happening here? These are some of the most powerful people in the world. They know what's going on. They are doing the bidding of the invisible dimension of power. The military, the big corporations, the billionaires, the intelligence agencies work for the people I just mentioned. The people that are extracting natural resources, the people that are running major global financial institutions, major tech companies. The intelligence agencies are the muscle for those people. And the intelligence agencies are also there to control the people in this video, so that the billionaires and the elected officials are always in sync. Now, not for the first time, Kennedy was shot, Nixon was thrown out of office, Martin Luther King was killed, RFK was killed, many other people were killed. For the first time in the history that many people who watch this show, or younger people, are experiencing, the invisible dimension of power and the visible dimension of power are completely out of sync. They're out of whack. It's not working. It's not working. Joe Biden was too old, couldn't sell it. They yanked him. He's mad. On the other side, you have Trump, who is not really interested in working with the invisible dimension of power. Trump's going to do what Trump does. He might work with them when they have mutual aligning interests. So when you have a situation where you have the invisible dimension of power and the visible dimension of power completely out of step, you have conversations like this, which are basically people are kind of feeling each other out and trying to figure out what exactly is happening, because now it's almost to a point now where it's almost full Game of Thrones, where everyone has an agenda and everybody's out for themselves. So let's take a listen here to the appropriately creepy Halloween meeting between Joe Biden and Barack Obama, and let's try to figure out what they're saying, if anything. It's bad. Yeah, it's terrible, Obama says. It's over. It's done. She's done. Biden goes, he's staring. Obama's going, she doesn't have it. She doesn't have it. Biden goes, can we shoot her? You know, if we shot her, like I know they didn't shoot him, but we could shoot her, potentially. And Obama goes, I don't think that's going to make a lot of sense. He goes, we've thought about that. I have thought about that. You know, Michelle brought that up the other night. Well, yeah, it makes a lot of sense, Biden says. I mean, you know, and he goes, but listen, here's the reality. Then who comes in? So now they're just looking at Clinton to make sure he didn't hear that because they don't trust him. And he goes, isn't that beautiful? He points to the organ. He goes, the organ is beautiful. But that's really what it is, folks. They're just trying to figure out. They're trying to figure out what happens next if Donald Trump wins, and then he starts looking into who shot him, or he starts looking into what, you know, Russiagate or any of that. I think a lot of people are upset. Let me read a statement, by the way, that I'm legally obligated to read. The opinions I have about Joker 2 are opinions that are my own. They do not reflect Sony, Todd Phillips, Joaquin Phoenix, or Lady Gaga, all of whom I have the utmost respect for. It was amazing to be in Joker 2, thrilling and exciting. Joker 2 examines Arthur Fleck as a man, not so much as the Joker. It was a brilliant film. Thank you to everyone who supported this film. Kidding! It's a joke. But, by the way, very sad. R.I.P. Liam Payne. I don't know what happened. I don't want to make a joke about this. I don't know what happened. I don't want people going off in out of the window. This is One Direction. Right? But he had problems.
A few problems, yeah.
And then he went out of the window because of, you know, it's the social media. I'm telling you, it's the social media. If that guy can't be happy, what chance do the rest of us have? Truly. He's a good-looking gazillionaire in a boy band. If he cannot be happy, what are any... Now, thankfully... Many of you don't live in buildings high enough to kill yourself from a window. And I'm not saying he did that. I don't know. But he had some issues with the girl, and it's very sad. But it just says to me, I go, wait a minute. If that guy cannot figure it out, we are fucked. We don't really have... By the way, Joker 2, not to beat a dead horse, literally, but... what was it? The biggest second week drop of any film. Something in the range of like 82%. Nobody has ever seen anything like this.
Don't forget to eat.
Terrifier, with a couple of comedian friends of mine in it, is like doing better than Joker 2. The movie Terrifier is doing better than Joker 2. Maybe I should have been in that. Joker 2's historic second week box office drop. Wow. Bad. It opened with $37.8 million. It was disastrous, okay? So bad that Beetlejuice performed equally well on its sixth weekend in theaters. Wow.
Here we go.
So Joker made just $7 million. $7 million. Rough. Doug Emhoff, our good friend Doug Emhoff here, is, again, Kamala Harris's husband, right? So Doug Emhoff is, he's at a Whataburger. Doug Emhoff is at a Whataburger. Can you imagine this, by the way? First of all, I have never seen, and I don't like judging people by their looks, I have never seen somebody whose face suggests they are more of a scumbag than this man. I mean, I have never in my life seen a human being whose physicality immediately suggests that they cut off old women in traffic, that they like steal, that they are like abhorrent in every single way. You know, cheating on the wife, all the other stuff that he does, of course. But there's just something about, you know what it is? It's the goofiness, how he presents. I'm goofy and I'm nothing to worry about. I'm non-threatening, but make no mistake, he is going through an elderly woman's purse. That is Doug Emhoff's face. He is stealing even though he doesn't need to. He's a shoplifter, I can tell. Doug Emhoff is shoplifting. There's something about him that is so you cringe. Your skin crawls. And I don't know why, it's just that face, that clown-like face he has is hiding a real darkness. Doug Emhoff.
Really do is watch this. I do a mix of 2/3 Diet Coke and 1/3 regular Coke, and it's just delicious. I've been looking forward to this all day. You know Beto?
Hi, Beto O'Rourke. Nice to meet you.
These are the biggest losers in the
Meet
world.
you. How's it going?
I mean,
They got
Beto
the Dr.
O'Rourke
Pepper
is the
shake.
biggest loser in the
Dr.
world.
Pepper's
and then
very
the other
Texas.
guy,
I'll do the number 2 combo. I definitely want some of that spicy ketchup. No pickles. Everything else.
Onions, or are you okay with the fries?
Like both?
here's what's interesting, right? This is a whole genre now of outreach for campaigns. Politicians go to restaurants that are killing the public. Like politicians go and they're very happy and they're smiling. And for many people, Whataburger is a death factory. It is a death factory. They watch their mother or father on, with blue feet at the end of their life, struggle to make it to the bathroom because they have eaten Whataburger. It's not, we are the unhealthiest country in the world, and our food system is poisoned. These are the people, by the way, who should be calling that out. They should be calling out the fact that people are eating this garbage, okay? Like RFK, to his credit, okay? The air in the road notwithstanding. Instead, Doug Emhoff, the con artist husband of Kamala Harris, and Beto O'Rourke are showing up, and they all do this, by the way. I'm not saying that, I think Trump did it at Chick-fil-A or something. They are all going to these poison factories, like smiling and happy, and here's what I do. I mix this with that. I want some of that spicy ketchup. And this is all predicated on the idea that Americans go to these places to have a treat. No, Whataburger's a treat. No. Whataburger is dinner for people that don't have money, that have 4 or 5 children, and they eat it 3 times a week, and it's incredibly unhealthy. And instead of pressuring these companies to adopt better standards for the type of ingredients that go into their food, they are showing up at these places and basically saying, isn't this great? Isn't this amazing that we're all here at Whataburger or wherever, and they're stopping in and because people like it, by the way. They've done polls, they've done, if Beto O'Rourke and Doug Emhoff went into a farmer's market, everyone would call them faggots. But people like the idea that they're showing up and eating fried, greasy food. And somehow this makes him qualified to live in the White House because he went to Whataburger. It's like a really weird genre that's been around forever. And you would think, as people got smarter and understood, you know, I mean, why not go to the Marlboro factory and start lighting up? Like, this is poison. Everybody knows it. There's nobody that doesn't know this anymore, and they show up and they're gleeful and they're excited about eating at this place that is killing their fellow citizens. Let's watch the rest.
We are hungry. You can feel the energy, you can feel the enthusiasm. I'm feeling it here in Texas. We're all hustling. I want to thank our friend Beto. Talking about also voter registration, no matter what obstacles are being thrown in front of you, like we're trying to do, don't let them do it. Get out and register, exercise your right to vote. This is the essence of our country. It's the essence of our democracy.
I told the second gentleman.
Imagine standing in Whataburger and talking about voting and saying it's the essence of our country. Like, imagine the person that is swayed by that. Like the person that sees that and goes, you know what? I thought Doug Emhoff was a demon from hell. However, now seeing him in Whataburger, and first of all, who takes off the pickles? What are you, 5? What are you, a 5-year-old? Why are you taking off the pickles? What are you, 10? You don't do subs when you're an adult. You hear me? I want you to hear me now, loud and clear. You do not sub things out as an adult. You do not leave out the pickles. You do not leave out onions. You're a fucking adult. Eat it the way it comes. Eat it the way that it comes. He's making them work extra hard. This scumbag, Doug Emhoff, pure scum, a philandering scumbag, is walking into Whataburger and making some poor Mexican in the back leave out the pickles on his order. Eat the pickles, you scumbag. Pickles are good. They make it better. I mean, and Beto or any of these people, they are all losers. They've lost every time. The guy running against Ted Cruz, the all-red guy's kind of almost winning. We don't know. Beto O'Rourke has run for president a bunch. He's a loser. Doug Emhoff is, you know. And I mean, can we go to... So go to Alex Edelman's Instagram because and I like Alex, but go to Alex Edelman's Instagram. He had dinner with Doug Emhoff and some other guy. And... I think so. Yeah. Is there a video of that? Yeah, get the video of Doug. Is that Doug Emhoff's home? He pretends to share with Kamala? Leave the pickles on, scum.
We want to ask you some nice Jewish boy questions.
Ready.
Okay, this is for the endorsement of nice Jewish boys everywhere.
3 Yiddish words.
Define them or use them in a sentence. Verklempt, vertutzt, spilkes.
Verklempt is like my mom every day.
What does it say about our religion or our, like, being Jewish that there are so many words in Yiddish for various types of
I use words chutzpah a lot. Chutzpah. I'm talking about Donald Trump.
Yeah.
Chutzpah.
He has too much chutzpah, I think. Spilkes is like, it's like
a stomach name.
Yeah. Do you ever get spilkes when you're giving a speech?
Can I ask a question, folks? Can I just ask, who is this for? No, I mean, I'm genuinely asking a question here. Who is this targeted to? What is the aim of this? What is the aim? Doug Emhoff defining Schvilkes. What are we doing? What is the point of this? Every Jewish person I know is voting for Trump because of Israel, and I know the highest end Jews in LA and a few high-end Jews in New York. And I don't know all of the high-end Jews. Obviously, I don't. Okay? But I know Barry Weiss. Okay? And a lot of people, and I don't know what she's doing or who she's voting for or if she even votes, but I do know that a lot of high-end Jewish people are voting for Trump. And they're doing it secretly and quietly, and they're kind of closeted about it. But this Doug Emhoff goon define terms in Yiddish? Like, what is this? What is this for? Like, you know, there's a great line from For Your Consideration, a Christopher Guest movie, where Ricky Gervais is talking about it, and he goes, tone down the Jewishness. Like, I'm just saying, if I was running for something as a gay person, would I invite people to my home and go, define poppers, define fucking, you know what I mean? Like, cum shot, define, I would just go, hey man, I don't know if this is exactly the outreach that we need. Why don't we tone it down, and let's talk about things that we can all get behind here.
Good job.
And not be defining it like, did someone in the campaign go, quick, we're not doing great in the swing states. What if Doug Emhoff defined Yiddish terms? What if that, could we do that? Could we get Doug Emhoff defining Yiddish terms to reach out to swing state people? How do we get working class whites? Well, what if Doug Emhoff told them what verklempt meant? I mean, I just don't understand. It is better than him in Whataburger. I'd rather see him, and are they eating Chinese food? Is that what they're doing? Are they eating Chinese food? Are they eating, can we go back to what they're eating? Are they eating Chinese food? Are they doing that? Is this what they're doing?
Best Jewish dish.
I think there's no Q&A.
There's no food? There's got to be food. Go to the picture. What is that?
It looks like rattle buns and
Yeah.
Chinese food and stuff mixed in.
Close up on the food. What is that?
AI generated food.
Is that real food? Why does he have that drink? What is that drink? Close up on that. Is that orange juice?
No, it's like pear color. It's like peach.
What is going on here? Is that real food? I think they AI'd the food in. Something is weird with that food in their hands. It doesn't look real. What is Emhoff eating? He's eating something you can't find anywhere on the table. Men, when we leave the house, it's phone, wallet, keys, and how's my hair look? But if you're experiencing hair loss, you may not be so confident when you step outside your door. It's time to get that confidence back and restore your hair with Hims. No man wants to lose hair, but for men, it's actually very common. And now with Hims, the solution is simple. Try Hims Hair Loss Solutions, and you'll be joining hundreds of thousands of subscribers who got their flow back. The only thing worse than losing your hair is waiting forever for it to grow back. That's why you need Hims. You can start seeing your hair grow back in as little as 3 to 6 months. Hims provides you with convenient and quality access to a range of hair loss treatments that work, all from the comfort of your couch. Hims makes treating hair loss simple with doctor-trusted options and clinically proven ingredients like finasteride and minoxidil that can regrow hair in as little as 3 to 6 months. Choose from personalized chewable oral spray and serum treatments to find what works best for you. The process is simple and 100% online, so there are no uncomfortable doctor visits. Answer a few questions, and a medical provider will determine if treatment is right for you. If prescribed, your treatment is sent directly to you in discreet packaging for free. Start your free online visit today at hims.com/TIM. That's HIMS.com/TIM for your personalized hair treatment options. hims.com/TIM. Results vary based on studies of topical and oral minoxidil and finasteride. Prescription products require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if a prescription is appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for full details and important safety information. What if you could bet on pretty much anything, even the elections? Kalshi is the first and largest legal prediction market. You can bet and trade on pretty much anything. You can trade on your knowledge to make money or hedge a real-world risk you have with the markets that Kalshi offers. Kalshi just got approval to list markets on the outcome of the elections, making them the first legal place in the U.S. where you can bet on the elections. Kalshi has markets on who will win the presidential election, who will control the House and Senate, who will win swing states, and more. Right now, Trump and Kamala are trading at about 50-50, meaning if you place a bet on either, you will double your money if they end up winning. They also have markets on whether inflation will go up, interest rates will go up, who will win at the Oscars, what the weather will be tomorrow, and more, okay? I love it. Will Eric Adams leave office? Will your neighborhood Chili's be taken out by Hurricane Milton? Will Diddy have another freak-off? I don't know if you can actually trade on all these things, but you can trade on a lot of stuff. Kalshi is the first legal exchange in the U.S. to bet on these kind of events. They Collection markets are now live to trade. Use collegefruit.com/Tim on your phone and get a $20 bonus when you deposit $100 using the mobile. What's the racist candle? I'm sick of this. I'm sick of the racism out there, to be honest. It bothers me. Bath and Body Works accused of selling racist candle. Let's see this. Let's watch this.
Bath and Body Works has stopped selling one of its winter candles due to the backlash that the design somehow resembles Big Bucks conference. Take a look. The new thing after some people online.
That is a little. That is a bit clannish.
The hoods worn by Clan's members. Bath and Body Works says the design was unintentional and they apologize to anyone who was offended by it. The candle has been pulled from the store's website.
I want it now. Now I want it because now it's a collector's item. If you have the Bath and Body Works KKK candle, now you have a collector's item. A Florida love story: a woman suffocates boyfriend in suitcase during hide and seek. Interesting. Florida continues to thrive despite many problems with the weather. Florida is still thriving, and so are its citizens. Horrifying video shows boyfriend trapped in suitcase begging, "I can't breathe," while killer girlfriend films him. I gotta be honest with you out there. The people don't seem well. Am I alone in this? The people, the actual people, don't seem well. And this is why the politicians don't care. Because they're going, well, they're just killing each other. They're suffocating each other in suitcases. So what are we going to do? We're going to get Whataburger to stop putting sugar in the barbecue sauce? They're suffocating each other in suitcases. Disturbing cell phone footage showed a Florida woman accused of fatally suffocating her boyfriend in a suitcase, giggling as he pled for help while trapped in the luggage. God. Sarah Boone, 46, was arrested in February. This is a while ago. 2020, after telling police she'd passed out after zipping Jorge Torres, 42, inside the bag during a booze-filled game of hide-and-seek at their home in Winter Park, Florida. However, footage from her phone shows him thrashing around in the suitcase, telling her, "I can't fucking breathe," as she yells back at him. Do we have the video?
Yeah, I mean, we can't show it.
Why can't we show it?
Because the guy got this.
Okay, but we showed Doug Emhoff in Waterbury. There's no way that this is more disturbing than Doug Emhoff in Waterbury. Torres repeatedly called out for Boone and she replied through laughter, "For everything you've done to me, fuck you, stupid." This is crazy. Let's see her. Can we blur it out?
Yes, yeah, that's what we'll do.
Okay, so then play it for me, I guess. What's the Daily Mail?
Thanks, buddy.
Crazy. Warning! This video shows Doug Emhoff eating AI-generated food.
For everything you've done to me. You. Stupid.
Crazy.
That's my name. Don't wear it out.
She's hammered.
I can't breathe, babe. Yeah, that's when you do when you choke me.
Yeah.
They probably didn't have a great relationship, you know, up to this point. I would imagine it wasn't ideal. Why would he get into a suitcase? They were playing hide and go seek. What happened to her? Is she in jail?
Yeah, she, I think, got sentenced to
life?
Second-degree murder, so at least 25 years in jail.
Wow.
Gotcha.
She goes on later in the video to say this is what it's like to cheat on me, so.
Yeah, well, this is why it's so important, in my estimation, to not play child games like hide and go seek. It's a stupid game. If you're dating somebody and they say, "Why don't we play hide and go seek?" you say, "No, I'm not doing that." because it's a very easy way for someone to suffocate you in such an interesting life. To just kill your boy. I mean, obviously I'm saying I'm against it. And I'm saying, what a weird way to just... That's her thing now. She's going to tell everybody in jail that I suffocated my boyfriend by locking him in trapping him or whatever in a suitcase. And he begged me to let him out, and I did it. And he just, what a Halloween episode. But by the way, it's still somehow not as disturbing as Doug Emhoff eating fake food that's not real. Barron Trump shows golden personality at dinner. Barron Trump starting to come into his own, having a lot of fun. Seems like a fun guy. Who would ever eat dinner food with a silver spoon? Mine was gold. Fun. Okay. Interesting.
It was just like a private dinner. Him speaking is more of a thing.
He's now going to NYU and he's out there. It's an interesting trajectory. Is he going to politics? Is it a Trump dynasty? I don't know. The big guy has it. Do the rest of them have it? I don't know if the rest of them have it. I don't think the rest of them have it. I don't know. Maybe Barron does. I have no idea. But I think it's really it's a non-game. It's a Trump game. And I don't know if the rest of those... And you gotta remember, America doesn't love dynasties. We kind of get tired of them. That's where Trump came from. We were very tired of the word Bush and the word Clinton. So I don't know. He's a bit young. Where's Melania? Is she around? What's going on?
She just released
she released a book. Have you read her book? Are people reading her book? Should I read her book? My book is coming, by the way. Stop with that. It's hassling me all the time. You'll get it. You'll get the book, or you won't. But you're gonna get it. What's the problem? I ghost wrote Melania's book for her first, and now my book will be coming out, but it's not. Oh, Emily in Paris fans are upset that Rome is dirtier and more crowded than by the way, can you imagine being an Emily in Paris fan? What is the show Emily in Paris about? It's about a woman who goes to... My friend goes, my father loves Emily in Paris. I go, I had no idea your dad was gay. Congrats. There's no way... Can we play, like, a trailer for Emily in Paris?
We can play the season 1 trailer just to get an idea of what
just to see what it is. I've never... This show is a huge show. It clobbered me in the top 10. I want to know... Because everybody loves it. I don't get it. What is it about? Is it about Doug Emhoff's ex-wife who he cheated on?
So here's the synopsis real quick.
Yeah, please.
After landing her dream job in Paris, Chicago Michael Zach and Cooper.
Wow. And now people are mad that...
Run for the
So in Italy, they are filming, I guess, the new season there, and people are saying that...
There's not enough homeless.
There's not enough homeless, and then they're also sort of like sterilizing Italy, and that there's more sort of vulgarity, and people are more passionate when they argue in public, and this show is making them seem like they're not.
Yeah, but that's the point. This is how dumb people are. The point of entertainment is to lie to you, dummy. I don't understand. What do you think? They're going to have boats of migrants crashing on the beach?
Nice to meet
Netflix
you.
spent a lot of money on this, okay? What do you think they're going to have? Georgia Maloney screaming about the migrants? It's a fantasy. No one from Chicago who works in marketing gets to go to Paris and have a great life. This isn't the way it is. People that work in Chicago in marketing get a gun to the back of their head when they walk out of Bloomingdale's. That's not the way this goes. This is a fantasy. I don't understand the law. Everybody wants everything to be relentless. You are going to crave fantasy in the next 10 to 20, 50 years. You are going to pray for it. You are going to need it. You are going to ask for it. You are going to want to remember a time when things were not as bad as they are. Let this bitch enjoy Rome without pickpockets and thieves, and of course they're sanitizing it. That's the entire point. What do you think it is? It's going to be an hour about the migrant crisis and grooming gangs?
How you like
Let's play the trailer here for Emily in Paris, Season 1.
Emily Cooper?
Bonjour.
This is also not Paris. No one has a burqa. You know, it's not. Everyone's white. I'm telling you. Most people she's going to meet are white. Let's see if I'm right. Let's go.
Yes, the good stuff.
Where is the Algerians? Okay, one black chick.
Teach the French some American tricks.
Has anyone noticed this is a very dysfunctional workplace?
I think you're the one bringing the
One black one. This is Paris from 1997, by the way. And that's what they're marketing. They're marketing the idea that you go to Europe and it's glamorous and sexy and you have this amazing life. And that's not the case, by the way. It's not the case. I love Europe. I've been multiple times, but it is a place with many different aspects to it. Some are positive, some are not. But Americans who are sitting on their couch in whereversville want to watch something about Emily going to Paris and having this sexy, romantic, idyllic, picturesque time. Ditto Rome or wherever else. They would, if they do Emily in Paris, by the way, in Tel Aviv, they're not going to show anything. Do you understand that? No matter where this show goes, you're not getting the real flavor of the place. Emily in Paris is not going to be a show about the socio-political dynamics of the area. It's going to be a show where an attractive woman goes out and falls in and out of love with people and has silly, goofy, fun times with friends, and it doesn't matter where it's shot. They could shoot it in Darfur. They would ignore all of it. They would ignore it. It would be in Tel Aviv. You would see her at the beach. What they showed wasn't the real Rome, said Cristiana Cavallo, a hairdresser. They made Rome to be too clean. There were no crowds. Paris was more real. The show has long come under criticism for depicting Paris as a city with little litter or construction and no homeless people. It's a fantasy. People pay for Netflix. They walk through a city that has been abandoned to junkies and homeless people. They climb into their beds at night and they want to watch this show. They don't want to see homeless people on television. They see enough of them in real life. Can it ever end? Can you imagine watching Emily in Paris? Whoever is doing that, a lot of people, millions of people, and you're watching her get chased down an alley by 3 homeless guys, and you go, I just got chased down an alley by 3 homeless guys. Is there no escapism left? It has been credited with increasing trade and lighting up the phones of estate agents in Paris. It has also attracted legions of tourists, with one study finding that 38% of tourists cited the show among their reasons for visiting the city. Well, I'm happy that it is working out for Paris. But anybody, or Rome, or whatever they're talking about, but anybody who is demanding realism from these shows is going to, you do not want to show any city right now in its current condition. You do not. You do not want to show people getting punched in the face. You don't want to show an elderly woman getting robbed. Is that how Emily in Paris should open up? With an elderly woman getting punched in the face and someone grabbing her baguette and running down the street? And the elderly woman going, goddamn fucking migrants. And then it cuts to Emily just sitting there eating a salad going, I wonder if he likes me. That's not... Folks, stop craving your lives to be mirrored back to you. That's the opposite of what entertainment is. I get it, you want authenticity, and I can understand that to a degree. From a show called Emily in Paris, you want authenticity? You want the real? You want arguments about Gaza during Emily in Paris? You want her to be on a date with a guy and him going, you know, I just watched an airstrike where people were burned alive in the hospital. No, you don't. You want them to have a cutesy little dessert, a souffle, a pâte de crème, and you want them to get lost in each other's eyes because it's a fucking show. Not everything can be about genocide in hell. If you want that, come here. I do it every week. You want to hear about migrants and homeless people, Emily in Paris fans? Ta-da! We're here for you. We are here for your viewing pleasure every week. Otherwise, let these dumb shows be dumb. Escape. Understand the value of escapism a little bit. You don't have to constantly see every social ill. You don't have to witness social decay on every show. It doesn't have to be real. It shouldn't be real. Real is depressing. Real is trouble. It's nice to have something that's completely divorced from the concerns that you have as a citizen of whatever country or somebody who lives in a city.
Getting dull.
You know, it's so funny to me that people are craving this idea that everything, like people are going, well, why aren't they showing the real Paris or the real Rome? You've ruined it. You've ruined these cities. You've destroyed all of these cities. We don't want to watch your destruction. We don't want to watch the nightmare that you've brought upon yourself. We're trying to watch something else. This is an aspirational show. Emily in Paris is about somebody who goes, oh, Chicago's so humdrum. I want to live in Paris and live my real life. It's aspirational. You don't want her getting mugged. You don't want her getting sold into sex slavery. The point is, it is an aspirational show. These are the same people, by the way, that demand that Emily in Paris is real, but don't demand the government is real. They don't demand that. They don't demand that the news be real. They don't demand that the media be real. They don't demand that. They demand that Emily in Paris is real. That's where they draw the line. They draw the line at the depiction of the Rome in Emily in Paris. I want to see more homeless people in Emily in Paris. How about what you wanting to see less on the street where you live? That makes sense. Keep that passion for getting rid of homeless people on the actual street and not demanding that there should be more homeless in this show. It's just an accepted part of our society now that we're just going to be wandering through the third world. There's a hellscape everywhere. So instead of trying to get rid of that, think of how fucked the conditioning is. Think of how brilliant the conditioning is. Instead of demanding that we get rid of the problems in the cities, we are now going, why are the television shows not showcasing the problems? Because they are not realistic. We have completely given up on the idea of trying to figure out how to have safe, orderly cities. Instead of that, we're going, why aren't they showing the litter, the crime, and the problems? What a strange psychological turn that we've all taken. Instead of going like, what happened to Rome? Why did we do this? Instead of doing that, we're going, why aren't we showing people getting attacked? Why aren't we showing garbage? Because that's what it's really like. That's what it's really like. Well, change it. You can now win up to 100 times your money on Prize Picks for as little as $4. Prize Picks is the best way to get action on sports in over 30 states, including California, Florida, Georgia, and Texas. Prize Picks is the only real money daily fantasy platform with an injury insurance policy, so your lineups stay in play even if one of your players gets injured. If your player leaves in the first half and doesn't return, Prize Picks keeps your lineup live. Prize Picks is the best place to get real money sports action. Join over 10 million users and sign up today. Prize Picks invented the flex pick, which means you can still cash out if your lineup isn't perfect. You can double your money even if one of your picks doesn't hit. Want to play Prize Picks alongside Drewski, Joe Button, MMA champion, Sean O'Malley? You can now find community plays under the promos tab of the app to view entries from some of the biggest names in the Prize Picks community each week. Prize Picks puts in members first, so all withdrawals are fast, safe, and secure. When my pick hits, I can get money in as quick as $15. Sign up today and get $50 instantly when you play 5. You don't even need to win to receive $50 bonus. It's guaranteed. Prize Picks also offers weekly promotions, including the big payout, like Taco Tuesday. Each Tuesday, Prize Picks discount select player projections up to 25% to provide even more value for your lineups. This week on Prize Picks, I'm looking at the football board and selecting Justin Jefferson for more than 83.5 receiving yards and Patrick Mahomes for less than 267. Tyreek Hill for more than 97 receiving yards and Saquon Barkley for more than 67 rush yards. Download the app today. Use code TIM to get $50 instantly after you play your 5. This is a great way to support the show and win. It is hot up. Prize Picks, run your game. Morgan & Morgan is America's largest personal injury law firm. They have 50 billion offices with 20 trillion lawyers.
Go!
No, what is it? What do they got? 1,000 lawyers and 100 offices nationwide? I enjoy car accidents
Just
now
you
because
wait.
of Morgan & Morgan. I used to not like them. I used to try to avoid them. Now it is what it is. Morgan & Morgan is so, they only collect if you win. Their fee is free unless they collect for you. Think about that when you're covered in glass. It's fun. I'll tell you right now, you gotta make sure you get yours out. This country is full of people getting theirs. How about you get yours? If you're ever injured, you can check out Morgan & Morgan. Their fee is free unless they win. For more information, go to forthepeople.com/Tim or dial #law, #529 for your cell phone. It's forthepeople.com/Tim or dial #law, #529 for your cell phone. This is a paid advertisement. Everybody that visits me goes, why are the mattresses so amazing? I go, because they're Helix mattresses. Everybody loves Helix, okay? It is the best thing ever. 20% off all mattress orders in October. HelixSleep.com/Tim. I am honest about this. Not about everything. This is the best mattress I have ever slept on, or that anyone I know has ever slept on. And they're delivered, right? Aren't they delivered? You can take a quiz and find out what the perfect mattress is for you, and they deliver it right to your house. You're not like running around a mall like a psychopath, okay? I'm telling you right now, Helix or nothing. Helix or bust. I'm a huge fan, whether you are a side sleeper, you sleep on your back, hot sleeper, cool sleeper, they figure it all out for you. You take a small quiz, a few questions. Like, they're so easy. For example, this is one of the questions on the Helix Sleep quiz. It's very easy. What is the role of nation states after the Cold War? So that's weird. So that's an essay portion. So you write that essay, and then if you like that, AI will analyze it and then move you to the next thing. I'm telling you right now, if I have my Apple Watch, I'm sleeping so much better because of Helix, because I have the data and I know when I sleep now, and I'm sleeping so much better because of Helix. I mean, it's huge. This is a big deal for everyone involved. HelixSleep.com/TimD. HelixSleep.com/TimD. Let's go back to that video of Obama and Joe Biden, the funeral of Ethel Kennedy, the matriarch of the Kennedy family. Obama, Biden, Ethel Kennedy. I really am trying to key in here.
It's been 2 years.
Trying to key in to see what music. No, it's done. Damn it. We can't kill them all, Joe. We can't kill them all. Yeah, I know. I know we can. But hold on. What if we just killed her? Yeah, that is interesting. We spoke about that the other night. Would you do it, Joe? I'd love to do it. I'd love to give her a hot shot, a hot dose, get rid of her once and for all. After I get out of here, they're going to poke around into Ukraine. They go, who knows? What you're going to see over the next few months is very interesting. You know, I don't know that we've been at this point before in the country. I think we have. But again, not with the internet. Not with every single thing being recorded. Not with every single thing on camera. Not with the ability of people to go out and say things and put them on the internet before they can be censored and scrubbed
What do you need?
When we were in this position before, we had a mainstream media that was owned and operated by the Central Intelligence Agency and, mega corporations. Now we have the internet. So it makes this a very interesting, exciting, terrifying, weird time is that we have this breakdown, a system that's breaking down in front of our eyes. And we now have all of these different platforms to analyze it and to question it, and that we never had before. So we never had the ability to question the narratives before. We've always been fed a narrative, and whether you agreed with it or not, whether it made sense or not, you had to just swallow it and go, okay, it's for the best, for the best. So it is really going to be interesting to see what happens, because we have an all-out gang war amongst some of the most powerful people in the country. It's not a hot war right now, it's a cold war. But someone took a shot at Trump.
Let's get cracking.
Someone is doing these things. Someone is out there. Someone's leaking Epstein stuff. You know? Is Diddy gonna talk? Who's gonna talk? You know? Someone is doing these things. There are wheels in motion here, and you are seeing for the first time people that have sat
My hammer's ready.
on the throne be called into question. People like Bill Clinton, who's enjoyed immunity for all the crimes he's committed for decades, is now, people are talking about him on the Epstein's plane, on the island, this, that. People are talking about Biden. They've been talking about Trump. The validity of that is anyone's, guess. A lot of it seems to not be valid, but all of this stuff is out there now in a way that it has never been before in all of American history. It has been, you used to have to go to a library and hunt and search and find all of this stuff, and you used to have to put the dots together, and you'd have to connect the dots. You'd have to tell people, I think it was actually like this, and they would go, yeah, really? And now everything is out in the open. Everybody knows what's going on. Everybody knows something is deeply wrong. You can feel it. You can feel it in the body language. You can feel it in the way that they talk to each other. Something is deeply wrong. And which way it goes right now is anybody's guess. Nobody knows the people behind the scenes, what they're doing, what they're willing to do, what these people know and what they don't know.
Here's the quest list.
The course of history, we don't know any of it. All we know is that Emily in Paris should have more homeless people because it needs to be more real. You are going to crave Emily in Paris.
Don't forget to eat.
Whenever this pops off, whatever's going to pop up, who knows, you are going to want Emily in Paris. Trust me. All you are going to hear outside of your window is explosions, and hopefully you have a soundproof window, or hopefully at least, you can shut your window because it hasn't been smashed in, and you're going to sit there and you're going to watch Emily in Paris while outside burns. So make sure that you value Emily in Paris. You don't want it to be too real. You want it to be something nice so you can drift off to sleep while watching Emily in Paris. But these will be, the next several weeks will probably be some of the most eventful in human history. Or they won't. We don't know. But it seems to look like something is deeply, deeply wrong here. And they know it. And the question is, what are they going to do about it? Good luck.
for every single person.
Out about it, and he leaked CoffeeZilla's email.
This video is sponsored by the online personal information removal service, Incogni. Protect your data and personal information from data brokers and search sites. Use my link in the description to get 60% off Incogni's annual plan. On Tuesday, December 15th, 1970, Season 2, Episode 12 aired of the comedy sketch show Monty Python's Flying Circus. The title of the episode was Spam. In the episode, there is a sketch, also titled Spam, in which a husband and wife are lowered on wires into a cafe filled with Vikings. Once sat, the husband and wife ask the waitress about the meals available at the cafe. The waitress proceeds to describe each menu item to the couple. Nearly every item has the canned meat, Spam, in it. Some dishes are just Spam with multiple sides of Spam. Spam, 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 egg, and Spam. One dish is described as. When the woman customer declares that she does not like Spam and she wants a meal without any, the waitress denies her request, and suddenly the Vikings around them begin to sing, Spam, 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 lovely Spam, wonderful Spam. The interaction devolves further and further as the Vikings' chants and waitress's screams in support of Spam increase, droning out the conversation into indiscernible absurdity. Then, the sketch essentially ends, and the customer, we can reasonably assume, does not get a meal without Spam in it. Although this Monty Python sketch had nothing to do with media or the internet, it would strangely and powerfully foreshadow forthcoming conditions of media and the internet, and it would ultimately lead directly to the term spam being used in internet vernacular. In the context of media and the internet, the term spam broadly refers to excessive, irrelevant, unwanted, insincere, or repeated communication or content. As a result of the Monty Python sketch, in the 1980s, in early online chat rooms, message boards, and virtual games, users would repeatedly type spam along with other quotes from the Monty Python sketch in order to knock the text of other unwanted users or competitors down and off screen and gatekeep discourse. Around the same time, the term spam would also come to be used to refer to the repeated and excessive posting of the same messages on file and message sharing networks. Of course, it only helps and is all the more fitting that spam, the canned meat, is highly processed and unhealthy, high in calories, fat, and sodium, low in nutrients. Since the 1980s, media and the internet have, of course, evolved tremendously. Between 1981 and 1989, the number of hosts connected to the internet went from hundreds to hundreds of thousands, with an increase from 80,000 to over 160,000 hosts in 1989 alone. Also in 1989, the World Wide Web was created, which, for the first time, made digital content easily reachable and shareable for the average consumer. By the mid-1990s, there were over 100,000 websites on the web. Around 40% of American households owned a computer, which was just 15% a couple years prior. Suddenly, new opportunities for connection and creativity abounded. For the first time in history, individuals could easily message people across the world in chats, publish and share their art and homemade videos, create digital profiles in digital stores, purchase and download things like movies and books, order physical goods to be delivered to their home, and innumerable other unbelievable and world-changing acts. Now, as of 2024, it's estimated that around 70% of the global population owns a smartphone. That's roughly 5 billion people. It's also now estimated that there are well over 1 billion websites, and the average person currently spends around 6 hours and 35 minutes online every day. Needless to say, the internet and internet devices have fully consumed us, and the conditions of the internet are crucially important to the human experience. Of course, along with new opportunities for the distribution of enriching things on the internet, so too have new opportunities for the distribution of problems and hazardous content evolved on the internet. one of which is spam and spam-like media. For the sake of clarity, spam and spam-like media here includes anything from unwanted emails all the way to digital content that unreasonably exploits platform algorithms, automation, and/or excessive posting, often for the sole purpose of news and engagement. The problem with spam might appear somewhat trivial at first, especially when considered against much darker activities and possibilities in the internet. But the increasing development and thriving of spam-like media points to a deep, holistic problem about the current architecture and future of the internet and humanity at large. The internet, in its current form, does not merely have spam on the menu. The menu is, in many ways, increasingly that of the Monty Python Cafe. All menu items on offer seem to contain spam in some form. And worse, our palates seem to be increasingly burnt and numb by this to actually desire it, to enjoy less and less of the nuanced flavors that we previously did. As both creators and consumers of media, many of us seem to want quicker, easier, and more processed content, which often doesn't challenge or require much of us, and we are increasingly willing to ignore the intentions and consequences of said content. Inspired and led by philanthropic beasts, herds of Viking creators chase watch time as audiences welcome the pillaging with eager eyes. There is a theory about the internet that has recently garnered increasing notoriety, largely as a result of the mainstream introduction and popularization of generative AI. The theory is known as the dead internet theory. The origins of the theory primarily trace back to an anonymous thread created in 2021 on the Agora Rose Macintosh Cafe forum. Its origins, specifics, and conspiratorial nature are rather questionable, but the broad sentiment, at least now, feels somewhat valid. Putting aside the conspiratorial and paranoid claims of the theory, most broadly, the theory suggests that most online activity is fake in some way, either bot activity or AI-generated content created and curated by algorithms. Because of this, according to the theory, the internet, as a source of unbridled human activity and flourishing, died somewhere around the year 2016. In that same year of 2016, a cybersecurity company by the name of Imperva in fact did find that bots, or software applications that perform automated tasks without human intervention, accounted for over half of all online activity. They also found that around 30% of website visits likely came from bad bots, or programs designed to carry out harmful actions like theft and hacking. The other roughly 20% of bots, however, were found to be good bots, or bots that help monitor and upkeep aspects of the internet. This was nearly 10 years ago. We can more than reasonably assume that those numbers have gone up since then. Of course, these percentages include the entire internet in all corners and pockets, so it's not necessarily the case that the majority of the content and websites you personally consume and visit are fake, assuming you engage in reasonably well-curated and stable websites and platforms. But the point is, no matter who you are, how savvy you are, and what you do on the internet, there is no avoiding fake content and fake traffic, and even more so, there is certainly no avoiding spam-like content. This year, in 2024, Jack Conte, the founder and CEO of the creator monetization platform Patreon, gave a keynote at the conference South by Southwest titled Death of the Follower and the Future of Creativity on the Web. The focus of his presentation was primarily on the development and effects of algorithmic feeds on social media and content distribution platforms. Specifically, Conte's argument is that major platforms like YouTube, Facebook, Instagram, and TikTok have moved primarily into algorithmic ranking-based content distribution feeds and away from follow-based feeds. In other words, internet content is distributed based on computer algorithms that rank content using metrics of engagement like watch time, and not based on people selectively and intentionally curating what is shown to them based on who they follow or subscribe to. As a result, according to Conte, this has caused content creators and their audiences to become increasingly pulled apart. In my opinion, Conte says, the follow is not some handy feature of a social network. The follow is foundational architecture for human creativity and organization. With the follow becoming less central to content distribution, content creators increasingly need to create for an algorithm rather than for a clear audience or fan base. Conte says, for the first time since Web 2.0, my followers might not necessarily see my posts, and the idea of a subscription started to break down. If a person doesn't receive the thing I make, it's not really a direct true connection between a creator and their fans. It's not really a subscription. The channel of distribution is broken, and it creates another problem too, around creative freedom. because now suddenly my post has to be better than the other posts according to a set of criteria that I don't know or have control over, or even agree with. So instead of thinking, what do I want to make? What lights me up? What is the output that I want to create as an artist? What will my fans love? Instead of thinking about those questions, now, in the back of my mind, I'm thinking, what will the ranking algorithm favor? And that, subconsciously or consciously, changes my creative output to achieve the platform's goals, not my goals as a creator. The primary goal for almost all social media platforms is to make money. The primary means of achieving this goal for most platforms is through advertising revenue. And the primary means of generating, sustaining, and growing ad revenue is by attracting as many users to the platform and then keeping users on the platform as long as possible. At the scale of major social media platforms, algorithmic-based ranking plans seems to achieve this the best. As a result, algorithms have increasingly taken control over what we see and the direction in which online media and content goes. We are thus being increasingly led by these algorithms with no clear aim in terms of benefit to the individual or culture at large. The cause and end game are merely profitability. Of course, algorithms are not inherently bad, and they could provide great opportunities for things like discoverability for creators and consumers. Furthermore, pursuing watch time in algorithms isn't inherently always bad either, as it can be useful for improving one's work. But a major problem is, under these conditions, one of the forms of media and content that prospers is either full-on spam or media that has a flavor of spam to it. In order to appease algorithms and either forge or maintain a career in social relevancy, creators might change their content format, category, or topics from what they are primarily interested in to what's popular and what works, often leading to blatant copying, repetitiveness, redundancy, dumbing down, carelessness, or excessively frequent posting. Otherwise, they might risk inevitably being overlooked by the algorithms and forgotten by anyone who is not in their most core audience. These problems of fake traffic, algorithmic disconnect, and spam media have only become increasingly worse with the introduction and mainstream use of generative AI. Now, AI models can message humans in chats and message other AI models, create digital art and video content, create and manage digital profiles in stores, determine and execute purchases and economic decisions, as well as innumerable other unbelievable and world-changing works. But now, humans are less and less involved. Hence, the internet is, at least in the way it once was, dead. In its wake, a new sort of internet is emerging. What this new form will ultimately become, how it will feel, what help and harm, positives and negatives it might cause, will only be known in time. But what does appear to be certain is that AI is only going to get better, and the problems of disconnection, fakeness, and spam-like media are only going to get worse. Of course, generative AI is not all bad, and there are countless great applications for it, both currently and foreseeably. But if we are not careful, more than anything else, our digital diets will continue to become unhealthier and unhealthier. It will be increasingly difficult to hear and make sense of anything, to want to hear and make sense of anything, to find and get what we want to order. It is not hopeless, though. Hopefully, in time, there will be reasonable regulations around AI and internet media. Hopefully, new technologies will also help mitigate against some of the existing and forthcoming problems and execute effectively on reasonable policies and cultural expectations. If history is to be considered, it seems that this is certainly on the table of possibilities. But of course, if history is to be considered, regulations and new technologies designed to restrain bad actors and bad technologies are always, at least a little, behind the people and technologies they are designed to catch. Perhaps in some sense, at least for now, it is up to us, creators and consumers of content, founders and users of platforms. There is a famous saying that we are the average of the 5 people we spend the most time with. A more up-to-date version of this might be that we are the average of the 5 creators and 5 content categories we spend the most time on the internet consuming. Arguably, now and into the future, making decisions about what we do and engage with on the internet will be as crucial as the decisions we make regarding our friends and associates. Of course, in some sense, this has always been the case, and determining what media we consume has always been crucial. But crucial is a spectrum, and now it is highly. Ultimately, who cares if the dead internet theory is true or not? Who cares if the old internet is dead or not? What matters, arguably, is whether we can and will sustain what matters in new ways in the new conditions of the world and technology. And what matters is what matters to us, our humanity at its truest and deepest levels. As humans, we want to create, communicate, and connect with each other, unabridged and unbridled. We want reasonably healthy and sustainable relationships with others, with ourselves, and with the networks of the world, both physical and digital. We want honesty, we want genuineness, we want symbiosis, we want prosperity. The internet is and can still be a place where this happens. Of course, there will always be the spam cafes, and spam will likely find its way on most menus, and most of us will likely indulge in it on occasion. But like everything else, with discipline, hope, and effort, we can still eat healthy diets. We can still build beautiful restaurants and eateries and communities with minimal spam on the menus. We can still break bread together in meaningful ways. In the words of Conti, the hardest lesson I have learned as a creative person and as an operator and CEO over the last 10 years is to know and trust what I want and to be true to that over time. It's easier said than done, but don't let somebody else tell you what you want, because then you'll end up with what they want instead of what you want. On a somewhat more direct, hazardous level, one problem area where spam inevitably shows up for all of us is junk messages. Emails, robocalls, texts, physical mail, and so on. This sort of spam, however, is not just annoying and bad tasting, but it can actually be dangerous. It can lead not only to relentless junk mail, but also to parties knowing sensitive information about you, which can lead to things like identity theft, scams, stalking, or harassment. That's why this video sponsor, Incogni, a personal information removal service, is such a fantastic fit for this video, and such a fantastic service in general. The reason for the widespread experience of unsolicited, repeated junk mail is because of what are known as data brokers. Without you knowing or giving permission, every time you buy something or fill something out with your information, your name, social security number, login credentials, home address, and so on, the information can then be taken and sold to and by a third party. There are hundreds of data brokers and people search sites who make lots of money doing this. They harvest and collect your data, not to sell things to you, but to sell you to others. In the last few years, I've personally noticed a huge increase in scam-like texts, as well as an email inbox that is nearly impossible to sift through. The good news, legally, you have the right to stop this and have all your information removed from these sites. The bad news, it's essentially impossible to do this on your own. The better good news, Incogni makes it not only possible, but easy for you. All you have to do is go through a short sign-up process, give Incogni permission to work on your behalf, and then they immediately locate and reach out to these brokers and sites and get your information removed. As you might imagine, getting your information removed once might not last forever and might not be a smooth process. But with Incogni's annual plan, they continue to automatically follow up to ensure that your information not only gets removed, but stays removed. You can then track Incogni's progress right on their dashboard as you watch these companies inevitably lose. Click my link in the description or go to incogni.com/pursuitofwonder and you'll get 60% off Incogni's annual plan. And of course, as always, thank you so much for watching in general, and see you next video.
can't believe it. A Space Marine 2 developer just stepped forward and just gave away the secret on how to make a successful game. Get this. They said, just make a good game. You know, with as many failures that we've seen in AAA, I'm surprised that none of these companies haven't just folded. Begged for mercy. Gamers! Gamers! I'm so sorry. We need your money. We're going broke. We're going to go back to doing what we were supposed to be doing in the first place. We've seen colossal failures to epic proportions, likely to the tune of billions of dollars wasted over just the last couple of years, and this year's not even done yet. Looking at you, Dragon Age. It's such a good time to be a gamer. The best games are succeeding. The worst games, the soulless attempts at stealing our money, are falling flat on their face. Developers are out there pushing back against societal pressures and just focusing on making great games because that's what matters to players. But there are those that are out there that just don't understand what's going on. They don't see the differences between games that succeed and games that fail. They don't understand what it takes to make a successful game. But lucky for them, Space Marine 2 developer has stepped forward to shed some light. But before that, today's sponsor. New World Eternum just launched on consoles and it's already making waves. It's available now on PlayStation 5, Xbox Series X, and PC. If you love action RPGs, then this is something that you're not going to want to miss. Set on the island of Eternum, this world is filled with mystery, danger, and endless adventure. You'll forge your destiny through skill-based, real-time combat with a blend of swords, guns, and even sorcery. Whether you're exploring solo or teaming up with friends, it's your choice to how you want to play. Without a strict class system that's weighing you down, you can fully customize your characters and play how you want. It's all about how you equip and upgrade your gear, allowing for endless possibilities to shape your own playstyle. And the world of Eternum is massive. There is so much to explore, from the stunning landscapes to the various quests that are going to keep you hooked for hours. Best part, crossplay means that you can join forces with your friends no matter where they're playing, PC or console. And if you're into PvE or PvP, New World Eternum has your back. So what are you waiting for? New World Eternum is available now. Go grab it on PlayStation 5, Xbox Series X and S, or PC and dive into the adventure. It's been a rocky couple years for the AAA industry. Ubisoft has completely collapsed upon themselves, unable to turn a profit since Assassin's Creed Valhalla. Xbox's Redfall failed and Starfield didn't connect with their audience. Sony stumbled all over themselves with Helldivers and brought us some of the best months of memes with Concord. But I want to make something clear. There will always be games that fail. Market conditions change, players' tastes change, trends die out. There are a lot of reasons outside of a game being categorically bad that can cause it to fail, and while those outside factors may be the case with some games, I don't think it's the case for many of the games that we've been seeing today. Recently, in an article written by Wesley Yin Poole of IGN titled Warhammer 40k Space Marine 2 devs says big budget games are failing in part because teams are overscoping their projects. Great games do well. Wesley spoke with Saber Interactive Chief Creative Officer Tim Willits about the issues that the game industry is facing today and the success of Space Marine 2. Wesley writes, Concord, Suicide Squad Kills the Justice League, Star Wars Outlaws, Final Fantasy 16. The list of big budget video game failures is growing longer each month, with AAA publishers struggling to make a dent in the dominance of older, more established players in this most brutal of markets. Throughout it all, massive hits have come out of nowhere. One of those is Warhammer 40k Space Marine 2, developed by World War Z and SnowRunner studio Saber Interactive and published by Focus Entertainment. Of course, Space Marine 2 benefited from the strength of the Warhammer 40k brand, which has been carefully managed by Games Workshop and is about as big as it's ever been. But still, Space Marine 2's breakout success came as a surprise even to its developer, as Saber Chief Creative Officer Tim Willits told IGN in a recent interview. As the video game industry comes to terms with high-profile failures of the likes of Concord and Suicide Squad, what enabled Space Marine 2 to succeed? Both Concord and Suicide Squad took years to develop at the cost of hundreds of millions of dollars, and launched into genres some say gamers had long since moved on from. It is Saber's biggest ever video game undertaking and took 4 years to develop, a significant cycle as far as AAA production goes, although, as we've seen with Concord and Suicide Squad, hardly an outlier. Indeed, we've seen huge hits from video games that have had similar long developments. Arrowhead's Helldivers 2, the fastest-selling PlayStation Studios game of all time, took just shy of 8 years to develop and at significant expense. It is an oversimplification to say that Concord and Suicide Squad's long developments were the root cause of their failure, although they clearly played a big part. I'm going to stop you right there. One of the biggest issues that the games industry is facing today is the fact that they are listening to journalists and analysts rather than the players. And these people are telling them what they want to hear, and that's why they keep making the same mistake over and over again. You're bringing up Final Fantasy 16 in the same conversation as Star Wars Outlaws, Suicide Squad Kills the Justice League, and Concord? Are you out of your mind? That game sold 3 million copies in its first year, and while it didn't meet Square Enix's financial target, you're not talking about the fact that those targets were put in place because they were trying to make up for the losses that they incurred on Foam Stars and Forspoken. I feel like they just say things to say things. Saying that Space Marine 2 was successful because of Warhammer, the vast majority of people that bought that game had no background with Warhammer before. They said the same thing about Baldur's Gate 3 because we all know how much everybody loves Wizards of the Coast. Come on. And what is with this idea that the more money that's spent on a game and the longer its development is going to have any impact on how the market receives a game? With Concord, if they developed that game for 2 years or 20 or spent $10 or $10 billion, it wouldn't have mattered. Like Outlaws, like Suicide Squad Kills the Justice League, it was a bad game, nobody wanted to play it, and nobody was ever interested in it. Saying that it has something to do with players moving away from a genre. Well, if that was the case, then why did Concord fail and Deadlock succeed? I'd like to know. I just don't understand why game developers and games journalists don't want to talk about the elephant in the room. They see the culprit. It's like a Scooby-Doo episode. They just feign ignorance over it. You're making games that players don't want. You're targeting audiences with a minuscule demographic of people that are actually active out there buying games in the first place. You're targeting that audience. You're targeting audiences that don't even play video games to begin with. And while I applaud you for wanting to be inclusive, you're selling skis in the desert. What do you expect to happen? And the best part is, they're spending a lot of money doing it. Wesley continues with, this week, Epic Games boss Tim Sweeney said that the games industry is going through what he called a generational change that has led to some games failing to sell as well as the publishers had hoped. One of the manifestations of that change we're seeing right now is that a lot of games are released with high budgets and they're not selling as well as expected, Sweeney said, whereas other games are going incredibly strong. What we're seeing is a real trend towards players gravitating towards big games where they can play more with their friends. That raises an ill-advised dig against single-player games, or at least their sustainability as AAA projects. Yes, Space Marine 2 and Helldivers 2 are boosted by their co-op play, but single-player games continue to sell record numbers, just with From Software's Elden Ring and Game Science's Black Myth Wukong, both predominantly single-player games. Willits has his own theory on what's happening. Speaking to IGN, Willits said that the problem isn't necessarily that AAA games take too long to develop and thus launch into already abandoned genres. Rather, Willits believes AAA developers are trending to overscope their games, which in turn means they fail to do any one thing brilliantly. For Space Marine 2, Willits explained Saber made sure to nail the core combat and kept a handle on the scope of the game. So much so that some have praised it for rekindling memories of the Xbox 360 era of action games. It's not necessarily that the genre has moved on, because great games will always do well, Willits said. One of the things that we try to do with Saber, and this is part of my job as creative officer of all teams, we have a core belief that what you do every second and what happens when you push these buttons and that core gameplay loop is so critical. So we focus on the moment-to-moment interaction in the gameplay and the feeling you have. And then we adhere to our core pillars, like be the ultimate Space Marine, melee, ranged, swarms, that's it. And a lot of teams throughout development will overscope their games. They look at other games that just came out and say, oh, we gotta do that. Let's add this. We gotta do this. And they lose focus on that core, what actually makes the game fun. We're not in Space Marine 2 doing things like that. Well, the swarms are new technology, but there isn't some revolutionary gameplay mechanic no one's ever seen before. There are gameplay mechanics that people are familiar with, but we do it really, really well. And we execute really, really well. Man, I love that he brings up scope creep, because I think it's one of the more observable truths that we have when we look at the collapse of Ubisoft. Year over year, as they've continued to release the exact same titles, they've continued to pollute the core experience of why players were playing those games in the first place. Look at Ghost Recon as an example, a game that started out as a third-person competitive shooter with a campaign would eventually suffer from constant shifts in approach and gameplay, before vaulting the competitive shooter portion of the franchise entirely after their attempt to make a pay-to-win, free-to-play Ghost Recon Phantoms, and ultimately turned it into an open-world pseudo-looter shooter. Assassin's Creed has gone through the exact same issues, losing its identity, gaining RPG mechanics, and turning more of it into an action game than a stealth game. What's happening to these studios is a textbook case of identity loss, caused by chasing trends instead of refining the things that made their games great in the first place, or, in the case of some of their new IPs, copying their competition without finding their own identity. Space Marine 2 succeeded because it was a great game sold at a fair price. It's as simple as that. It reminded players of the Xbox 360 era of action games because it was just a fun game. It had tight controls, the narrative was compelling, the characters were compelling, the action on screen, these moments of spectacle. It was just a fun and wild ride, and you didn't feel like you needed to be married to it. It didn't feel like the game needed to try to do too much. They didn't pad out the game time by putting in collectibles and other side quests and things like that, keeping you from progressing and making sure you're putting in as many hours as you possibly can into the game. It didn't pop up immediately with a battle pass menu the minute that you started the game up. It's not doing these things that players don't want in games. That's the reason why the game is successful. It's just a damn good video game, and that's it. Players loved it because it's a memory of what the industry used to be, back when they used to appreciate the players and when the players used to appreciate the games that were being made for them. Games that were out there that were respecting our time, respecting our money, and more than anything, trying to actually earn that money. And Space Marine 2 is one of those games that earns your money. This idea that you need to read tea leaves about why games are successful, how these games are successful. I think one of the reasons why players are so upset today, why you're seeing so much vitriol in the games industry, is because players are frustrated that we're seeing so many of these games that are more or less these patronized versions of what C-suite executives believe our tastes are. This is what they think of us. That's what they're putting out there, and it's offensive. The KOTOR remake is in incredible hands. Saber gets it. I'm so happy to read this. I'm so happy I played their last game. I know a lot of people are really worried about the Star Wars Knights of the Old Republic remake, but man, I'm all on board, baby. I'm all on board. I'm not going to pre-order it, but you know, I think you're going to do a good job. It has nothing to do with how many people are working on a game. It doesn't matter what genre it's in. It doesn't matter about anything else other than, does the game respect my time and money? Does it earn my money? Is it fun to play? And that's why Space Marine 2 succeeded. Helldivers 2 proved that you could make a game and reach wide audiences with a horde shooter. Baldur's Gate 3 broke records, a lot of records, as a turn-based game. And there are a ton of other examples that are out there that are just like that, proving a lot of the industry wrong and showing that they don't understand what we actually want. The article continues with, then there's the question of development cost, which pretty much every AAA publisher has said risen sharply once again with the launch of the latest generation of consoles. Development costs, Willits said, have gotten so out of control that some AAA games, especially those in the US states such as California, now have unreasonable sales expectations set against their budgets. Saber, Willits insisted, developed Space Marine 2 affordably, with a budget less than half of Doom Eternal, the last game Willits worked on while boss of id Software before leaving to join Saber in 2019. We don't need to sell 4 million units to make Space Marine 2 a success, Willits said. There are many games, sadly, especially out of North American developers, where if you do not sell 5 million copies, you're a failure. I mean, what business are we in where you fail if you sell less than 5 million? There are examples like that, and we don't want to be that business. We want to be the developer that focuses on the core experience, what makes games actually fun, and do it really well and make it affordably. Look at SnowRunner, dude. SnowRunner is literally driving trucks through mud. That's it. I'm done. I just described the game. 15 million people played it because the experience was perfect. Look at World War Z. Like, come on. We're not going to get an Academy Award for the game, but 25 million people have played it because it's just this perfectness. And that's what we do well. Even with Willits' overscoped argument, there are exceptions to the rule. Consider Baldur's Gate 3, which, including its successful early access period, was in the works for around 6 years before its record-breaking launch in 2023. Predominantly single-player and with a Rockstar-level nonsense for scope, as one developer put it. What is to make of all of this? Perhaps all we can say is that video game development is super hard and not an exact science. If it were, every game would be successful. Willits had previously told IGN the success of Space Marine 2 changes everything for Saber and would even positively affect its future projects. While neither Saber nor Focus have announced sales figures for Space Marine 2, Focus has confirmed over 2 million played at launch. In fact, Space Marine 2 is the most played Warhammer video game of any type ever released on Steam, with 225,690 peak concurrent players on Valve's platform. Willits won't go into hard numbers for Space Marine 2's success, either in revenue or in profit terms, but he has gone on record saying that Space Marine 2 is the fastest-selling game he's ever worked on, and that includes Doom, Quake, Wolfenstein, and the Rage games in software released over the 24 years he was at the studio. I genuinely was trying to read this article without being critical of the writer, but please, for God's sakes, when you have someone like Willis that's bringing such incredible talking points to the table, could you try to think critically or deliver something of value? Seriously, what's to make of this? Maybe game development is super hard and not an exact science? The man just told you what the problem is, and the discussion flew over your head. Baldur's Gate 3 wasn't an exception to the rule. It was a game that was developed over the course of 6 years, but they only spent $100 million. Sven Vinka, the lead behind Baldur's Gate 3, shed some light on this in an interview with GameSpot.
You need to make sure you have enough fuel to do it. That's probably the biggest one. I mean, like, we had reserve fuel based on the success of the original Sim 2 to engage with this. We upscaled our ambitions when we were in early access. So we would have not done that if we didn't see that early access wasn't as successful. So I think the most important lesson for us is how important dashboarding is, so you can actually see your fuel meter, so you don't run out of money, you don't get into trouble, because it does remain fuel that you need to make your game. If you do it at the scale that we do, the level of permutations, the amount of immersion gameplay, you're going to run into trouble, guaranteed. So that means that you need to have reserves.
Larian saw the success of Divinity Original Sin 2, and they based their projections off of what it did. They were conservative. They put out an early access model of Baldur's Gate 3. They saw all the support they were getting from their fans, and then they chose to upscale based on that level of support and the financial support that they received through sales. Not only did this lead to them being more financially responsible, but it helped them hyper-focus on the things that mattered the most to players who bought the game during early access, and they stayed true to that vision, just like Space Marine 2. And they just refined those core elements of the game to be able to reflect what customers wanted. There's nothing wrong with scoping out your game, but Baldur's Gate 3 scoped out individual mechanics, not necessarily the activities. Ubisoft has forced RPG mechanics, levels, XP, randomized loot, multiple choice outcomes, and more into all of their games, diluting the experience that players are coming to their games for. Larian Studios, on the other hand, said, "We want to make choices matter in our RPG," and they fleshed out those individual narrative paths for players to play in each scenario. They didn't add a bunch of extra bells and whistles and useless crap to try to make the game look big. They made the game feel big. I feel like a lot of this just comes down to overblown budgets and too many employees. Starfield cost $200 to $400 million to make. Spider-Man 2 was $300 million to make. Diablo 4 had over 9,000 people working on it. Star Wars Outlaws likely cost $200 to $300 million and had over 600 developers working on it. None of these games reflect the money that was invested, nor the amount of people that were working on them. In fact, it's likely the reason why these games aren't meeting their financial targets. It's also the reason that these games are failing to meet audience expectations. Too many cooks in the kitchen, too many ideas, too many ideologies, too many managers to get anything approved, and too many people to get anything done within a reasonable amount of time. Black Myth Wukong cost $43 million to make and was made by 140 employees. Baldur's Gate 3 had 450 employees and a budget of $100 million. Space Marine 2 likely had 200 developers or less and cost around the same. These games didn't succeed because they had massive budgets and thousands of employees. They succeeded because they spent less to make more. They didn't hire for numbers, they hired for talent. They didn't employ employees, they employed artists. They had a clear vision for what the players wanted to make, and they delivered it. Just make it make sense to me. You made Concord, which cost you $400 million, and you made it to appeal to an audience. Its identity as a product, because you made your characters a certain way, and you had a very specific image that you were going for, and you had the whole movie thing that was attached to it. That game was made for a minority of beliefs within the consumer base. This isn't about social politics or anything like that. I'm just talking raw numbers. These are not opinions or ideologies that are held by the vast majority of consumers. You say that you want to target wider audiences, casual audiences, people that don't even play video games, but the things that you're making don't even appeal to those people in the first place, so what are you doing? And why are you going to act surprised when your game releases and you sell it to the realistic amount of people that you should see for sales for a game like that? They sold 25,000 copies. That's pretty realistic for that game, in my opinion. This comes down to something that I brought up in a previous video. I do truly believe this. I think that what ended up happening in the video game industry, and the reason why it's suffering so much right now, is that in the race to scale up, because the game industry exploded. It's now the biggest entertainment industry in the entire world. It makes more money than movies, television, and music put together. In that scale up, with all that investor money that came in, all of these companies had to show that they were growing. And the best way for them to show that they're growing, because it takes a while to make a video game, is to expand and hire more employees and start more projects. Because that's what investors want to see. They want to see how you're scaling up, how are you growing and getting bigger, what are you using my money for? They want to see that reflected. And doing that, they weren't out there hiring talent, they were just hiring warm bodies. That's all that they wanted. And as a result, they hired out a ton of these talentless NPCs that 90% of their life is based on what's happening on the internet, and they think what's reflecting in the screen of this device here or on your computer monitors is what you see in real life, and it's just not true. The opinions that you see shared on the internet, the beliefs that you see shared on the internet, are not how people react in real life, and it's also not how people make decisions on what they're going to buy and what they're not going to buy. It's just not how life works. How many times have you said or seen somebody say something online and do something completely different? Because the online personality is not the real personality. Everybody knows that. The issue that they have now is that they've scaled up, they've hired on all of these people, they have too many employees, so now their projects are taking longer to make because you have too many ideas, you have too many people you have to talk to get anything approved, you have a lack of talent, which makes it even more difficult for you to be able to get projects done on time, which then more money, you keep pumping that money in, the game comes out, it fails, now you're desperate for more money, so you try to spend more to fix your issues, and you have the same problem happen again. Rinse and repeat. And that's what we've been seeing in the industry. And this is going to be the one thing that game developers are not going to want to hear me say, but it's the damn truth. There needs to be more layoffs. These companies need to downsize insanely. And while that sucks for the financial, the financial stability of the people that are working there, and while in a lot of cases the vast majority of them are not going to deal with those kind of things, you do find other work, and in a lot of cases other studios are going to be hiring on people, or they find jobs in other... Life moves on, man. I got laid off. I've been laid off a couple times. I've lost jobs in the past. It happens to everybody. You just find a way. That's just how life is. And in the case of these companies, if they don't figure something out to turn things around, they're going to be in a lot of trouble in the next few years, especially in the next 5 or 10 years. It makes it even more difficult because they're so big and bloated, it takes too long for them to correct their issues. Because even if you do downscale your company and you start paying attention to the talent that you're hiring and the leadership that you're hiring, and you get a clear vision on what you want to make, well, it doesn't matter because it's still going to take you 4 to 6 years to be able to make a video game. And that's a long time not to be making money. So I don't know what the overall solution to this issue is, but I think that the Space Marine 2 developer did a really good job of bringing up why games are failing, and he's pretty spot on. A lot of these games just don't have the identity, they just aren't entertaining, they're just games that aren't made for the players. And when you're making games that aren't made for people that are playing video games, well, they're not going to buy it.
George Carlin started his professional career in radio in 1956 at the age of 19. In the 60s, he spent most of his time honing his style in smaller clubs with characters like the hippy-dippy weatherman. With appearances on television shows like Johnny Carson's Tonight Show and Ed Sullivan, Carlin became a household name. In the 70s, he assumed the irreverent and satirical persona for which he is best known, and which has garnered him 2 Grammys for Best Spoken Word Comedy Album. He returns to his native New York for an HBO comedy special, and we are pleased to have him here. Welcome back.
And I'm pleased to be here. Thank you.
Number 9 on HBO.
My 9th stand-up show for HBO, yes.
And this one is live. Huh?
Well, I've done 2 previous ones live.
Yeah.
The one in '92 of Madison Square Garden was a live show, and one of the earlier ones was live.
You said to me as we sat down that sort of you just learned how to put this whole thing together. Yeah.
Yeah,
6 or 7 years ago, latest.
About, it happened, I only noticed it in retrospect, so I can't really date it. But in the last 7 to 8 years, I began to develop a different comic voice and a different perspective.
Get ready!
You know, stand-up comedy is a low art. It's a vulgar art, it's an art. It's not an art. But it is an art. It has to do with interpreting the world as you see it, and then writing something, and then delivering it. And I found a very liberating position for myself as an artist. And that was, I sort of gave up on the humanism. I gave up on the American dream and decided that I didn't care about the outcome. And that gave me a lot of freedom from the kind of distant practice and sort of to watch the whole thing with a combination of wonder and pity. I tried to put that into words. Not care about the outcome. Not having an ultimate stake in whether this experiment is going to be I really don't care. I love it because I need to be won by it. People are just wonderful. You see the whole universe in their eyes. As soon as they begin to view, as soon as they begin to walk, and they're 5, 10, even small things, they begin to change and sacrifice the beauty of the individual for the sake of the group. I decided this is all control of groups now, whether it's business, religion, political people or what, and I would distance myself from wishing for a good outcome. Let it be and I'll enjoy it as an entertainment. And I'll reflect on what it is on its own. And I'll enjoy it for the entertainment. There's a little bit of a sick part of this too. High this is comic. Make things right. That's right.
Stir things up.
Yes, to get us back where we were before the first one came and knocked out these dinosaurs and let the ferret walk on the show. I know. And I'm rooting for that big one to come right through that hole in the ozone layer because I want to see it on CNN. See, I'm here for the entertainment, Charles. I am. People's philosophers say, why are we here? I know.
For the entertainment show.
Bring it on. I want to see the circus.
So how does this affect your performance and what you bring to stand-up?
Well, I've seen a lot of comedians, we've all seen a lot of comedians who seem to have a political bent in their work. And always implicit in the work is some positive outcome, that this is all going to work. If only we do this, if only we pass that bill, if only we elect him, if only we do that. It's not true. It's circling drain time for humans. I believe this. I honestly believe this. Not just as a comedian who thinks that, he likes to say that. I believe it. And when you say to yourself, I don't care what happens, it just gives you a broader perspective for the art, for the words to emerge, to not care. That's what happened in that '92 show. That's why I could say the planet is fine, the people are, because the planet will outlast us. It will be here and it will be fine.
We're so self-important, so self-important. Everybody's gonna save something now. Or save the trees, save the bees, save the whales, save those snails. And the greatest arrogance of all, save the planet. What? Are these fucking people kidding me? Save the planet? We don't know how to take care of ourselves yet. We haven't learned how to help one another. We're gonna save the fucking planet? I am getting tired of that shit. I'm tired of fucking Earth Day. I'm tired of these fucking self-righteous environmentalists. I'm tired of these white, liberal, bourgeois, liberal, white people who think the only thing wrong with this planet is there aren't enough bicycle paths. Trying to make the world safe and clean for their Volvos. I'm really sick. Really sick. Rock stars and movie stars work off a farm somewhere. Besides, there's nothing. Besides, first of all, the environmentalists don't give a shit. They care about the planet. Out of the abstract. Their own habit. They worried that someday in the future they might be narrow, unenlightened, self-destructive.
You're mine!
Besides, there's nothing wrong with some aluminum cans and some plastic bags. According to the man, planet isn't going anywhere. We are. We're going away. We're going away.
The subject matter. Well, you're still stuck with what's going on. But I don't like topics. I don't like political humor. I don't mention politics. In fact, I defend them in this particular show. That everyone is on there. Everyone is always making things up. I defend and blame on the people. This is where it belongs.
You get what you deserve?
Yes, you get what you deserve. And it works out. People accept it. Not enthusiastic. But they understand that it's a real people in that community. Whether they damn businesses and those it's like, hey, people who hate government are involved in suicide. Government itself, you hate the government, you hate yourself. It's the same with the war against nature. So I just said to myself, it's not going to get better, not in my lifetime. Let me enjoy this. I open up for birds. Well, to look for where the people think the line is. People die. These things we to the seats in the theater when they sit down. And I like to find out where their line may be and deliberately cross it to stir them a little, make them, and then bring them with me across the line and make them glad they came. That's what I do. I'm an entertainer. I'm not a doomsayer. I'm not here to preach. I don't do political tracts. But I do entertain. I do a lot of jokes. But I want you to feel a little in danger along the way.
And so people who go to hear you ought to feel a little, ought to go in with the sure knowledge they'll feel a little endangered when they sit there.
Well, it doesn't matter if they know it going in, as long as it happens when they're there. I just want them, because, you know, what happened about, you know, we talked about this little change of mind, whatever it is, this evolution, this latest thing.
When you got it together.
Yes, but eventually, ultimately, for myself. You know, you have to be somewhat of an egotist to stand up all your life and say, listen to me, please pay attention. Even in school, when you do this in school, you're looking for attention. And that's fine, I can live with that about myself. But if I'm going to call attention to myself, I want to show them something a little different from time to time. I want to find a voice that isn't like all the others. I just never want to be like all the others. I just hate these. I could never do a Newt Gingrich joke or an O.J. Simpson joke or anything. They just sound like all the other people. And I just want to, you know, anybody who stands up wants to be different. Hey, look at me, guys. So I'm always looking for things I can believe in that challenge them a little.
Welcome.
Now, there's one thing you might have noticed I don't complain about. Politicians.
Oh, it's you.
Everybody complains about politicians. Everybody says they suck. Well, where do people think these politicians come from? They don't fall out of the sky. They don't pass through a membrane from another reality. They come from American parents and American families, American homes, American schools, American churches, American businesses, and American universities. And they're elected by American citizens. This is the best we can do, folks. This is what we have to offer. It's what our system produces. Garbage in, garbage out. If you have selfish, ignorant citizens, you're going to get selfish, ignorant leaders. And term limits ain't going to do you any good. You're just going to wind up with a brand new bunch of selfish, ignorant Americans. So maybe it's not the politicians who suck. Maybe something else sucks around here. Like,
don't forget to eat.
Yeah, the public sucks. There's a nice campaign slogan for somebody. The public sucks. Fuck hope. Fuck hope. Because if it's really just the fault of these politicians, then where are all the other bright people of countries? Where are all the bright, honest, intelligent Americans ready to step in and save the nation and lead the way? We don't have people like that in this country. Everybody's at the mall, scratching his ass, picking his nose, taking his credit card out of his fanny pack and buying a pair of sneakers with lights in them. So I have solved this little political dilemma for myself in a very simple way. On election day, I stay home. I don't vote. Fuck them. Fuck them. I don't vote. Two reasons I don't vote. First of all, it's meaningless. This country was bought and sold and paid for a long time ago. The shit they shuffle around every 4 years doesn't mean a fucking thing. And secondly, I don't vote because I believe if you vote, you have no right to complain. People like to twist that around, I know. They say, well, if you don't vote, you have no right to complain. But where's the logic in that? If you vote and you elect dishonest, incompetent people and they get into office and screw everything up, well, you are responsible for what they have done. You caused the problem. You voted them in. You have no right to complain. I, on the other hand, who did not vote, who in fact did not even leave the house on election day, am in no way responsible for what these people have done, and I have every right to complain as loud as I want about the mess you created that I had nothing to do with.
How do you prepare the material? I mean, you write it down, you work it out, you try this and try that and winnow it down?
I'm extremely anal, so I have 35 years of notes. Some of them are still in hard copy. They're actual pencil-written notes. A lot of things are on discs now. But I've kept my files over the years, and I'm very familiar with them. And I think most writers or any artist would tell you that a lot of the work goes on subconsciously. If you're thoroughly familiar with your raw material, a lot of the synthesis goes on without you even knowing it, so that when you sit down to apply the thought, some of these things come rushing forward that you've never heard before, but they're part of it. So I pay attention to my files, I have attitudes, and I save things according to my attitudes, write something out, revise it about 20 times before I ever put it on stage. And I do it in my real shows. I don't go somewhere and try it out in the club. I do it for the people it's intended for, and it grows from there. And it's usually very close to completion by the time I put it on stage.
How much difference, once you have it and once you're good, does delivery make from night to night?
It's everything.
The pause, the inflection,
the energy,
the look,
Yes. That is the wonderful thing about the stand-up art, if we can use that term. It is one of the few, it's the only one I know of, the only art form where the intended receiver of the art is present at the delivery, and the art form can be altered according to their appreciation of it as you go. Now, in my case, I don't change the words a lot, but they give me signals that gives me license to do more with my body, to do more with my face and my voice. So, except for a jazz musician who is also affected by his audience in an improv, everyone else is separated from their audience by time or space, or by an arrangement, or a key, or a tempo. Not the comedian. He gets to do this according to how they appreciate him, and that's.
Do we know? I mean, how far back does this art form go to stand up before?
Well,
a collection of people.
I would
saying, I'm here to entertain.
I have often
nothing
said,
more than that.
I have often said. When people talk about, well, you know, you may not like the system and everything, but you make money from this and you're in business and all that. And sure, but I say, but you know, if I were forced to do this for free, I would. If it were caveman days and I went from cave to cave, telling my little stories in exchange for a hunk of meat, I would do it. And if they said no meat tonight, I would still do the show. And I think storytellers and shamans and oral traditionalists from primitive cultures probably are the forebears, the forerunners, I guess, of this art. And then monologists.
My hammer's ready.
Although they didn't interact as much with their audience, the famous monologists of vaudeville and the Chicago circuit.
Bob Hope was a hero of yours. I read that somewhere. I don't know if he was...
Bob Hope in the movies. I never cared for his television political monologue stuff.
Why? Because it was too pat, too...
Yeah, it was filtered through a commercial system. We're selling trucks and tires here, folks, so we're going to filter things for you. But the movies never had that. At least it wasn't very visible. And I adored Danny Kaye. And now think of me in the 40s. I'm about 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. And they're in their primes in the movies. And Bob Hope in the movies. Red Skelton in the movies and Danny Kaye in the movies were what? Well, they were something, because movies were larger than life. We didn't have television yet. It was a few years away. Radio was a big thing. But the movie, you sat there and the screen was so big and the theater was so big and it was this wonderful experience. And I said, I can do that. I can do that. I can do that. And I used to write to Sylvia Fine to try to get Danny Kaye's lyrics. I never got an answer. I didn't know they were married. And I said, dear Miss Fine, please send me Get Giddle. I want to learn this and do it at school and stuff. And I just loved the verbal facility. I knew, I said, this is something I want, I can do. And I didn't know what form mine would take, but I knew I could stand up.
How about the Marx Brothers?
Absolutely. Because of the chaos. Because they kicked over every bit of order. And the wonderful thing, they could go through a hotel lobby lighting a couch on fire, shooting the chandelier down, and the people only sort of looked slightly annoyed. No one panicked. No one called the police for this behavior. I loved that. Spike Jones on records, again, taking something ostensibly beautiful, breaking it down and destroying it in a way and making something else out of it. Making chaos out of order and then order out of chaos.
But when you knew you wanted to do this, was it any of the people I just mentioned, or was it someone else that sort of spoke to you and you said, "Here we go"?
Well, it came first, I think, before I saw or heard any of them. My mother and father were very verbally gifted. I didn't know my father, but he was a top advertising salesman. He was the national advertising manager of the New York Sun, and before that, the New York Post, when it was a broadsheet. My mother was an executive secretary in advertising all her life. They were very funny, and I inherited that. And my mother used to get me to imitate people. Do Mae West. I didn't know Mae West, but I knew how to imitate her. Come up and see me. I did Johnny the Philip Morris Midget, and one day I said something to my mother. This was mimicry, pure imitation. But one day I said something to my mother, funny, and I knew the difference between her real laugh and her social laugh. And I said something and I heard her real laugh. She really laughed at something I thought of in my head. And I thought, wow. And it just gave me a feeling of power. I don't remember what the thing was, but I knew I had made it up.
But you can feel the same thing today.
Yes.
It's the same thing. It's the capacity to know that an audience, whether you're making a speech or doing stand-up, right, that you can just feel them responding. I mean, it's almost like...
Of course, the comic has the laughter as proof every 5 to 10 or 15 seconds. And to know, not only that, but Arthur Kessler said in The Act of Creation that sometimes the jester can traverse the triptych. And if the jester says something funny, well, he's a jester. If he says it in marvelous language, that we say, oh, isn't that a nice way to put that? Then he's a bit of a poet. And if there's an underlying idea underneath the well-put, funny line, if there's a bit of a philosophy in it, he becomes something else again, a philosopher. Now, one doesn't sit down and attempt to do that with everything he writes, but to know that that's part of the package, to know that you can do these three things in varying degrees.
At this stage in your life, I mean, where are you in terms of what you want to do? You've learned this craft.
Yes.
You've got the perspective that you're doing it the way you want to do it. Is there some mountain that's still left to climb, or is it just simply sort of...
No, I have some... There are two things. I'd love to continue exactly what I'm doing and broaden the vision, broaden the horizon, and just see more and say more. And that'll happen.
Be smarter, more insightful.
Just find better synthesis, to find that this idea goes with that one and I never suspected it, and then to make something out of it that's bigger than the two of them. But
the other mountain.
The next HBO show, this is 1996. For 1999, I expect will be a Broadway show. I don't know how long it will run. We'll attempt to do it for a month or so, and see what happens. You can't get too far ahead of yourself. But I want to include a little production. I want to include some movement. I don't want to forget who I am. I'm not going to do that. I'm not going to run from my strength. But a little movement on stage, some characters, a hat for this character, a scarf for another. My mother, I want to do my mother on stage. It'll be semi-pseudo-autobiographical with a little bit of this in it, too, because I think I have things that I want people to hear. I don't know if they ought to, but I think I'd like to hear myself say them. And I think that is what I would like to do with this verbal thing next.
Carlin live on Broadway for HBO in '99.
Very possibly. I hope so.
This is the 9th HBO special. HBO has given you, it's been everything
it's
to
been my
who
lifeline.
You are. Your lifeline.
Michael Fuchs in particular.
Michael, by opening HBO up to comedy and giving you this opportunity, in a sense, has kept an audience out there in touch with where you were and what you were doing.
I had 4 gold albums in the early 70s, so that was over $1 million in sales, each one of them, and they were wonderful. And then I had 2 or 3 after that weren't quite. You're never the hot guy in town forever. You have to understand when you're not the new hot guy anymore. And that period came, and that's when HBO came along. And it was my way to have a mass audience. I could have traveled for years doing these theaters, doing whatever they were, but I would only reach people 1,000 at a time. HBO, every 2 years on the average for me, gave me a mass audience, and their subscriptions grew over the years so that the audience was bigger and bigger. And it gave me a presence in the national mind, if you will. I don't mean to be too grand about this, but in the minds of people who appreciate comedy or entertainment in general, it gave me a presence. And the wonderful thing is that they don't interrupt you. You have a full hour to just go, and there's no censorship.
George Carlin, live from the Beacon Theater, March 30th. Thank you for joining us this evening.
Oh, that was one goddamn hell of a show.
This is Tarantino Takes Over Sky Movies. I'm your host, Quentin Tarantino. And the movie I chose for tonight is Paul Thomas Anderson's There Will Be Blood. I think There Will Be Blood is definitely one of the best movies made in this last decade. And I couldn't be prouder of saying that. Paul is one of my best friends, and I would say he's probably the current filmmaking artist out right now, who I consider the most a contemporary, the most a friendly competitor, and I'm glad to be making movies in the same time as Paul. Many people consider There Will Be Blood to be his masterpiece. I'm afraid I still have to choose Boogie Nights over There Will Be Blood. As exquisite as There Will Be Blood is, I still prefer the exuberance of Boogie Nights over the formalism of There Will Be Blood. But the thing about There Will Be Blood that, you know, aside from the obvious things like Daniel Day-Lewis's towering performance, one of the things that struck me after I saw the film, which, by the way, if ever there's a movie that demands to be seen twice, if not more, but definitely it needs to be seen twice before you can really have an intelligent discussion about it, it would be There Will Be Blood. I mean, it's so overpowering that really to truly try to talk about There Will Be Blood even a few days after seeing it, you know, probably would amount to gibberish until you've seen it a second time. But I did try to talk to Paul about it that very night after I had seen it. And one of the things I said to him is, you know, Paul is a very cinematic director, and like me, he enjoys indulging in set pieces. And the first time I saw it, I was like, wow, there was really no cinematic set pieces in the movie, you know. And Paul was, oh, thank you, Quentin. I take that as a compliment. I go, you may be the putting out of the fire, maybe. He goes, well, I guess if there is one, I guess maybe that would be it, as Paul replied. Well, then I saw the film again, and I was completely wrong. The putting out of the oil fire is absolutely positively a set piece. It's a brilliant cinematic set piece. You know, from the time that the oil derrick explodes into the time that the soundtrack kicks in, which is, by the way, I think one of the most modern, was one of the great modern original soundtracks, you know, to be done of this last decade. But once that music kicks in and you see Longview running with the little boy, then, you know, it's on. That is a cinematic set piece. It's just, you know, it's just different. from the set pieces he indulged in both Boogie Nights and Magnolia. Yeah, there's been so many things already said about Daniel Day-Lewis's performance that I won't just add any more vomit of praise upon it, because it's there are facts. Water is wet, the sun is hot, and Daniel Day-Lewis in this film is great. I will point out one little tiny thing though that's very interesting, is just a little nuance. The opening 20 minutes of the movie, which is, more or less silent, is actually quite terrific. But one of the things to take in is when Daniel Day-Lewis's character breaks his leg in the mine and finds the gold. Look at that surrounding, the surrounding landscape around him, those rocks. It seems like he's out in the middle of nowhere, and it doesn't show his journey back to town. But that journey back to town literally would be a movie unto itself, similar almost to the Richard Harris movie Man in the Wilderness. Because literally, he's got a broken leg. He would have to actually, through those rocks, have to drug himself by his elbows miles and miles through the roughest terrain you can imagine until he finally got to the town and actually sought medical care, while having to actually leave the gold that he found. That's not a contrivance. That's not a mistake. Daniel Day-Lewis's performance so embodies the character that you can imagine he did just that. And also, as much of a bastard as this man proves himself to be, that courage that it would have taken to do that actually gives him the heroic right for almost everything that he does throughout the rest of the movie. He went through hell to get this fortune. He is not just a blood-sucking businessman, even though the film does work very wonderfully as not even a metaphor, as text for the beginning of capitalism in the industrial age. But the fact that the man actually would be able to accomplish such an act almost gives him the right for everything that follows down the line. And the fact that Paul didn't need to show it. You have to make that movie into yourself, I think is actually quite profound. Not only that, if you actually even jump to the next scene, which would be the scene where he's laid out on the floor, his leg in a splint, him sitting on some sort of a stretcher, and they're counting the gold dust on the scales. Look at Daniel Day-Lewis. Even having gone through all that and laying flat on the floor in a stretcher, he's still keeping an eye on him, He's not that happy about these guys touching his gold. He's making sure that nobody gets swifty fingers here. And it plays well. If I had a criticism about the film, it would fall to Paul Dano's performance. Not the performance is bad. There's nothing bad about it. It's just it doesn't come. He's just not in the level and the caliber of Daniel Day-Lewis. And if the two characters are meant to be combat throughout the film, then Daniel Day-Lewis is Muhammad Ali and Paul Dano is Jerry Corbin. And it is what it is. I have to say that the relationship I enjoy with Paul is probably my most cherished relationship that I have with another filmmaker. We are very friendly combatants. The way we look at it is we have a Marlon Brando Montgomery Cliff like relationship. I feel Marlon Brando, Paul's Montgomery Cliff, and the reality is Brando was better because Montgomery Cliff existed, and Montgomery Cliff was better because Brando existed, and nothing makes me than for Paul to come out with a masterpiece like There Will Be Blood. And nothing makes me happier. I couldn't be more pleased for him, proud of him, and nothing inspires me more to do better. So I can actually say, while there is no thematic link to my new movie, Inglourious Bastards, with There Will Be Blood, if I reach high points with Inglourious Bastards, it is partly because Paul came out with There Will Be Blood a couple years ago, and I realized I had to bring up my game.
Robin.
Big Mama Prod's in studio. Patrice O'Neal. Oh, yeah. And his girl tweeting like a motherfucker. Promoting the... What? You got the wrong... You got the wrong mic on.
Oh, Jimmy's mic.
You want that one?
It's the one I use.
Yeah. All right, hold on, man.
That one will just be left there like the silent mic.
Can't be giving out fucking reports like that. You can't just say that out loud. Jesus Christ.
I'm saying it because
you got a gag order on your life. I can't. You just announcing.
I'm saying that she's promoting your ass. That's good.
There's all kind of evil people that don't know that shit.
All right, I won't say the name.
Really? Thank you. No,
I wasn't going to say the name.
Does it matter? One bitch is tweeting things. Like,
oh, shit.
Well, how about this? The big comedy special tomorrow on Comedy Central.
Yes.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I'm just hoping to be elevated. Not up to the rarefied atmosphere, as said in Layer Cake, but just...
all I'm saying is everyone is helping promote.
Thank you.
All right, 10 o'clock tomorrow night on Comedy Central. Elephant in the Room, man. This special is great.
I had the pleasure of seeing this in advance. Ooh, in my theater.
You are really? You watched me in the giant
on an 11-foot screen, motherfucker.
I must apologize for my teeth. I really didn't. I didn't think I would get to a point where I thought I needed to fix my teeth. And it's just,
why? What's wrong with your teeth?
They're just. Like, because I said teeth, and I wanted to say teeth, but it was not.
Now that fucking special is great. I had a tweet in the first 5 minutes. I was laughing my balls up. First 5 minutes, it's just strong, and it stays that way the whole fucking show. Funny shit. You're dealing out shit to people and they have no idea what to do. But it's fucking it's like endearing. Like you're pissing women off. You're pissing some bitches off in that audience. But the guys are howling, laughing, and the girls are laughing.
I've seen it. I'm gonna be honest. I'm gonna actually plug something.
Yeah.
Like plug. I've done a lot of shit. I'd never watch what I get. At some point, I get sick watching myself do something. I watched this because I was editing it. Also, I watch this every time, and I watch it as a fan of watching it. Then I got to step out and go, "Oh shit, that's me."
Yeah,
I'm on top of my game on this special.
Absolutely,
I feel like I am. I feel it's just the right amount of cutesy horse shit,
right?
And just the right amount of what I do. You know, I try to, because it is Comedy Central.
Yeah.
And but there's a girl named Joanne. I don't know how to pronounce her last name, but I think it's Grugioni. I think how you pronounce it. But she's been as a executive very. I have to give her credit.
Yeah.
Because she hasn't been a douche. She's been very
and that's
pushy.
all they have to do is not be a douche. Isn't that fucking?
Well, she hasn't been.
Don't be a douche.
She's been
great.
She's been very good about this. Because I think she's a fan. She likes my comedy, and she wants to see. Because we talk a lot, and I trash a lot of comics to her, and I trash a lot of people that Comedy Central push. And so I'm like, what about this one? And if she thinks they're funny, she'll have that. We have a good rapport. She's not like acting like like a little punk. She's alright, man. And she don't let me scream at her and shit.
Yeah.
And I like her. So what she did was, I gave her the first draft of what I was gonna do, but I was doing it in the club. And it was in Bananas, right? At midnight. So I had to be funny and do the special, but I had to be funny in front of these fucking working class people in Poughkeepsie that they don't want to hear about my fucking I'm working out my special. So I had to be really horrible. But Joanne fished through the shit, was like, this is hilarious, so let's figure it out. And even the only thing that Standards and Practices did that bothered me is they let you say a lot of shit. So I didn't really you can't say fuck, can't say pussy, whatever. But there's a lot of context, right? There was one thing, but they kind of fixed it where I was doing a bit about going raw.
Right.
And they're like, well, they bleep raw. So I'm like, well, raw is
pretty vague.
And they said, don't say stick it in. So I didn't say stick it in. You'll see me fucking seriously thinking sometimes in the special, or a little bobbling, because I'm getting ready to say, fucking the ass cheeks.
Right.
And some I just can't change it. But, all in all, man, I'm proud of it. But, some fucking club owner in Houston, not club owner, but he's a cool guy, but I'm like, remember that ice storm that was recently?
Yeah, how was that ice storm in Houston?
Fucking cock, look at.
You flew at the worst time possible.
Well, these motherfuckers in Houston, here's what killed me. Houston shut down that weekend.
Yeah.
People came out to see me. I was very happy with Houston, man. But people came out to see me despite the fact that Houston shut down for the threat, the idea that 2 inches of snow was coming.
Right. Well, that's how it is down in this place.
But it didn't fucking happen.
Right.
But the idea of it shut down
freaks out people.
Cabs, everything.
Sure.
So I'm sitting there, I called him the day before this ice storm. I called him and said, man, this is, trees were glistening. It looked like glass.
Yeah.
Looked like
good old
things were in glass.
Which means that shit's coming down
So
on cars
I'm like,
and power lines and people's heads.
I said, listen, can I reschedule? I said, my special. I said, listen, I thought it was an actual good. I go, my special was coming out, right? Let's reschedule for after. Then you probably get more people in the club.
Yeah.
He goes,
smart move.
He goes, nah.
Why a nah?
Specials mean nothing.
Because to him, it's
he didn't say that, did he?
Abso-fucking-lutely.
He actually said specials mean nothing.
Quote and quote. quote end quote.
See, that's
that specials
hold on.
means nothing.
That's because too many guys are getting specials.
He said Chelsea. He says Chelsea Handler means more. Like I go, okay, that's great, but it just fucked my self-esteem up.
Yeah,
because it makes me go, how can I be excited about this fucking thing?
Yeah, but the problem is he's sort of right. Let me explain. There's a lot of guys getting specials that don't. I mean, I'll turn on Comedy Central. I'm not going to call out anybody. And you see somebody, you go, I'm going to check out this guy, and it sucks. The specials suck, but yours is way better than that. You're not in their league.
But
unfortunately, hold on.
You know.
Unfortunately, this guy has lumped you in that whole fucking league. That's the problem,
right? So, why wouldn't they though?
Yeah.
That's what makes
I'm
me,
saying.
You know,
that's what I'm saying. So he's sort of right, unfortunately, as much as you want to get mad at him. But I mean, with that said, this special is going to do very well for you and Comedy Central.
The beginning's cool. You look all badass in that slow motion shit.
There's a douche chill moment,
motherfucker.
There's a douche chill moment in that fucking beginning.
Really?
Which I have to give my credit to my woman. She actually wrote the music.
Really?
Yeah, she did the music because they was asking me all kind of shit. What do you want? I said, fuck it. My girl writes music. Give it a shot.
She actually wrote the music. She didn't pick the song.
Any music that's on there, she wrote it.
Oh, you wrote it?
She produced it.
You are fucked if you break up.
Wait, more than wrote it. She composed, produced it. Whatever. Just her song.
She's a musician?
Yeah.
I gotta do that.
Plays guitar and shit. That's pretty cool. Works hard.
Because the song is the music's really good.
So what's the douchey chill moment?
When I look up, my hat's down and I look up like, it just made my stomach turn. But everybody vetoed me and said, "Oh, that's cool as shit."
And I'm like, "Plays good." For you to look at it, you can't step out of yourself and look at it.
But that's the only douche chill moment I had.
It looks pimp. You look fucking pimp on that. It's slow motion, and you got your fucking sharp hat on and shit. It works. It definitely works.
They did. And the thing is, I never wanted to do one of those do-it-yourselfers.
Yeah.
Some people do a do-it-yourselfer and it works out well. I think Lil Cab did a do-it-yourselfer and it was big.
Yeah.
Cat Williams did a do-it-yourselfer. I don't know how many do-it-yourselfers work out.
Yeah.
But Comedy Central paid for this shit. So I'm hoping that they trying to get their investment back. You know what I'm saying?
No, it looks good. Funny as fuck, man. Really funny. And I've seen you quite a few times in the clubs and stuff. And I mean, still, when you're telling a story, right when you think you know where that fucker's going, you'll say 2 words that just take it in another hilarious direction. Like, it's not expected. No one expects you to say it. You say it as like, oh, fuck. You absolutely assumed you were going somewhere. You go somewhere else, and it's fucking hysterical.
Yeah.
Really good. Really good.
I was at the taping, too. The women were enjoying it as well.
Yeah.
They really were.
I've been doing this shit for years. There's ways where I can attack women and divide the audience.
I've seen you vicious. This one wasn't as vicious.
Only the material was vicious.
But
not my attitude. I put some cherry flavor in a little bit of it.
Right, you softened it up a little bit,
just a little bit,
so they can digest it. Absolutely.
There's some stuff that you can't get by. Like women just don't like anything that has to do with cheating.
Right.
But you know what?
They
didn't want to laugh at you. You made them laugh. That's important. And they were fucking laughing that day, man.
They was
how much weight did you lose fucking doing the special? I saw you backstage and you were drenched from the lights and the whole fucking thing. Plus you had the hot jacket on.
Yeah, that wasn't too bad though. I ended up.
Like, how do you guys deal with that? Do you fucking just have 2 outfits?
You have to always bring 2 outfits.
Yeah.
And then you have those towels on stage and I don't move much.
Do they use most of it from the first show, or do they mix and match?
No.
See, that's what people don't understand.
The show you was at?
Yeah.
There's a piece of it.
That's it. The second one was the one.
The second one was the one.
The first one was all right, man.
The first one was great. I wanted to use the first one.
Really?
Because it was a lot more of what I wanted. Because I always like to put across that you don't have to, like, be funny every second of your time on stage.
There, exactly.
So it was a lot of good moments, a lot of good audience moments, but they put the second one is the prevalent one, and it's only one thing they used from the first one, and then it's the whole second.
I remember we were all talking. You going, look, now go out there for the second show and just have fun because you nailed it. And
that's why
now
I did a lot of cursing in the second show because I thought I had the first.
Yeah, and now it turns out they didn't even use most of the first. That's unbelievable. This fucking thing's gonna
the first
go well,
has
man.
The first has some behind the scenes. I put some extras from the first show.
The extras on the DVD are hysterical, and you lay into that fucking chick in the.
I'm surprised they let me put that.
Oh, is that great?
I put a boot in her stupidity, and that guy she was with.
Did she have to
tweeted me? And says, dude, she's exactly how
you represented her.
Yeah.
Did you have to get her to sign something?
Everybody signed something.
That was on camera?
But it was so egregiously attacking her that
she didn't know what she was signing.
Well, you come in, they have the thing. This is a TV taping, but people who were kind of featured, they wanted to get the sign.
Yeah,
she almost didn't sign, but
she was shell shocked.
Still could have used that whole thing. Because you are the property of this thing when you come in.
Once you walk in, really, I guess they just do that for extra protection.
And she could have been on it. I actually was pushing for that part because it was just somehow I found her face. Everybody was having a good time, and she just had
that
ultra not having a good time face.
Right.
And so the kid she was with goes, I go, you guys together? Or he goes, look at her. And I go, oh, okay. So the crowd went, ooh. He said it wrong. He should have been like, look at me.
Look at
he
me,
thought
yeah.
He was trying to say she's so much better than him. And I was like, I think she got a funny shaped head. I thought you meant you.
Yeah.
You're a
That's
good
what it
looking
comes off
kid.
like.
And then we explain it, but then it's like he's trying to friend zone his way into some ass. And then I go off, but it's in the extras, man.
Yeah.
And they took care of me with the DVD. I'm looking at it for the first time.
Oh, really?
I envisioned it differently, but I'll take this.
Really?
Because usually comedy CDs are horse shit. It's wrapped. It's in that special. It's in a cardboard slide in, so the actual DVD.
A sleeve,
you have a sleeve. You have to slide it out and then cut it.
It feels like a real DVD.
It's DVD-ish.
Yeah.
It is. They hooked me up.
You know what?
I still had a different thing. I wanted to move it in my face, and I do a dance.
I got the Social Networking DVD at home, and it's the same packaging. So they packaged it the right way.
I'm very happy with
the picture.
Comedy Central. I'm very happy with the special. I'm very happy with the fucking people that did it. I'm excited. I just hope people, we get a chance to watch.
Well, tomorrow night at 10 o'clock at Comedy Central, we all got to tweak the hell out of this. Let's push this, man.
Yeah, definitely.
We should tweak during the special maybe.
I probably won't watch it.
Oh, really?
I probably just I'll just sit around like in the fetal position, just like hoping I don't have to get on a plane to Albany.
You ever when you're on TV, you kind of pace around your apartment and just keep looking at the clock and go, okay, I'm on right this second. All right, now it's 12:35. Okay, it's safe to watch TV.
Yeah,
that's safe to watch TV.
And then you sit around, but it's happened to me.
You kind of just walk around, like knowing you're on, and a lot of eyes are watching you, and you just don't want to do anything. And then it feels way better when you know you're finally off the TV.
I've never had a moment where, like, I don't know what this. I really want this thing to push
it forward.
But I've done a million things that after it's on, you go, okay, now what? Now what? How does famous happen?
Yeah.
Now what happens? Somebody calls you and said you're famous.
Yeah, shouldn't the phone start ringing right about now?
What, does it happen like right after?
When do you realize that fame's not happening? Like 3 days later, and the phone's still not ringing.
When you're walking around and nobody says I saw you last night. When you go into Marshalls and no one gives a shit.
Will you walk around Sunday hoping that people like this go?
I need a bodyguard to go to church. It's like, no.
Are you going to make believe you just have errands to do and just kind of get a feel?
I've seen it happen to Cat Williams. I've seen it.
Yeah.
His special came on, and boom. I've seen it happen to Ron White.
Really?
It's happening to Whitney Cummings.
Are those Comedy Central specials, though?
The biggest Comedy Central buzz I've ever heard.
Yeah, thank you. That's what I was going to ask.
Was
who got pushed way forward because of the Comedy Central?
I would say Joe Coy. Okay. I would say Mike Birbiglia's special pushed him forward.
Okay.
I don't know about Billy. Billy's kind of like me in a sense. I think Billy has a lot more followers, I think, but I think Billy has a body of work. So he's in there. But I don't know if Billy had a pop special. I'm not sure. Charlie Murphy had one. Charlie Murphy's popped on Dave Chappelle and then he popped in his special. But Joe Coy, if you said somebody that went from 0 to 60,
you said it pushed forward.
Is Joe Coy, I think, and then Mike Birbiglia got a following.
All right, so you're going to be the next one. This has to work for you.
Look at the watch.
I'm serious, dude. I'm really.
This has to happen for you because
and I'm never like that.
You had to come out of retirement a mere 3 weeks into it. I was talking to Patrice the other day. I was in a cab. I said, I fucking got to catch up with Patrice. Like, Dad, dude, I'm out of retirement. I'm like, how can you be out of retirement? You've been in it for 3 weeks.
He miscalculated.
I miscalculated. I thought I had enough
weeks?
money to quit for the rest of my life.
And you figured out after 3 weeks you don't. Most people figure that out.
A couple of years of sailing around the world. You're like,
and you go, oh, fuck, I just ran out of my money.
I miscalculated my retirement package.
3 weeks of sitting at home.
You didn't even get to sail or nothing. What did you do in retirement, by the way?
Oh.
You were officially retired, so what'd you do? Some people take up golf, like Ann says. Some sail the fucking world or the Caribbean.
Can
you take a road trip? What'd you do?
Can I please apologize to anybody who works a slave driving type of job, where I'm serious. Anybody who works a job where they cannot be depressed and take off enough time to get their fucking spirit back.
One of those jobs you take one day off and your whole life falls apart.
Dude,
like, oh fuck!
That worked through what I felt.
Right.
I just was tired of living for 4 months, dude. I'm telling you. And I took that time off, and I ate a lot better because I wasn't on the road.
Right.
So I just was drinking fruit juice and vegetable juice and eating good food and cooking and chilling out, watching my ceiling fan, playing with my iPad, playing Angry Birds, getting 3 stars on Angry Birds every level, motherfucker.
I'm in that club, brother.
Boom, just playing and just.
And imagine having to go through that, but you have to go to a job.
So if I ever disrespected anybody, because I was really shut in, closed the door, me and my dog depressed. Just because dogs, you just kind of, they just are what you are. So I slept all day, they slept all day.
Really?
Feed them out of a can with a spoon.
Eating out of a can with a spoon.
If you saw me on Christmas, my mother came up, thank God, but if you saw me on Christmas and they filmed me on Christmas, you would have cried. I'm telling you, it was like a scene maybe from Taxi Driver.
Really?
Fucking just
look at the picture, bro.
A goddamn orange, empty. Okay, when you buy, there's certain kind of juice that when you open it, you have to take a little plastic piece off and flip it. They were all over the ground. just these round things that you take off of orange juice, juice top rings, all over the fucking place. Sneakers on the couch, the shade open. All day, all night, the shade is open. Didn't take the dogs out. They just went on my balcony, and they were shitting all over the balcony. It took me a minute to fucking clean that up. A couple of snowstorms later, I finally got to clean my balcony. My girl cleaned my house one day, and she goes, "How did piss get behind the toilet? Like behind the toilet?" I go, "I don't know. I just would get up sad and I was feeling sorry for him. I was peeing on the wall, I guess. I would pee until I heard water."
That middle of the night pee.
Yeah, and when I heard water, I peed. I just went in there. It was, didn't change the sheets. I'm telling you, Houston, I came out of retirement in Houston. Saturday, the people got the best show, but I never tried to give a bad show. But Saturday, I felt good. I actually go, okay, I could do comedy again.
Yeah.
But I think it was all anxiety. It was sadness. It was a lot of feeling sorry for myself. But I started going, man, I had to come to the conclusion I'm depressed. I was like, I'm depressed.
Yeah, obviously
I'm fucking a mess.
Being depressed.
Diabetic. My hair, I was walking down the stairs. And, you know, I used to run downstairs. Like, you know, to be in fear is sucks. Like, I'm tipping-toe down the stairs going, oh, oopsie. Oh, boy. Oh, if I fall,
shit!
Something's gonna happen bad. So I'm walking down the stairs like an old bitch. I need the fucking life alert bracelet and shit. Cause I'm fucking I'm telling you, I just got depressed, man. I just got horribly sad.
But you know where it came from.
It came from
some people just come out of nowhere and they're like, and they gotta go through therapy to find out where it is.
After I did my special, after my special, I just didn't. I was like, okay, I'm done. I tell you what it is. I started thinking about the past, and I've done a Showtime special. I've done countless TV shows, a few movies, HBO, which was the biggie, a half-hour HBO, still to this day. I mean, no offense to Comedy Central, but if you talk to any comic, the cachet of doing an HBO,
that's the
1 hour or a half hour,
goal, right?
It just is what it is. I mean, you can't. Yeah, let's be honest.
That's
you know,
goal.
but no offense to Comedy Central, but it is what it is. And I did a Comedy Central special. Countless little 5 minutes on this show and that. And I've never been able to really close out some material. So it's always like it closes out for me. But I never, I started, you know what it was? I started, the depression came from, I started having a talk with God. Like, what am I going to, give me a fucking break, guy.
Oh, shit.
Like, for real, like, I need a break. Because, for real, I was listening to this Brooke Shields interview last night. I was listening to two things last night. I always, you know, on the iPad, some shit we was talking about, some racial shit we was talking about. And then Brooke Shields, he's just on understanding me. I said, why is this bitch saying this shit?
Oh,
she
right.
don't know me.
Right.
We met on the motherfucking show.
You talked for an hour.
A total of an hour.
Like, she's like, yes, he's destructive. But that's why my shit's fucked up. Because Brooke sized me the fuck up as my own worst enemy. Like,
and she really feels like she knows you. Even though she hasn't spent a lot of time with you.
And this is not trashing her because I like the lady. Because she doesn't get to know. That's the fucking phoniness of Hollywood. And when I'm acting like an asshole, I'm trying to keep me from being an ass. I'm hiding.
You're hiding.
But she kept pressing. Right? So people are sitting around like it's a goddamn Indian storytelling time, right? When this is what she's talking about the first 5 days I'm on set. And everybody's like, oh my goodness, Brooke, I'm doing the pepper lemon cleanse. And people are like, you know, the pepper lemon. Oh, I heard. And I'm sitting in the corner going, this horse shit in my head. It's looking like a fat ogre, right? But an angry Shrek, not a nice Shrek.
But you're trying to keep it together because you know if you say anything, it's not going to be good for you or your career.
So, but she read the energy. See, what she was right about was my energy of distance, right?
Right.
Which ultimately is destruction.
You're not going to jump in and be like, so the lemon.
Yeah, it's just I'll end up making myself look bad. But she ends up pressing and finally going, I'm sure Patrice is very interested in this. It's like, okay. Everybody's around, directors. I go, yes, Brooke, I've been interested in your shits since Suddenly Susan.
So you couldn't help yourself. How is that going to help your career?
But that is what that turned her.
Right.
Then we're best friends. And all the people are like, he's an asshole. Can't say it no more.
Yeah.
But that's Hollywood. That's why I was mad at this whole Mel Gibson off of what's called 2.
Yeah, the movie he was supposed to do and they threw him off.
Hangover 2. Because I know Hollywood. People in Hollywood don't make their own decisions. No camera guy and grip girl makes a decision to stand up to Mel Gibson unless someone gives them, you know, a power to do so.
Right.
So ultimately, to go back to the original story I'm telling, it's like, look, I just have expectations for this, and I guess my depression was, what am I going to do after comedy? What has comedy taught me that I could do something else other than comedy? if this doesn't help.
It's fucking. It's
if this doesn't help, I'm like, what can I?
But that's the great mystery.
It's not a mystery. That's what we talked about. It's radio. If these fucking guys would wake up. Patrice would be a great radio host.
I'm tired of the grind.
Yeah.
Cause it's like, you know what it is? I feel like sometimes, and I'm not boo-hooing, but listen, I chose what I chose. You chose what you chose, people.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So if anybody's out there that's breaking a knuckle and they go, what the fuck is he talking? It's like, hey man, I chose what I chose. So you can be sad if you want to. And I never feel sorry for myself, but I like to close out material. That's it. It's like, you know, like during my my Comedy Central special, I was doing all of that 9/11 shit, really good 9/11 shit, and I was doing the Pepsi Cola Rapist at that time,
right?
Which was one of my biggies. So I was like, damn, I would have loved to just each level get to ride a wave of popularity based on some shit that I did. But I never got to do that. So I'm thinking if this, in proper form, if this just goes, yay, it's out and, you know, whatever, I can't take getting on a plane again.
Oh,
my feet swelling up.
Starting to think about
I'm in a fucking hotel, and then you go out and your audience isn't there. Because right now I'm very viable in about 7 cities. And I get the same people. So it's pressure. Another thing that's pressure on me is that I put myself in a position to have to always have some new shit.
Yeah,
a little bit of
same
not
people
new,
showing up.
Right, and I'm not like, you know, I do audience work and all that shit.
Yep.
So I have to have some energy, man. So it's like about 7 cities, they really take care of me. But then you go to a place and it's, you know, I said Albany, nothing against Albany, but I went there and it was 5 people in the audience at one point. I'm like, what the fuck?
But you don't think, let's say, you know, you pop to the next level. You don't think there's a grind there that is exactly the same as this one, only different?
Welcome to the layer cake, son.
Yeah, exactly.
Not the rarefied atmosphere, but I would take a little less shit.
Yeah, but
a little less shit.
If the grind means performing in front of a lot more people, then it makes it a little more bearable.
It makes it better because
if you're walking into arenas like Dane Cook has been doing the last few years, it makes it a little easier.
You don't think he sits
grind.
there and goes like, motherfucker?
Oh, I'm sure no matter what you do, there's a grind to it. But if all of a sudden you're getting off a fucking private plane and you're getting in a car and jumping right to the arena and there's 15,000 people, it makes it a little easier than some of these clubs that you think you're doing well in and there's no one there, like you said about Albany.
And I mean, I'm not an average guy, though. I'm not like some guy that's chasing glory. I just want to be able to walk anywhere. And because I
just want a little push forward.
I'm thinking to myself, here's what it is. It's like, how can anybody not know me who follows comedy? But I looked at the thing where Norton got to Jesse Ventura when he was blasting Jesse Ventura.
Yeah.
900,000 people saw that video. 800,000 was like, who's this little asshole talking to Jesse?
They still think it's either me or Ant.
They don't know. They didn't know Norton.
No,
so I'm sitting there going, there's 800,000 motherfuckers going, fuck this little piece of shit. Who is he?
I'm glad you brought that up because that amazes me too. With everything that Jimmy's done with his career, and that video, they hate Jimmy. You know, the fucking conspiracy guys,
trash Jimmy,
and the Jesse fans. But they think it's me. They think it's Anthony. And then some will go, who is this little bald fuck? I mean, it's brutal, actually.
There's 800,000 people at one pop that doesn't know
it's
Jim Norton
that
follows comedy.
Yeah, it's pretty amazing, actually.
Yeah, it is.
So that's all the shit you think of.
But if this special is good, you're going to be cursed because then it's going to force you to get back on the road.
Yeah, but
people are going to want to like see the guy from the special now.
Well, here's what I'm hoping it does. Just brings those people out. Brings
a little more
my people though. But I think I'm realizing, you know, my people don't pay. My people have kids and they can't afford babysitters and $10 drinks. My people and the biggest comics in the world all have a people. Like if you look at any comic who's a big time seller, except for like Seinfeld, because he's Seinfeld,
right?
He doesn't just have all Jews come to see him.
No.
But I'm sure a lot of Jews come to see him. But Larry the Cable Guy, 60,000 rednecks. Ron White, 60,000 older rednecks. Little Kev, all black people. Joe Coy, all Koreans who want to laugh, and Russell Peters, all Asians, like all Asians, Indian, you know, China, everybody goes to see Russell Peters. The biggest comics, and Dane Cook had all college-y young white kids. So I'm like, well, who the fuck am I going for? Fucking who's the people that's gonna go? This Patrice is the guy, and this girl at Comedy Central goes, I think men. I go, yeah, but you'll never let that happen. You'll never let men galvanize to be an audience. But I'm not just for men. I'm for men with their women.
Right.
You know, so couples. I'm a couples guy. I don't think that even fucking.
You're not.
What does that do?
You're not gonna get the couples. You're not gonna get the couples. I mean,
first dates.
I was at the taping and Ann saw it. We got to slow down a little bit. I mean, the women enjoyed it, but that's gonna be a tough sell long term.
So
I think you're sort of cursed because you have the O&A crowd, which is a great comedy crowd, but then you also have the black crowd, which is a great.
You have a really diverse audience.
So it's a little.
And black people are just finding out about me, by the way, in the last 4 years.
Yeah, what the fuck is that about?
What is that?
I because it's like, you know, I'm fair. So,
okay.
you know, people like to be, it's like, you know, Little Kev is funny. Kev is funny, but it's so definitively black, but not blacker than Cat. You know, Kevin is filling a void right now.
But you get the black.
But Cat was, I mean, niggas, man.
Yeah.
I mean, I have to say, Cat was... Now, Chris Rock has a very interesting audience, man. Chris Rock has everybody.
Yeah.
And a lot of black people. But see, Chris Rock snuck into black later too. He was a mixed guy.
Yeah.
And then he got black. He got black in '98 when he said, "Nick, I ain't afraid of black people. I'm afraid of niggas."
Just
when he did that,
pushed him.
He
forward,
fucking that was it.
Hey, what kind of black people you got?
Chris Rocky. I got fair black people, man. Fair.
But you don't got some of those.
If I say Obama's, you know, go ahead. Sorry.
That's all right. Go ahead.
Go ahead, you hit your arm, motherfucker. Go ahead. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No, it's fine.
I'd be forgetting.
No, I was just black audiences, and Chris Rock sort of has kind of the I can't describe it, like a safer black audience. How would you?
No, he has retired gangsters.
Yeah,
he has.
So what is
black people that? I think. Look. I had to get.
I didn't know there were levels of black audiences.
I mean, look, when I first came to New York, I would go to Brooklyn and Queens and just get yelled at because I would be.
You weren't black enough.
But I was black enough. I wasn't black enough for. It's drones though. They get used to a rhythm.
They just want to hear, white man crazy, you know, that shit. But
and I'll say white people are crazy, but I'll say it like, let's talk about for real. White people are crazy.
Yeah.
But it's like white people phones work, and black people, you know, white people when they move, and it's funny. Look, black people when they move. Like here's a classic that you've heard. I've heard 6 motherfuckers say. Black people, when white people move, they move in the daytime with a truck. Or no, when they go on vacation.
Oh, vacation.
White people go on vacation and go, goodbye, everybody, I'm going on vacation. But here's the key to my house and feed my fish or whatever. Billy, what's up, Billy?
Hey, Bill.
Bill Burr, what's up, bro?
Burr.
How are you?
There he is.
And this is an expert on nigger rooms right here. Bill got more nigger room experience than I do. Like straight gangster room like that.
Yeah.
So, but it'll go be like, black when black people move out, we got to move. When we vacation. When we got a vacation, we got to leave at 12 midnight. So motherfucker don't see us leaving and shit. Which is, it's fine, but it's a rhythm. It's a way to be. And black people, another thing white people do that's interesting is they have their favorite jokes too.
Right.
Like you didn't do the one about the black people. If they see you last week and you say the same shit last week that you said this week, nigga.
Yeah, what the fuck, you lazy bastard.
Motherfucker.
Write something new.
Say some new shit, nigga.
Really?
Like it's like the idea of art and bombing, and it's just not there.
Yeah.
But there was a few guys that were experts at it. I'm gonna tell you who's great the greatest Black Room comic I've ever seen. Two. Mike Epps and fucking Tracy Morgan.
Yeah.
The two greatest Black Room performers in the history of the planet that I've ever seen live.
Wow.
Amazing. But I'm getting them now because I did Def Jam. I did a little of this. They coming now, and it's a very specific. But I just don't like people yelling at me.
How hilarious is that coming out of his mouth?
Yeah.
I like people waiting their turn to talk.
Like I don't wanna fucking like not want to working some shit out. Like you just sit there. White people will sit there and take it
and check it out.
Yeah.
Listen, we got to cut this short because we got an extremely busy day. But we want to make sure people watch Patrice's special tomorrow, 10 o'clock at Comedy Central. It's going to be awesome.
I want to plug this tomorrow.
Yeah, no, we're gonna plug it all morning. Don't worry. Bill Burr joining the program.
I want to plug this strange plastic in the middle. My shit's not hard enough to open. I don't like it.
Yeah, it should be really
It's pretty hard to open.
You should need something besides your fingers. You need keys.
I need a razor blade. This shit is. What is this cheap plastic they use? This is recycled, motherfucker.
Oh, and Patrice is on Fallon tonight. Very cool. Jimmy Fallon tonight.
Right.
Patrice O'Neill will be on there. No, we got to take a break because Triple H is going to be here in like 15 minutes. Then we got William H. Macy and Bill Burr just arrived, so we want to reset a little bit.
This was February, motherfucker. You niggas don't care about shit.
We care.
This was.
We're overbooked today for some reason. We got way too many people coming in.
A lot of white guys here today.
So, but Comedy Central tomorrow night, 10 o'clock.
Two bills.
What's the name of the special, Patrice?
It's Elephant in the Room, and not because of my weight.
No, that's it.
I wanted to call it 800-pound gorilla, but I didn't think anybody be able to
separate.
Focus. They want focus.
Tell him, Fred. I invented everything.
Good luck!
The village is safe with me.
I'll do my part!
What is it, sweatshirt night? I feel so dumb that I'm wearing a hooded sweatshirt too. But my mom just got it for me. And yeah, we'll see what happens, folks. I'm gonna be completely honest with you. I call this show I Have Nothing because I love Whitney Houston. And that's why if you ever see pictures of me in blackface, that's what I was doing. It's paying homage to my girl Whitney Houston. And this is already starting off bad. So, but I call the show I Have Nothing because I'm working on new material. I put it out every Sunday on my YouTube. And usually I have something. Usually I'm like, you know, you got something, whatever. This time I really don't have anything. So you guys are in for a fun one. Because it's truly, I mean, I'm going to be honest with you. I was sitting here today writing for 6 hours. I think I was doing 6 hours today. I was like, let me just write. And I mean, literally, this is what I came up with. These are the questions. I said, could the founding fathers possibly have been trans? Just because they're wearing wigs, you know, they're in high heels, tights. You don't know. You have no idea. You know, nobody shaved their pubes back then. You don't know what they were hiding underneath there, right? It's an honest question. I mean, pull out a $1 bill tonight after this. Pull out a $1 bill and say, look at George. Look at him. He kind of looks, you know, he looks a little transy-wansy. And that's fine. We support him. We love him. In God we trust. But it's just interesting. He kind of does just a little bit, right? Just a little bit. It's just things I think about. You know, I'm very, you know, patriotic. You know that, you know? 13 colonies. I feel safe, by the way. I think that's what I want my life and career to be. I only want to go do shows and be in the 13 original colonies. I don't really care. I mean, I don't want to go to... I was in Texas. It's like, this wasn't part of the plan. This was Mexico. I don't need to be here at all. Shout out Mexico. I have no problem with Mexico, even though you will get killed in a 5-star resort. But that's just the new rule. You'll either be shot or you'll die or but you know, thank you, one Asian lady laughing at that. I appreciate that. Thank you. There's always one. But I do kind of, you know, like the original 13, that's just where I feel good. The weather's good. Nobody wanted this all. The United States, that's why your politics is too big. It's like, who cares what Norman thinks about anything? You're not included. Just dye your hair blue, light a mailbox on fire. I don't care what you have to say, Portland. I would gladly give your entire city to ISIS if they asked for it. I would serve it up. You're not necessary at all. The original 13. That's what I want to be. That's why I just feel free. So that's what it is. I'm canceling all other shows. So just know if you see me in the original 13 colonies, I'm coming. If, you know, if I'm doing something else, like I got shows in Utah in November, not going to happen. Not going to happen. Those people, you know, they can come to Pennsylvania. That's where they'll go. I'll travel to an original third. But we'll see, dude. I know you Jets, you know, I know I'm going to get you out of here. I know you want to watch them play. I want to watch with you? No, sir. That's actually the last thing that I do.
This is the end.
Not with my new sweatshirt. I need to get puke on my new sweatshirt with Roger Stroh's interception. What do you think of them firing the coach, Robert Saleh? You think they should have did it last year? Oh, okay. We have an Islamophobe in the front row. Robert Saleh, Muslim man, only Muslim coach, and then you're like, yeah, why did that motherfucker? He shouldn't have even been allowed his country since 9/11.
To you.
I'm just kidding. By the way, just if anyone's never seen a comedy show before, I just know I feel like I'm getting TED Talk energy. I'm kidding around, folks. Okay, I'm doing the Robert Saleh bit. I'm just kidding. But again, the only one laughing is the Asian because they are heartless. They don't give a shit. Okay. Korean, Chinese, Hong Kong. Okay, which one is that? So, yeah. All right. Respect you. I respect it. Hong Kong. Okay, well that was, it's China again. It's China again. But it was at one point a British subject, just like the original 13 colonies. It was a British subject. And I'm going to be honest with you, I am still loyal to the British Crown at time because that's how I am. I'm a loyal dude. So are you loyal to the British or are you loyal to the Chinese? You're loyal to the British. That's it. There it is. That's it. She's good. Smart answer. Loyal to the British. Yeah. Yeah, the Chinese, I've kind of had enough. Any Chinese people here? No? Okay. I mean, they are kind of taking over, the Chinese. There is a lot. They buy a lot of property, but they get the money, they get the cash, you know. Chinese, here's what else. I got 3 kids. So I will say, I do like Chinese. What I do like about the Chinese is, you know, so I have, hear me out, just let me finish. So She hates them more than I do. Trust me. Being from Hong Kong, she hates them. And by the way, and she can attest to this, you know, I know white people, we get the rap as we're the worst people, we're the most racist. Nobody's more racist than Asian people. Oh, my, right? You guys hate each other with a passion. All the different countries. You hate the Koreans, you hate the Chinese, you hate the Vietnamese. You all hate each other. Okay, I lost her. Okay, that's it. Sorry. But that's true, right? You guys don't like each other. Right? No, you don't. No, you don't. I could tell that was a lie. You hear the pitch in your voice. You don't love them. You don't love them. I know you don't, and that's okay. I'm just saying, white people, we're bad, but we're not the worst. But I'm not saying Asians are the worst either. I'm saying we're all, let me just do the joke. So, let me just backpedal. But Chinese, I do, because, you know, I got kids, I got Puerto Rican kids. You know, if you guys know me, you know my Latino family, which, by the way, coming from Texas, no Puerto Ricans at all. Everyone's Mexican. They didn't know. Nobody knew. I was like, I don't know. They're like Puerto Rican. What is that? I was like, they're like the Northeast Mexicans. I don't know. They're like the Atlantic Mexicans. I don't know.
They're leaders here.
Puerto Ricans, you know? And those are my kids, my family. So I have, you know, when we have to do a lot of play dates with other kids and their families, it's very annoying, you know? Like, first of all, like dealing with like other like white people, like very like woke white parents. All their kids have allergies, you know? They're like, I respect your child as a child of color. I'm like, okay, she's got blonde hair. What are you talking about? I know she's Puerto Rican. I mean, she has a tattoo on her tip, but that's fine, you know? That's just, she was born like that. You know, like these apologetic, within myself, white people, and it's just the same annoying conversations I have to have with them. Like, you know, the kids, oh, my child's allergic to lotion, you know? His name's not William, it's William. We want to do something a little different. It's William. And I'm like, your kid sucks. And, you know, I really hate your kid. And, you know, the father, always the same thing. Like, you know, first of all, he's wearing, like, you know, like jeans and flip-flops, which is disgusting. You know, just he's always talking about his work. So, yeah, I work from home. It's a hybrid work schedule. I got an office in the attic. I run the spread to the pandemic. Do you invest in Bitcoin? What's your crypto? Crypto's really not a good thing. I'm like, I know, guy. I know. Billiam. I know. Hi. Yes. There's Billiam hyperventilating because he's ran into a tree. You know, like he's allergic to air. So there he is. You know, and then the mother, it's the same shit with the mother. Are you gonna put this in your skit? Yeah, seriously, today's play date. Are you gonna put it in your skit? Is this gonna go in your show? I'm like, I hope you get hit by a bus, lady. That's the show, folks. I'd like to see your head going down my driveway. Going gluten-free. And this is what I'm bringing this up to say. Chinese. This is who... Chinese. This is what, because the Chinese, they're the best. There's one Chinese kid in my daughter's class, okay? His name's David, all right? I don't know what his government Chinese name is, but he's here, undercover, as David. And I respect the kid's chi, I respect his energy, he's fighting, working for his country, I respect that, I really do. But just, I want him to know we got spies over there too. Just so any of these white guys that go over there with a foot fetish, they're working for the FBI. That's, okay, they're in there hitting, yes, they're getting info. So just know, it goes both ways. I'm not gonna tell David that yet, he's too young, but I just, you know. Anyway, I like David. I like having play dates with David. First of all, no allergies. That doesn't happen. Chinese, nobody has peanut allergies. It's not a thing at all. But they don't care at all. They're like, let's live, let's have fun. When we do play dates with David, guess who I've never met once? 5 play dates. Guess who I've never met? David's parents. Okay? Because guess where David's parents are on a Wednesday at 3:30? Work. That's where they are. They're in the factory building making a bigger, better China. There's no work from home. You work at work and then you die and they replace you and they keep it moving because that's what they're doing, all right? I've only ever met David's grandmother, all right? That's who takes care of the kids. You know, that's who it is. And guess what? David's grandmother, 167 years old. She's 167 yesterday. And she's amazing. She's mental fit. Dude, every time we hang out, she's doing Tai Chi, Sudoku. It's like a brain body workout, okay? The other day, she comes over, she gave my daughter a live shrimp in a bag. I said, is this a pet or food? I have no idea, but thank you. We honor you and we feel honored by you. Because let's face it, folks, okay? Let's face it. I'm going to get to you next. Let's face it, folks. I just noticed this and I have a comment. Just know, let's face it. The planet is dying. We're going to need to find sustainable life on a new planet. The Asian, you guys know this already. You're keeping the information. I get it. China, they know. They're out there in outer space. They know the planet is dying. We need to find sustainable life on a new planet. It's just what it is. And I think the spaceship that takes us from this planet to the new sustainable life planet is going to have a Chinese flag right on the side of it. I think they're going to get there first. They're putting in the work, and I'm just hoping my daughter and her Chinese husband David get a +1 and bring pops. Okay, that's what it is, baby. Today I'm white. Tomorrow I am Chinese. That's what I'll do. Survive. It's surviving. That's all it is. You know what I'm saying, right, guys? Well, you guys are sitting too close together. You spread it out. How does this work? Are these your sons? Your sons, all three of them. Look at that. They still hang out together. Nice. And then you're the oldest. I can't even tell. You're the oldest, dude. Yeah. Nice. And then middle one and little one. You're sitting in age order. Nice, dude. What a great mom, dude. Great to hang with your mom, you know, great to be close. It's about family, dude. It's about family. Who's the biggest disappointment, would you say, so far? Let me guess. The middle one. Only because you're disappointed in him, but I can tell this kid likes to have fun, and I'm almost positive I bought cocaine off him last week. Are you the guy? You're a good kid, man. You look like you like a good tickle as well. Am I wrong? He's the one. I knew it. You got a beautiful mom. It's a hard thing to deal with, right? You have a gorgeous mom. That sucks. I have to deal with that. I know you guys go through it. I have to deal with that, man. My mom, when she was young, beautiful, she's a very beautiful lady, got the sons, and it sucks being a boy. You know, my mom, you ready for this? My mom, when I was 16, okay, peak, the top, bullshit boys, my mom started dating my best friend's father. So my mom dating my best friend, so I had a core group of 4 or 5 guys, right? And then one of the guys' father is dating my mom. And, we just have to deal with that. My mom's not thinking. So now, we're in the garage, hanging out, smoking weed, whatever. Conversations at a lull without, any hesitation. One of the guys would be like, oh, it's about 9 o'clock on a Friday. What do you think Chris's mom is doing right now? And then somebody else would be like, I don't know, banging Brian's dad? And then just full charge, fist fights, just deal with it. And I would tell my mom, I'm getting abused in the garage because you're dating Brian's dad. She was like, I love him. I was like, I hate him. I hate him. Smoking weed in your garage. You. But then he dumped her. But then this is poetic justice. Then he dumped her, and when he dumped her, I was sitting outside. He dumped her, and he fell down the entire flight of stairs as he dumped her. I didn't know he dumped her yet, but I was like, what a dick, what a dumb asshole. And now and his son has got one leg shorter than the other, so he, just wears one of those platform shoes. So I kicked it out under him one day, and that's it, just one thing, and then just let him walk around like he had polio for a day, but now we're okay. Now it's 25 years later, and I don't care. But it does suck, But that's the real deal. Are you still with your dad? Oh no, divorce? Oh God. Well, guys, I'm coming over. So I'm your new stepdad. I'm sorry. We're gonna have a lot of fun, me and you, dude.
Watch out for the apex!
Sorry. Happy Columbus Day. Indigenous Peoples Day. Whatever you want to say, I don't care. Who cares? I don't think he cares. Nobody really cares. but people make a big deal out of nothing because we have no real problems in this country. I don't think that they're making up these issues in, Yemen right now because they're throwing battery acid on the kids. But we're like, is that really okay? Hold on his statue. And then, kids are walking around with no limbs. Okay, in other countries. Sorry about that. This is, I told you, a work in progress. I have nothing. And, here's what I'll say. So, I don't know what happened. I don't know, the divorce, whatever. Are you guys close with your father? Yes and no. Oh, this is kind of an... Okay, that's no good. That's no good. Man, your mom is wounded. Man, I'd like to invite you to the show. No, I'm kidding. My parents got divorced too. It happens, folks. My parents got divorced, and I like, my dad's, funny guy, and he always loved my mom. My dad always, he was always like a great example. My father, he's always like, look, first of all, he never took any alimony from my mom ever. My mom made twice as much money. Tony would not take $1 because that's not what men do. He was like, I'm not gonna. What do you think? I'm gonna take $1 from your mother? No, the relationship didn't work. So now I pay the price. I live in a van across the street. That's what it is, okay? And I'm not gonna take $1. Mom, I love that. Guys, there may be nothing I can do here, okay? I mean, your mom and I are falling in love, and your mom and I. Should we just tell them, get ready to meet your new brother? He's in there. He's in there. Yes. I love you. What a fun relationship. It's great. I know it's hard though. It's hard just being. You guys are still hard. It's beautiful. Man, I feel your pain because only the older one really gets what I'm talking. These two are too young. The older one's like, yeah. I saw when I was doing that video. He's like, no. You know how many times I can hear in school, mom, hot. Yeah, it's not. It's like, if you're a mom, don't be hot. If you have a son, don't be hot. Make yourself ugly. So we got to deal with it. That you learn how to fight, right? You have kids? No kids, but you do have them. What are you going to do? Jets fans. They have to be Jets fans. 100%. Yeah, you've grown into the Jets. You'll be all right, though. Jets and Mets. Well, Mets are winning 6 rings. Yeah. See? That's typical Mets fan. The Mets were winning 6-0. They're still winning 6-0. He's like, now they're gonna lose.
Keep your eyes on the apex.
I don't know. Dude, the Mets are. I love the Mets. I love all my friends are Mets fans. Let's see. Before Donald Trump got shot, and it's like, and they had that iconic picture of him with his fist up with the American flag behind it. Within 10 minutes of that picture coming out, one of my friends posted that picture. Under it, he wrote, "Let's go Mets." And then tagged the Mets as if to say, these guys better repost this brilliance of Donald Trump with the blood and the flag. If that doesn't say, let's go Mets, I don't know what does. And then they didn't repost it, and 5 hours later, typical Mets was like, this team, they don't respect me, I don't respect them. I'm like, no team is going to repost that picture. You dummy. They don't know. You hope you don't have. See, she's lucky. Got just the boys, right? You have any? Do you have a daughter? No, I wouldn't. And we've been talking. Just boys is good. Just what? Oh, you wanted a daughter? I only have daughters. Seems like my sperm's pretty gay. It only wants to make women, so perfect match. Yeah, daughters, especially like Latina girls. Oh my God, little, but it's beautiful thing. But she's like, my 9-year-old is very like, she's like that already, like that. And no one in my family is not even stereotypically like that, but she's just like that. And like I can't even explain it, but it's not a stereotype. It's exactly like how she is. And so she's just like that to me, and I'm like, what? Even today, like this president is celebrating Columbus Day. I don't know. No? Yes? Guys, think about it. Aren't you 9? Because it's hard. It's hard with the girls, but boys too. Boys also difficult, especially today. I mean, Mom, you have to, right? How old is the youngest one? How old are you? 21. Okay. So it's hard. I mean, because she knows. Ask, your dad if you're ever see him again. Ask your dad about this. It's very difficult right now. It's very difficult right. The mom's laughing. You guys can laugh. And this is what happens in comedy shows. I'm obviously kidding around. Someone's like, you shouldn't say that. That's toxic masculinity. Okay. Thank you. See? Thank you. She hates him, obviously. I just hope it's not like a cop or anything, right? Because that would suck. Hey, so YouTube video. Talking to my ex-wife. I don't need that. So you have points on your license, you can go to jail for that. I'd be like, good, I'll be safer there. I got one frown. Are you a teacher? Oh, you were laughing? Okay, sorry. Yeah, I thought because you were looking at me like a teacher, like that is not okay. That is children. That's not okay. Sorry. I mean, I truly, some of this is alright. Yeah. I mean, Let's see. You all right? You worried about stuff, ma'am? You're good, right? You don't give a... You're the kind of lady, I could tell, you can't see her face, but she's a beautiful woman as well. She's got that kind of face when she wakes up every day, she goes, I don't give a... Right? Isn't that her? That's her energy. She goes, I don't give a... And then she has a cigarette for breakfast. Right? Is that what it is? 100%. That's her breakfast. Yeah. You want this? Hey, what do you want? I don't know. She's the type of Chris. I don't know. Sabina. How about that? Here it comes. Like my Aunt Eileen. I don't know. Figure it out, honey. I mean, you're a guy.
Let's get out of here.
I'm sorry. All right. You nervous about the Mets? You're all right. All right. Hold on. You know what? I'm sorry. Let me just check the score because I can see he's gonna have his nose is bleeding. His nose is bleeding. Okay. Just what? There's no service down here. Well, I do get. Actually, I don't get service, and I thought that I was. Can somebody? What's the Mets score out there? What is it? Oh, thanks for paying attention to my show. What inning? Top of the ninth, 6-3. So you're fine. There it is. Oh my God! If they lose 7-6, could you imagine? Oh, I know you guys get so nervous. Are you guys going to the game on Wednesday? You're out there. I'm telling you guys, be careful if you go to the game on Wednesday because I can see the stress. You two, you're gonna drop dead. You really are. Gotta be careful, dude. Mets. Dude, I got a friend who's a crazy Met. Dude, one of my boys is a nuts Mets fan. He started taking Viagra when we were 16 years old. Could you imagine? How nuts is that? I'll never forget. He comes into school one day. He goes, yo, I'm hard as a rock right now. I was like, we go to an all-boy Catholic high school. We also just got dicks. We're 16. Why are you having erectile dysfunction? Like, we have brand new dicks. What is your issue? So he just takes, and he would just walk around proud. He was like, put your book bags on it. Bang. You're like, through your Dockers, man? Come on, dude. You could see everything through the Dockers. He's always adjusting it behind his belt. And he still does it to this day. This kid just takes Viagra. He came to one of my shows in Vegas recently. I didn't invite him, by the way. He just showed up. This kid just showed up. And he goes, yo, I'm down at the bar. I said, all right, cool, whatever. Get him into the show. We're going, right before we're leaving, he's at the bar and he has 2 tequila shots. He goes, take a shot. I was like, all right. And then he puts out 2 pills. He goes, take one with me. I was like, what is that? He was like, a Viagra. I was like, I'm not taking a Viagra. He was like, all right, I'll take 2. And this kid, he was like, knew I wasn't gonna take it. This kid pounds 2 Viagras. I'm like, have you ever done that before? He goes, not really. He was like, but we're in Vegas, so you never know. I gotta be hard for a while. I was like, you get no girls. And he was like, Vegas is different. It's gonna happen. I was like, I can almost guarantee you it's not gonna happen, but okay. And so we're walking around. He goes, bro, I'm lightheaded. I was like, yeah, because all the blood is going to your dick. He was like, are your feet cold? I was like, again, no, because all the blood is leaving every other extremity and part of your body, and it's going directly to your dick and balls because you took 2 Viagra's for no reason. And so we're hanging out all night. You know, he's like swaying. You know, his dick is insane. I'm like, what are you doing? Obviously, no girls want to go near it. He's talking about like politics and like the Mets relief pitchers. I'm like, do you think that this is what these girls want to talk about in Vegas? They want to talk about the Mets with you sweating from your bald head? Either he's one of those guys who got hair on the sides. I'm like, either be bald or don't. One or the other, dude. Stop. And so it's 3 o'clock in the morning, and I'm like, all right, I'm going back to my room. I was like, I'll see you in the morning for breakfast. I'll buy you breakfast. He was like, all right, well, obviously I'll go with you. I was like, bro, I don't need security. Relax. I'm grown up. Well, you know, see you in the morning. He goes, no, but where am I going to sleep? I was like, in your room? He was like, I didn't get a room. I was like, we're grown men. You're not staying in my room. What are we going to have? 2 sleep apnea machines, 2 night guards? I get comfy. I wear footsie pajamas, a little top hat. I don't even see English. I go old school. I sleep like I'm living in colonial America. And like Benjamin Franklin. So, no. And he goes, well, dude, I have nowhere to go. I was like, no, we only have 1 bed. He was like, so we'll sleep head to toe. I was like, that doesn't change the angle of your boner. That's... I don't care about your face, dude. Your boner is pointing directly at my belly button. And the last thing I need is you to have a wet dream that you're banging Mr. Met, and then I get fucking flashed on. So, you can sleep in the hallway, dude. No way. And then he did. He just slept in the hallway with a full boner all night. I swear to God, I came out in the morning and was just sitting there like, oh, I couldn't sleep, man. My heart was racing. I was like, yeah, dude, you took too many Viagra's. That's all it is. That needs an ending. Okay. Almost done. I know you guys want to. No. I do for the Mets and Jets, man. Well, we have a date. And what do you do today, sir? Anything good? You look like one of these guys. How old are you? 52, but you kind of dress young. I like that about you. You kind of, you try to. Oh, and you have an accent too, dude. From Australia? But it's really from Australia? You're just trying to, like, you know, because you're talking in public, you make up an accent. Okay. Because sometimes do that. Sometimes people do that. They're like, you know, they're from New Jersey. They're like, if I ever get homophobic, I'm going to speak like that. But I like you, dude. You're cool. You're fit. Australia's awesome, right? It's just too far away.
Nice
like,
one.
did you ever think about that? Like, why are we... Isn't it tomorrow right now?
Monsters incoming!
Why are you guys not better at things if you're in the future? Right? Like, I'm always looking at Australian athletes and politicians. I'm like, these guys, it's literally tomorrow. And they still can't figure it out. They're eaten by sharks.
Grab your weapons, everyone!
You know, I don't know. Australia's one of those places. I mean, I've never been. But I do. Dude, if I ever brought my friend Pat, the amount of Viagra's he'd take on a flight to Australia, he'd down the plane. It would, yeah. So, but dude, like, you know, because we shouldn't be so connected. Australia's far enough away. A lot of places are far enough away where it's like the human brain is not adapted to be connected to everything at all times, and it messes with you. Like, I don't remember right before the pandemic, the entire continent of Australia was just on fire. It was like on fire. It was making like national news here. It was like on every news channel, like it's on fire. You know, the fire's gonna rage everywhere. Get into the jet stream. And oh my God, I remember being coming outside my apartment in Brooklyn, New York, being like, I can smell the ember. Oh my God! And then I remember they were like, the entire koala bear population can go extinct. And then I remember being like, oh, I don't even want to live. They made it so somber, and then, oh my God, the Instagram feeds, the GoFundMes, oh, the koalas. And then I remember thinking one day, like, yo, I've never even seen a koala bear unless I'm on mushrooms at the zoo. And then I've talked to them. I've been like, hey, little buddy, I've had chlamydia too. Just digging your nails into a tree, help?
Well, we won't be using that one anymore.
This set has its ups and downs, as you would say, ups and downs. And that's okay, dude. Do you live here now? Oh, you're here on holiday. I don't think you guys say that instead of vacation. Hold on. It's good. Today's a holiday. Christopher Columbus. Do you celebrate? Do you even know who he is? It's not a big deal at all, right? In Australia? Is he? Christopher Columbus, yes, they say he discovered America, but there were people here for 10,000 years before him. But yes, he did discover it, even though it technically wasn't America at all. It was the West Indies, and he really wasn't even from Italy. He was born there and then flew for another country. But Italian Americans do celebrate him, and he did not actually discover America, but we tell the kids he did. And that's the truth. And the bottom line is I do say Happy Columbus Day because I come from an Italian-American family, so if I say Happy Indigenous Peoples Day, I might as well just gargle a jar of cum to them. So it's really just pressure. I understand the beef. I get that, you know, he was a savage guy. I get it. It wasn't even real. I agree with the facts, but I have to stand up there and try to put the statues back up just because of the family that I live with. They're not going to allow it. I'm already gay enough for them because I don't know how to use a drill. So I can now also be like, and let me give you a piece of my mind about Columbus. You can't do it. Some people just can't. Silence is violence. Yeah, well, if I speak up, it's violence too in my house. So what the do you want me to do? All right, guys, have a good night. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. The Mets won. The Mets won. I got a text. Saggle, everyone. He's single, folks. He lives by himself in Sunnyside.
Chris the Stefano, everybody, let him hear it. Did you have a fun time tonight? Hold them off.
YouTube.com/ChrisTheComedy every Sunday, 7 p.m. Eastern Time. Come with this week's material. Also, guys, comment. Let me know what you liked, what you didn't like. And then here's a special guest, Jeffrey Gurian, everyone. Jeffrey Gurian. Baby. Absolutely. Absolutely. This is the guy on. Listen, hide your moms. He'll have sex with them. Oh, thank you, bro. I appreciate it. Thank you. And then Jeffrey's also a great dentist. He told me to get my teeth ground, and he told me to get a nice one for the upper teeth. Dentist gave me lower teeth. The lower teeth. I'm sorry, the lower teeth, and the dentist gave me one of the upper teeth, and I said, listen, please, you're gonna make one for my lower teeth, not the upper teeth. And I used it on my lower teeth, and I gotta be honest with you, it's great. It's great. It's not only does it fix my tooth pain at TMJ, but I'm fully out of the closet.
You're such a pretty girl.
Who's this guy? My assistant Jake. Oh, what's up? Yeah, I've seen you before. Good. Last time I saw you on a sloped roof in Pennsylvania. Yep. Sorry. Okay. All right, yeah. He was definitely he was on Comedy Matters TV. You're not kidding. This is it. Yeah. There it is. Oh my God. I love Jeff. Just pulls off the hair. Jeff and every ant in America have the same haircut.
It's no Peter.
Okay. All right.
I love it.
All right.
Are we on?
Yeah. There we go. Let's just embrace for no reason.
Okay, yeah, we're on.
Yeah. All right.
So, hey, Jeffrey Gurian from Comedy Matters TV, and I'm here with New York City's next mayor.
Yes.
Mr. Stefano.
That is me. I'm the next mayor. They're calling me the Good de Blasio.
The Good de Blasio. And when did you decide you're running for mayor?
I decided I was going to run for mayor when Eric Adams was unlawfully, he's being prosecuted by whatever agency. I said, somebody needs to come and save the city, and that's me. I have Puerto Rican children, a white man from Queens. My father left me when I was a kid, and I played basketball, so I'm black. And I own a piece of property like I'm Chinese. So I have encompassed all New Yorkers, so I think I am the best ultimate, and I'm gay.
Right, you should definitely be there. He covers all the bases.
Yes.
Did you hear that they said Columbus is actually Jewish? He came out today.
Columbus is Jewish?
As if anti-Semitism wasn't bad enough. Right?
Yeah, I know.
Now they're going to blame it on us.
Now they're going to blame it on you.
No, it came out really today in the Post. It said that scientists in Italy
must have been so nervous being around all that smallpox. Oh, I can't. What if I get someone?
Oi,
the smallpox. Oi. Oh, I'd like a chicken soup and a schmear of grease.
When's the Hulu special?
So the Hulu special is coming out in February. So it is one comic every month for 12 months. Hulu selected one comic and they gave me February, Black History Month. It makes sense. So I'm coming out in February on Hulu. I want to say February 21st, but don't hold me to that. Do you know, Nick, what the actual date is?
25th.
February 25th. February 20th. It's February 30th. We taped it already at Tarrytown.
Oh, really?
I think you were there.
No.
Jeff doesn't give a shit about me.
I can't believe you
We did this interview in the green.
Me.
No.
You did something without me.
Yeah,
That's
no.
terrible.
We did it at Tarrytown Music Hall. We filmed it in March.
Wait a minute. I think I wasn't there.
Yes, you
I
were.
was there.
This is making
I
me feel
remember
awful,
going to
Jeff.
Tarrytown.
Columbus is Jewish.
I can't believe that. Yes, you're right. I
Yes.
was there.
Yes.
Jake, you remember that? I was there. Oh, that's crazy. Yeah, it's coming out February 30th.
Yes. Yeah.
2 days after Never.
Yes, 2 days after never. Yeah.
That's amazing. Well,
Look at that. Here it is. Here, come on, folks. You want to come on?
That is just so awesome.
Thank you. You want to come on, say hello quick? Here it is, folks. You guys have been asking me where TT Jerry is.
This is New York's next mayor.
And there he is, folks. He's back.
Thank you so
Yes.
much.
Oh my goodness.
It's so nice of
Nice
you to come
surprise.
on.
Come on. Is this someone from your past, Jeff?
Someone from my future.
Oh, there you go.
That'd be wonderful.
Hi. Thank you.
Yes.
Did you like it?
I
The new
will leave
material?
my
I'm just
note-
around with the material. You did? All right. Thank you. I appreciate it.
So nice.
Thank you. Oh, Jesus
so
Christ.
I have to get a selfie.
Yeah, there it goes. This is what it is.
Chrissy, you're the best.
Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Thank you, Jeff. I appreciate it. Terry, it's good to see you. Thank you, Terry. Bye.
Will you take me a selfie?
Oh, yeah, of course. Yes.
the
Oh, you want the picture with Jeff? Yes.
Yes,
Yes,
of
of
course.
course. Yeah, get me. Yes. This is what it is. Jerry's got fans
Thank
everywhere.
you, my love. Next mayor.
Yes. Next mayor.
I
He could
wish.
stay out of prison, right?
We're almost done. He even smells good.
He does smell good. Yeah, you liked it? Thank you. Thank you for coming. I appreciate it. Thank you. Hi, how are you? I am? Wow. Oh yeah? Yeah, bro. You going on Wednesday? I think we're going to the Mets. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, and I'll hit you up about it. I've been out of town. I'll hit you up. Yeah. All right, brother. Thank you, man. Later. All right. Thank you. Always so good to see you. You too, brother. You'll never get through. I will. 100%. All right, brother. All right. Later. All right. Later. All right. We're good. Right?
Nice one.
Let's shift gears, huh?
Yeah.
Don't let them through! You hanging in there? Watch out for the apex!
Go!
Be careful! They must not get through! Gonna hit you! Time to get up close and personal!
Are you okay? Move! Good job. Stop the apex!
We managed to pull through somehow. Well done. The village is safe for now.
The rampage. How long do you think it's going to last?
We don't know the cause, so it's hard to tell, really. We've been trying to figure it out for 100 years. Huh?
What's that?
I've never seen that one before.
Hinoa, what's wrong?
Where is my queen? Where is my queen? Alone, searching. That monster's thoughts.
Indeed.
Hey there!
Oh, it's you. Later.
Sup, Ace? Keep it up!
Noah. Hello. Which quest would you like? Please lend us your strength. There's no rush, so please take your time. Never do today what you could. Good luck out there.
I've got some great bargains. An excellent purchase. Coming right up. Thank you kindly. Happy hunting. I'm having a sale. Coming right up. Come again.
Hey there! See ya!
Hey! Oh. Later.
What do you want? Come to me if you need new gear. See you later. Good to see you, Hunter. Are you foraging or upgrading? Goodbye.
Let's go! Yeah! Found it. Thanks, buddy. Just you wait! Damn you! Go! Too blunt!
move.
Yeah. Move!
kick some butt. Yo. Yeah.
Oh, hello. Here's the quest list. Take care of yourself. Welcome to the hub. I wish you luck.
Let's do this!
Hi, I'm Tim.
Hey, dude. Anybody else here fat? Anyway, I love Bobby, but I would have bombed everyone. It would have been bad.
Yeah.
Would
no
not have
matter
been
what.
good. And Sebastian survived, but it was like, you know, you could almost see like the minute where I almost wished as a comic he had just gotten real confrontational.
Yeah.
And been like, hey, you know what? Well, you don't want to laugh? How about fucking this? How about I got paid already? And I don't give a fuck if you laugh, okay?
Yeah.
And then just started going at people.
Because people are smirking in the crowd.
Yeah,
They're
people
kind
are
of like,
smirking,
what
and
is
he
this
just starts
guy
calling
doing?
people out
Yeah.
in the crowd.
Hey, Queen Latifah, why don't you wipe that gorilla grin off your fat fucking face?
Queen Latifah, okay? You're so happy. What, did you get a high score on freecreditreport.com? What's going on? Hey, Cardi B, does that stand for hepatitis B? You're a dirty whore. I already got paid, folks. I don't give a fuck. Hey, Shawn Mendes is here. We know you're gay, okay? You keep hiding it? Are you embarrassed? You smoke more bone than a Texas pitmaster.
It's about people being gay.
Just come out with it. Hey, Lizzo's in the backstage putting her diabetic boots on, getting ready to perform for everybody. Okay? I know it's so empowering. She's hooked up. It's not that empowering when she's hooked up to 5 sleep apnea machines so she doesn't die in the middle of the night. Okay? I woke to a cloud of smoke. My mom's cooking zucchini back there. It's a good fucking joke. That's what he opened with. Didn't get much.
Yeah.
I would just love if you just went at me.
Just went at him.
Migos is here. What the fuck is that? That sounds like something I order in a restaurant that I'm embarrassed my wife took me to. You know what I mean? She always wants to go to these cultural ethnic spots. Have you been to these places? I would love it if you just went fucking hard.
Yeah. It's just totally off brand.
Just totally right at them. You know? It would have been great.
It would have been super memorable.
It would have been absolutely... Hey,
Billy Ray Cyrus is here. Hey, your daughter is a pansexual, bipolar, schizophrenic whore. How about that? Give it up for raising that MK Ultra victim. When did you turn her over to the government? 3? Jesus. Is she even sexy? What is she doing? She's humping the floor. It's like she's got an autoimmune disease. Are you embarrassed? Lil Nas X is here. Hey, it's a reverse situation. The black guy's dragging the white guy's corpse around. Give it up for Billy Ray Cyrus. You one-hit wonder. You're living off your daughter and this black gay guy. All right, anyway, let's get this show started. You want to be triggered?
Yeah. That would have been a better show.
I would have rathered that
That would
so
have been the greatest
much.
thing to ever happen.
It would have been the greatest thing in the history of entertainment. Had he just gone out and torched the entire room and refused to get off stage. What if he refused to get off stage? No, I'm not done. You could go to commercial, and when you come back, I'll be standing right fucking here.
But not just hatred that he's bobbing, like it's racist. All these agendas
He
come
just
out.
goes out, you know? He just starts going at it, because that's what happens.
Yeah.
People don't realize, like, is Michael Richards a racist? Probably. But what that was really about is a guy who had been pushed to his wit's end. And sometimes you feel that way. When you're bombing, it is the horrible feeling, or when you're not doing well, and you just want to lash out at people.
Say the worst thing.
And say the worst things possible to them to make them, because they're already not laughing.
Right.
So it's like, let's make them upset.
Give
You
them
know?
feel something.
Let's get them to feel something.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah.
I mean, I would have loved to see that. Great comedian, guy's amazing. Weird gig. That's a challenging gig. I just called Andrew Schultz. I was like, what do you do in that situation? Schultz was like, maybe musical comedy work. That's where you bring out the Jimmy Fallon dumb shit. Right. And you sing with Miss Piggy. I will say, though, if you're a fan of this podcast and you listen to it, I predicted the future. I said on the podcast last week, there will just be a big shaking ass that will just be what music is. Like, why? And Lizzo, who is insanely talented, but performed in front of just a big, bulbous ass that shook in the background.
It literally happened a week after you said that.
Wild. So, I mean, it's like we're manifesting shit on the show. It's back to school. I said I was going to do this episode for a very long time. This is an episode that is for children. High school kids, kids in college maybe. It applies to everybody. The rules and the laws of popularity are, what's the word I'm looking for here? They apply to everybody. Universal. Correct, thank you. They are universal. Oh, what, you never fucking stumbled on a word? You never fucking, half of you can't even speak. Half of you in this room got a 75 IQ.
Should I have used Ebonics?
Yeah. Hey, maybe a little Ebonics. Yo, yo. Yo, yo. It's gonna be so hard to not do that for the whole episode. We're gonna try, but I'm really not making any promises.
It's hard to see something like that.
It's
than just
hard.
talk about anything
As
else.
a comic, I'm like, man, it's a rough gig, and man, I wish you went at him, which you can't do, but it would just be fun.
Yeah.
You know? Yeah, the laws of popularity are universal. That being said, I've said it before, if you're a loser in high school, you will be a loser for the rest of your life. Even if you have lots of money and you succeed in a profession, you are going to internalize that, and your entire life you'll be a loser. And I'm out here in LA. I meet these people that are very successful, very rich, and have never fully made peace with that period in their lives. It's an incredibly important period in your life, and if you throw it away and you learn the wrong lessons from it, which most people do, and I don't mean, listen, if you're like somebody who's trans and getting beaten up every day, I'm not saying it's your fault. I'm saying that this advice is for people that are
comfortable with themselves to the extent that they can play the game in a social arena. If you are cutting yourself, if you are throwing up every day, if you are a drug addict, if your parents are molesting you, if you're living in a car, I get it. I don't need the messages and the emails of, oh, was I supposed to be popular when my dad was fucking me? I don't know, fuck him better. But really, I don't need throw your back into it. But if it's happening anyway, not doing a good job never makes sense, no matter what job you're doing and for who.
Right.
Point being, I don't need the emails. I understand that there's a lot of people out there that are dealing with more important shit than being popular. So they think. But that's not the case. Everybody, you know what time it is, baby. You know what time it is. It's time to talk about fucking. It's that time. I'm a party comic, and we're going to have a party. We're partying. That's what we're about. Fun in the sun. Cancun. Molly. GHB. Corona with lime. Fucking in a pool. Fucking on the beach. Fucking in your penthouse apartment. Fucking. That's what this show's about. That's what I'm about, okay? That's why you pump that iron. That's why I'm a keto kid. I'm just doing keto. I don't give a fuck. I haven't had a carb in 3 days. I punched a woman in the face today. I will get strong enough to start punching men. We'll start with women. And that's what it is. I don't give a fuck. I'm training. I'm tough. I'm a professional fighter. 3 days on keto. I have the heart of a lion. I am a world champion. Heavyweight world champion. Many of you aren't on keto, and I wouldn't say anything negative about you other than, it's just like, you're not men. That's all. You're not men. You're not a male. There's nothing wrong with that. You're big, sloppy, carb-laden vag. So, for those of you who aren't on keto, who aren't tough, who aren't cool, maybe you need a little blue chew to keep that dick hard. My dick's hard 24 hours a day, motherfucker. Every single day. I open Uber car doors with it. Okay? Some of you don't have that because you're not tough. You're not eating meat. Meat! You're not eating eggs, whole eggs. Get that yolk in there. Protein. Many of you aren't doing that. You're eating You're eating bread. I want bread. You're eating pasta. I want a bowl of pasta. Baby.
Nice one.
Fucking steak that you cook outside. You hear it sizzle. That's a piece of meat being cooked in a pan outside by a lake. Fucking man. For those of you who aren't a man, you know what you need? And there's nothing wrong with this. A little Blue Chew. It's got the same active ingredients as Viagra and Cialis, except it's in a chewable form. You do not have to go to the doctor. It's an easy online consultation, quick and easy. Blue Chew's doctors will be able to prescribe you their pills online. Very easy. They ship them to your house in discreet packaging. Okay? Blue fucking Chew. Okay? You take them, you stay hard. You fuck that bitch. Okay? You don't learn her name. You don't take her out to eat. You don't do any of that shit. You're a fucking man. You're the leader of the wolf pack. You're the alpha dog. You don't talk to that bitch. You don't even know that bitch after you nut. Understand? And if it's a dude, you fuck that twink. You don't ask him his name. Doesn't matter. You fuck that twink and throw him in the street. Say, get out of here, twink. I don't need you. I'm a fucking man. All I need is my meat, my cock, and then the meat that I eat. Keto. You're just sweating all day. Just sweat. Sweat that shit out. Okay? If you're out on a date with somebody and they order maybe a carbohydrate or they order something with sugar, pity that weak bitch. You understand? Gotta get that Blue Chew, that chewable dick pill. Keeps you nice and hard. Hard like a rocket. You could just fuck all night. Boom, boom, boom. Fuck foreplay. Doesn't matter. Fuck if she's getting off. It's about you. You got a nut. Don't be doing anything else. Foreplay. Stop it. Don't put your fingers anywhere. Your fingers are for tearing apart meat and putting it in your mouth. You just fuck. You don't kiss. You don't kiss nobody. You don't even look at them. You make them face the fucking wall. Okay? Boom, pow, 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 pow. Violent, nasty, fuck. On a dirty mattress. Rent an apartment to fuck. Don't even do it in your own home. Rent a dirty mattress in an apartment to just fuck and have no air conditioning. Dirty, sweaty, fucking above a grocery store. Hopefully it's getting robbed right as you're fucking. You hear gunshots piercing people's flesh as you're coming. That's the best. Try to get an apartment in a bad area, flop house, so you can fuck while other people are getting murdered. BlueChew.com. What's the promo code?
TD.
TD. Free shipping.
No, you pay $5 shipping.
$5.
First order free.
First order is free. How fucking good is that, folks? You have no reason not to get this. First order is free. And you know the way it is. You know, I'm kidding. But, you know, we're all in our, I'm in my mid-30s. Sometimes your dick just doesn't want to play the game. Your dick just doesn't want to play the game, but that's okay. Because you got a secret weapon. You got that Blue Chew. You know? You got that Blue Chew. Promo code TD. $5 shipping. They'll give you your first order free. If it works, keep using it. If it doesn't, who cares? It doesn't matter. You know?
Thanks, buddy.
You're a fucking man. You got a dick. Nice and hard. Keep that dick hard. Okay? Maybe you don't have a sexual partner. You just want a hard dick. That's cool too. I'll just walk around the gym with that big hard dick. Let everybody know you're a fucking king. Okay? What were you like in school? Because I'm going to go into my story.
I was the fat kid that was kind of viciously mean and funny, so I didn't really get much shit.
Yes, and that's an important archetype of person to be.
Yeah.
The fat, vicious kid. The kid who's always on the verge of tears.
Yeah.
Always on the verge of a total full breakdown.
Yep.
And just attacking. I've been this person for a decade. Attacking left and right.
Right.
Just shredding people before they can shred you. Preemptive war.
Yes.
Fight them there so we don't have to fight them here.
Yeah.
Yes. That's an important fucking person to be. Schools need those. Those fuckers keep you on your toes because they have nothing to lose. They go home. They jerk off. They are sad. They eat disgusting food. They look at themselves and they want to die. And that's the fucker that comes in. Ben, go check that camera. Make sure it's not fucking around. That's the person who comes in and really fucking gives it to you.
Yeah.
He keeps everybody on their toes. Even the popular kids will kind of keep him around.
Yeah.
Because usually he's a little more clever than they are. He's a little bit more, he can kind of roll with the punches a little bit.
Yeah.
And they know that he's not a threat to them. He's not fucking their chicks.
Right.
He's not cooler than them. He's not catching the pass they should on the field, whatever. Okay. Interesting. When I started school, I was like in my shell, didn't talk to anyone, was still doing drugs, still had friends from my hometown. Didn't care, didn't want to participate in Catholic high school, thought it was a waste of time. I'm hanging out with crackheads in a crack house. Who gives a fuck about you and your backyard and whatever? I don't care about your sports team. It was all a defense mechanism.
Right.
You know? And I sat alone in 9th grade with the other table of kids, and we all ate alone and didn't really speak to each other in 9th grade. That's a tough thing because you're not a loser in the sense where you're not the biggest loser where people come up and maybe help you even because they feel bad for you, but you're enough of a loser to where you are sitting at a table with other people and you're not speaking. You do not have any social. 10th grade, I got a little better. 11th grade, I made a group of friends. And then 12th grade, I got nominated for Homecoming King and I was very popular. And it was a journey. And there are rules. And there are ways to behave. And we're going to go through this. This is very important for people out there that are listening. And people say to me, oh, things have changed now because of social media. Yes and no. Yes and no. First rule, if you are not popular, it is your fault. 100%. Excusing the people that I mentioned up top, the people getting fingered by grandpa. Let's leave them out. But if you are relatively stable and you can handle what's going on and you have regular teenage danks or whatever, if you are not connecting with people, bitch, it's on you. You are not better and smarter than everybody else. Maybe you are, but if you're smarter than everybody else, you can figure out a way to be their fucking friend. If you can outsmart somebody, you can outsmart your way into their social fucking circle.
Right, manipulation.
Manipulation. Currency manipulation. Arbitrage, bitches. Stop holding on to this loserdom. Stop holding on to this. You think that there's some value in being misunderstood, being some goth Daria type bitch, whatever. There is no value to that. There is no value to holding on to these, these things that define you as a person if they're driving everyone away.
Right, yeah.
Okay? A lot of times, and that doesn't mean that to be popular, you have to be a perfect person, or you even have to be remarkably talented or good looking. You don't. You just have to figure out what you're good at and display it in an appropriate way. So, a few things off the top. Very general rules. Know who the popular people are. And you do already, but know who the very popular people are. Know who are the A's, and then know who are the B's. Know who are the safeties.
Right.
Know who's in the scene but really shouldn't be. Know who's self-conscious about not bringing a lot to the table. Know the people that are the third call to go to the party. You're going to be their friend. You're not going to the top of the heap first. You're going to be friends with the person who doesn't really belong in the popular group, who doesn't really get like the fat, vicious kid. You're going to befriend them. You're going to befriend the hanger-on.
Yeah.
The sporty, dykey chick who's good at sports but is weird and somehow is at all the parties. She'll have some of them at her house. And everybody's like, oh, we love you, Jackie, but no one loves Jackie. She looks like a horse. But why is she? There's always one girl in the popular crowd that looks like a horse. She is a field hockey, fire-breathing dyke and doesn't know it yet, okay?
Hello. See you later.
You get on her radar. Or you get on the radar of the kid who's rich but not cool. Rich people, by the way, are never not cool. They just haven't grown into who they are yet. Rich people will always be cool. They're cold and aloof because they're different. But around junior year or senior year, they start driving their dad's BMW to school. They start wearing nicer clothes. They grow into themselves. They grow into their wealth. Yeah. They start having parties at their house. That house is on the water. It's got acreage. People are growing up and they're realizing that there's more than just catching a fucking football. This kid's got a dope fucking life. Be that guy's friend. Figure a way into his circle. Figure a way into horse-face, fire-breathing dyke Jackie's circle. Figure a way into the circle of somebody who doesn't belong in the group or somebody who's marginal. You need a marginal figure in order to break in for the most part.
Right, yeah.
That's really the way you should be. Here's the other thing. Be hungry and not desperate. Don't ever seem desperate. Always seem like you have plans. But be hungry to go do things with people. Be hungry because you want to be there. Be hungry because it's important that you go out and that you're seen. Don't be desperate. Don't be clingy. Let people call you. Let them text you. Don't be the person that's constantly driving it. Right. You know? It gets annoying to people.
Also, give people rides. Be the first person with a car.
Huge.
That's huge. Yeah.
Huge. Be a person with a car. Be a person with drugs. Be a person with a gun. Be a person with bullets. Be a person. Be a fucking person. Be a person with a house where you can have a party. Be a person with a cool backyard. Take the initiative. What are people lacking? What does a popular group lack? Is it funny person? What is it? Be that. Try to be that. If you're good looking, sell that. If you're funny, sell that. If you're completely bland, sell that. People need bland.
Right.
Okay? They need somebody to really not make any impressions and stand around. You want to be that guy? Be that fucking guy. Okay? Yeah. Here's the other thing, and this is the thing people aren't going to like. I think we've been pretty non-controversial so far. I'm on keto. I'm a keto kid. Brenda Schaub is supervising all of my meals. I was denied a smoothie, but I was okayed my egg breakfast, which had grevla and spinach. Don't fuck with me, folks. Your loser friends got to go. They got to go. Tommy, who's been your friend forever, who shits himself, he's got to go. Because he's only your friend because you two also suck. You gotta go. You gotta move the fuck on.
Gotta level up.
It's over. Level the fuck up. Stop holding on to your old life, your old ideas, your old friends. They suck and they want you to suck and they want you to die and they'll never be fucking happy for you if you start to do well. The minute you go to a cool party or somebody likes you, they're gonna fucking change and then they're gonna tell you that you've changed. You have changed, okay? But not in a meaningful way. You don't start treating them like shit or anything, but you're just not gonna be relating to them as much because they want to complain about how bad everything and how much everyone sucks. And then once people don't suck a little bit, it throws the dynamic off. So they got to fucking go. And it shouldn't be a long process. They got to fucking go. Okay? It'll be awkward. You know their parents. It'll be awkward. It's fine. They got to go.
Yeah.
Okay?
Yeah.
Hollywood writes popular culture. Popular culture is written by losers. So they fetishize losers and make them all into kings and queens and that they all graduate and go on and write plays and movies and sing songs and they all become fucking Fiona Apple. No, they don't. There's one Fiona Apple and the rest of you are eating cat litter on your floor. You're eating your own vomit like a cat. Okay? You're not Fiona Apple. You stop. Cut it out. You're not that person. Okay? So let's stop pretending. But Hollywood will make you think you can be and they'll make you think that all those popular people they all they hit a ceiling and they don't do it. No, they're fine. Right. They're fine. Law of averages, let's go by the numbers. They're fine. They become people like Logan Paul, George W. Bush, Cardi B, Donald Trump, and myself. Icons. The thing here, folks, is I've always considered myself a business strategist. In addition to being a comedian. Being a comedian is just something I do, but my heart and my passion has always been in business. You know? I've always been, CEO. It's the way I feel. I'm just CEO. I have that mentality, I have the winner's mentality. Many of you don't. I pity you. I wish you were dead, but you're not. You're here on Earth, and I have to look at you, and it disgusts me. Because I've always been a CEO. Now you say to me, Tim, everything you've done in the business world has been a tremendous failure. You foreclosed on houses, you worked for companies that went out of business. Hey, shut the fuck up. Okay? Because that's facts. That's reality. And if you live in that world, you're a bitch. I'm a businessman. I create my own reality. I manifest my reality. Every day I get up and I say, here's how it's going to be. Not how it is, not how it was. Here's how it's going to be. I have tools. I have a toolbox, and I take the tools out of the toolbox, and I make shit. Okay? I build businesses. You even know what that is? I build businesses. Right now, I am working on a multi-platform, multi-dimensional business that will exist in several dimensions while you bitches are still on Earth in our dimension like fucking losers trying to play catch-up. Okay? I'm thinking about space tourism. The fuck are you doing? I'm trying to build a business. Okay? What are my tools? I'll tell you a great tool. Great tool is Wix. Wix is a place where you can start a website. You might not have a lot of money. So you can go to Wix and you could choose from one of 500 templates for your website. Or you could create your own, or you could have Wix ADI do it. Automated ADI, artificial design intelligence. You answer a few simple questions about your business. What is your business? Space tourism. What's the business going to be? A hotel. Where's it going to be located? On the fucking moon, bitch. And then Wix will design a website that lets everybody know. Oh, this guy's opening a fucking hotel on the moon. I don't give a fuck about government permits. I'll bribe those motherfuckers. I know how that works. Okay? You blackmail, you bribe, you coerce, you intimidate, you manipulate. Okay? But you gotta let people know what you're doing. You gotta let people know you're gonna open the dopest hotel on the moon. I'm talking... And it's not going to be hacky. Like a lot of these moon hotels are going to be hacky. They'll have moon pies. It'll be a space theme. My hotel's not going to be a space theme. Okay? It's not going to be a space. It's going to be a tropical theme, which is going to throw people because they're on the fucking moon in zero gravity, and it's going to be that moon crater wasteland. And then I'm going to have a tropical theme. A lot of people are going to do space age. I'm going to do tropical. It's going to throw everybody. You're going to be in cabanas. We're going to create a beach. We're going to have our own wave pool. I'm giving it away for free because I'm so confident none of you fuckers are able to touch me. And you're not able to. You can't execute the way I can execute because it's not just about having the idea. It's about execution. And the first step is having a website that allows people in. You got to let them in, and you got to let them in and go, "Hey, bitch. Here's your new moon hotel. Wix is cheap. Okay, I'm not trying to spend a lot of money up front on the website because this is going to sell itself. The concept is going to sell itself. Okay, it's going to sell itself because people are going to want to go to the moon, and they're not going to want some dumb moon hotel. They want to go to a tropical resort on the fucking moon. Okay, picture it. You walk into the lobby. And it's got big tropical trees, some parrots in the fucking lobby. And I don't give a fuck about the animal control people tell me I'm abusing animals. They're lucky to work. Those animals are lucky to work. So I'm going to get a bunch of parrots and a lizard or two, and it's going to be fun. The kids are going to love it. You're going to love it. You're going to walk in. You're going to feel like you're in a tropical rainforest, but you're not. You're on the fucking moon. You're on another planet, you dumb bitch. And you're going to love it. We're going to have room service. We're going to have, like, if you go to the hotel and you wake up in the middle of the night and you're hungry, we're going to have chicken fingers, but like with the Jamaican jerk spice seasoning. It's going to be real hot because you're going to be on the moon, and the moon is I think it's cold. So what you're going to have is like spicy, like hot tropical food with like shrimp skewers with like a mango salsa. And it's going to be all fucking rainforest theme, you know, like the Rainforest Cafe, but high end, you know. It's going to cost a lot of money to go to this resort. You're going to have to spend about $1 million a night. It's not going to be for people that aren't rich. It's going to be for rich people that want to spend that money. Okay, we're going to have a pool. It's going to be a wave pool. We're going to have lifeguards. They're all going to be trained. So if you want to take your family to the moon and spend $4 or $5 million to have a tropical experience on the moon, you could go to my website. If you want to go to Wix and build your own website, don't take my idea. I don't give a fuck. You can build a hotel on the moon. Don't build a tropical hotel. I'll fucking come for you. You choose another fucking theme. You do what all these dumb fucks are going to do, some dumb moon theme. It's not going to be like that with mine. I don't give a fuck about space other than that this is in space. Okay? There's not going to be like facts about the moon and shit. You know, these dumb companies are going to put like some dumb moon hotel. It's going to be all space age and cold. It's going to feel cold. It's going to be like everything's going to be white and cold and it's going to be sterile. That's not what I'm about. I'm about like bug nets over the beds, even though there's not going to be any bugs. It's just nice because you're going to be transported back to Earth. You're going to feel like you're on Earth. And we're going to have like fake sunsets in the dining room. We're going to have a restaurant. And it's going to be awesome, man. It's going to be fucking awesome because the rainforest is burning right now. So you're not going to have that no longer. If you want real nature, you're going to have to go to the moon, to my resort. Because most of the rainforest is being burnt to the ground by, I don't know, people in Brazil for whatever reason. But I respect them. I respect their business. I don't question it. They need to do what they got to do. It's not my problem. You know what I mean? So the reality is, if you want that rainforest feeling, pretty soon you're going to have to take a spaceship to the moon. It's going to be a great hotel. We're not going to have the maids bothering you at like 7 a.m. trying to get in your fucking room. Like sometimes you go to a hotel, like you go to Marriott Courtyard, and they knock on the door at like 9 o'clock, and you scream at them, but they don't understand English. So they open the door anyway, and you're just fucking laying there, and you're naked, and you're on the floor, and you couldn't even get to the bed last night. And they start screaming when they see you because you still have chocolate on your face from that fucking lava cake you ate. And you start screaming back at them. You're like, ah! And they just shut the door in fear. That's not what we're doing. We're going to have a high-tech system where if you want your room clean, you're going to type it in, and then somebody's going to know, and they're going to show up, and they're going to clean your room when you want it clean. You're not going to show up, okay, early in the fucking morning. That's not the way it's going to work. 24-hour day room service, tropical theme, We're gonna have volleyball, you know, but it's not gonna be hyper competitive where everybody's losing their minds. It's gonna be very supportive volleyball, you know, where the nets are gonna be like lower, and because of the gravity, it's gonna be fun because the balls will go everywhere. Okay, I'm telling you, it's fucking gonna be dope. I'm very excited about it, and Wix is an asset. So if you go to timdillonsgoingtohell.com, T-I-M Dillon, D-I-L-L-O-N-S, goingtohell.com, you can then find, you go to the bottom of the site, you'll find a link. And the link is going to take you to Wix. You'll get 10% off any of their premium plans. If you want to open a hotel, a resort, you want to do it on Earth, like a fucking, like you're living in 1996, good for you. I have no interest in that. We're breaking ground next month on my moon resort. We're gonna call it Paradise on the Moon. And this is why I'm successful, because I have vision. Many of you do not have vision, and it's disgusting. But whatever, man, try out your shitty business. Maybe it'll work. Wix is a great place, you know? Now, and I don't smoke, and this podcast gives people the idea that I smoke because I smoke during the podcast to give me energy to tell the truth.
Right, yeah.
Marlboro Lights, they're not just for Asians, but Asians love them. Asians love a light cigarette because they're responsible. Now, know where you can get fucked up and act like a pig, and know where you have to be a person. One of my best friends was named Joe Munster. Joe Munster had the funnest house, and his parents are my good friends. When I graduated school, I bought a house. It was rapidly foreclosed on, and I became a regular at several local gin mills in my town, and began to the process of throwing my life away by becoming a degenerate alcoholic, a thief, a liar. And his parents are two of my best friends. I love them so much. They're amazing fucking people. His house was a house where you could kind of let it all out, be wild, be crazy. But if you went to my friend Maeve's house, her parents were rich, so you have to behave. Don't vomit all over the house with the nice carpet. Do you know what I mean? Yeah. There are houses where you can let it all hang out, and then there are houses and people where you have to be a little more guarded. Don't always be 100% of yourself. No one wants that. No one needs that. Know who wants what when. I could go to my friend Joe's house at 3 in the morning, drunk, having just hit a car, asking to be hid from the police. And his parents were not only happy to see me, they would provide me a meal. Not everyone's like that. Not everyone's like that when you're hiding in the attic because you just hit and ran someone. Not everyone's gonna come up with a bowl of seafood gumbo. Many people are gonna tell you to leave. Right. So you gotta know, where should I go? You gotta figure that out, you know? Did you have a friend or like a house where you could hang out and have fun and just go crazy and nobody would worry?
Yeah, totally. Yeah, there was where we watched porn and, you know, we knew we had a room that they never checked on us, the parents, and you could just wake up in the middle of the night and go make food in the kitchen, be loud.
Yes, you could do whatever you want and no one would care, and you could just abuse people and they would abuse you, and that's a beautiful fucking thing.
Yeah, it really is.
It's a beautiful thing, and it needs to happen. You need to have those situations where you exchange abuse. And then there are places where you have to look a little nicer, put it together, don't look like a slob. You gotta be able to kind of judge where you're at.
You gotta pick your spots.
Gotta pick your spots.
Mentally put on a suit and tie.
Absolutely, great way to say it. Let's talk about some potential personalities for the kids. Personality number 1 you can choose, Barstool Sports, which means that you're just a bro.
Yeah.
You're kind of racist, but not really. You're just a bro. You just want to watch sports, talk about sports, maybe get your dick sucked. You don't really offer anything, but every now and then you have tender moments and you'll let your straight friend see your penis. Or you'll let your gay friend who doesn't know he's gay yet see your dick.
Oh, okay.
That's important for whoever that kid is.
Yeah.
You can have tender moments, but you're a bro, but you have a big heart. You like family, you want people coming over to your house, you want to go to their houses, you like surrogate families. Barstool Sports. great personality.
You wear boat shoes, salmon shorts.
Boat shoes, salmon shorts. The world thinks you're a rapist, but you're not. You can barely pull your little link out in front of a girl. The world thinks you're running everything, but you're really not. You're more scared than anybody else is out there. But you cover it up with bravado and whatever. It's barstool sports. Now, that personality in your 30s is horrendous. Many people still have it. Saturdays are for the boys. No, they're not for the boys. They're for job interviews. Clean your life up. Save your life. Okay? Nothing's for the boys. You're uploading this from your fucking mother's house. Barstool sports. Weed. Next personality. Weed. You love weed. You love skating. You love snowboarding. You're a weed person. That's what you do. Maybe you sell weed. Maybe you know how to get the best weed. That's what gets you into all the things because you love weed. Now you talk about that you're going to start your own weed company, and you love weed, and that's all you talk about, and you just smoke weed, and it is what it is. And you're a skinny kid, you have a big dick, and you love fettuccine Alfredo, and you love weed. That's it.
Just having weed on you will get you in so many circles.
You need to have weed on you all the time if weed is going to be your personality. Your car always smells like weed. You bake every single morning. People bake with you. They think it's funny. They think you're a disaster, but they don't really tell you to your face. They're scared for what's going to happen to you. And you will destroy your life 2 years out of high school. That being said, who gives a fuck? We're only talking about those 4 golden years.
Yeah, exactly.
It'll get you into the good parties. It'll be fun. You're a bacon, egg, and cheese guy. You like getting high. It's 2 a.m. at Taco Bell. You're a lot of fucking fun. Maybe you're a gamer and everyone smokes weed. You're on Twitch and whatever. 4 people are giving you $3 or whatever. It's fun. It is what it is, okay? Nazi gamer is the next personality. You're a Nazi and a gamer. You're a race realist. You believe in the JQ. You are a hardcore red pill. And I mean you throw back the pills with abandon. You're into fitness because you're ready to fight a race war. Your name online is like Nordic Warrior 1488 or something like that. You know what I mean? You're hardcore into it. You know, all of this is because some chick wouldn't fuck you. You decided to read 15 books about the shape of skulls because you couldn't get laid. But that's a personality and stick to it. Here's another personality. Guy who talks about war crimes at a party. That's the other side. Black bloc. You want to be an Antifa, but you don't know where they meet up. You wear black all the time. You want to just throw a rock at a Proud Boy, but you can't find one because you live in a fucking New England town and everybody kind of agrees with you. In fact, you hate neoliberals more than anything. You rail against centrists and boomers and everybody that fucked the whole world up, even though you'd fuck it up too if you had any fucking goddamn chance at it, which you probably won't because thankfully climate change will ravage the earth before you get a chance to show what a fucking incompetent pussy you really are. It's the other side of Nazi gamer. You're actually friends with a Nazi gamer, even though you don't really like each other. You think the other one's abhorrent, but you would probably like to fuck hardcore one day, and it might happen, who knows. But you both are not too good with women, you're just the other side of it. You bury yourself in books or whatever. Some people are impressed by your knowledge and the fact that you use big words, but it's all concealing that you have roiling rage and inner turmoil inside because your mother's never looked at you the way she's looked at wine. Another personality, missing person. Missing person is the type of personality you cannot go to school alone. When you go to school, you have to sit absolutely silently in the back of the room, and in the middle of a class, you just start screaming. Ah! Then you run out and disappear for 2 weeks. Then you're back, then you're gone, then you're back, then you're gone. Nobody knows where you are. Is the state taking control of you? Nobody knows, but you're all over the place and you know where. Are you a runaway? Did you escape from a pedophile cult? Are you trying to get into a pedophile cult? You're a missing person. Nobody knows your deal and you can't let them because you're bland and nobody gives a shit. But you disguise it by being this kind of chaotic ball of crazy missing person. Fat girl with a clean car. We've gone through this. You're fat, but you have a tight ponytail. You have an immaculate car. You drive everyone to every party. You say very little. You love smoking a lot of weed, and you never eat in front of people, but at the end of the night, you go park your car and you deep throat an entire fucking pizza. You are the fat girl with the clean car. You are a fucking American legend. Okay? You do not say much. You do not talk. You are there to be, you're a bus driver, essentially. You have a car. It's usually a mid-size SUV, little truck, things like that. Could be a little coupe or whatever. You'll pack 4 or 5 thin people into it. Doesn't matter. You always stay sober enough to drive. That's what you bring to the table. Don't start getting fucked up now. And if you get too fucked up to drive, you have to let somebody else drive your car, and it doesn't matter whether they have a license or not. You are the fat girl with the clean car. You're here to save the fucking day, okay? But don't ever have an opinion or say anything. It'll be greeted with weirdness. You speak in 3 to 4 word things, usually about traffic. Oh, there's a fucking accident here. Then you're done for the night. And you're done for the night.
Yeah.
Okay?
Yeah, don't provide too much.
Fat girl with the clean car. Insanely gay person. You are insanely gay. You are the gayest person ever. You are made of literal cum. You are gay and you want everyone to know you're gay and you'll suck them off. You're going to fuck a lot of hot straight guys doing this, okay? You're a lot better looking than me. You have a six-pack. You're a dancer. And you can fuck a lot of straight guys in the bathroom when they're not looking. You're part of the theater crew, but not really, because you really want to suck off a football player, because who wants to fuck another fucking guy that you've been dancing around with all day? So you're the insanely gay person. You put it out there. The football guys, they're kind of disgusted by you, but some of them, you know, if their girlfriend wasn't around and if it was late enough at night, would probably let you swallow their hog, you know? And it's very important that you're an insanely gay person, obnoxiously gay, over the top. You've got 15 pride flags on you at all times. You're throwing them at people. You're the insanely gay person. White guy who wants to be black or who thinks he is black. If you come from the Northeast, these are Jews who think they're Italian who want to be black. You say things like, yo, man, and son, and somehow you get away with it. You hang out with the black kids, but then you also hang out with the white kids every now and then. You've been accepted. You're usually rich. You love black culture. You love rap music. You love everything black. You look at your own skin and you wish you could fucking take a potato peeler and just skin yourself every night and wake up and be a glorious Nubian god, but you can't. It's not what it is. You don't have that big black dick. You've got a, you know, respectable Jewish pecker, but you love black people. That's the way it is. And there's nothing wrong with that. I mean, should you be more comfortable in your own skin? Perhaps. I'm not here to judge. That's your personality. Stick to it. Okay? That's who you're going to be.
Yeah. That's a common one.
That's a common one. And it does very well.
Mm-hmm.
You know? It does very well. Whore who fights. You're a whore and you're always fighting. You have 2 best friends and you fight them every day. Physically, over the phone, you're just fighting or fucking. You exist in one of 2 states. Fighting or fucking. You're either fucking 3 guys at a party or you're fighting 6 girls in a park. Either way, that's who you are. You're drama. You bring it to the table. You wish you were Puerto Rican, but you're just Italian. You know? Right. You want to be one of those city tough girls, but you're not. Okay? You had some weird shit with your uncle early on. You didn't process that. So you just want to fight everybody you see. You've punched your boyfriend in the face and then had the best sex afterwards when you choked the shit out of each other. You've probably fucked a teacher, and if not, you should.
You've posted an ad on Backpage here or there, you know?
Yeah. You're 17, but you're on seeking arrangements, and if a few businessmen want to buy you some dinner and throw you some money for shoes, who the fuck are you to judge? It doesn't matter. You're a fighter and you're a fucker. That's what you are. Maybe your name's like Angela or something. You like to throw the fuck down. What did you say to me? You're always ready to fight. Anything so people don't get inside of you and see who you really are, which is a scared little girl, a scared and traumatized little girl. But you're not going to be Billie Eilish and have a bunch of candles lit and go, and make millions of dollars. You're going to fight or you're going to fuck. That's who you are.
Yeah.
Fat girl who doesn't know she's fat. This is big. You have no idea you're fat. You hang out with all the popular girls. You wonder why their boyfriends aren't fucking you. You're genuinely stunned. You're perplexed that you are not getting more play. You have no idea why this is happening. You're fun. You kid around with everybody. Everybody loves you. You're everybody's little sister. Somebody fucks you once when they're really loaded and you make it out to be more than it really is. You don't know that you're a chubbo, but you kind of own it, and then you also kind of don't own it. And then when it comes to prom, you really try to doll it up. Those girls really go crazy at prom because they think one dress is going to cover up what they've been doing for the last fucking 4 years. You know?
Yeah.
The fat girl has no idea she's fat. The fat guy who talks about pussy all the time, but never gets it and wouldn't know what to do if he did get it. You're a fat guy and you just want to fuck chicks. Your best friends are hot guys that fuck girls all the time. You're on the football team. You're decent at it, but nobody wants to touch you. You're very angry. You drink all the time. You love fighting because it's a way that you can show that you have some value on this fucking planet. Nobody really calls you to hang out, but they like having you around when it's a big party because you're just a big lug. You're hammered and all you care about is pussy. You'll be like, oh, any fucking pussy there? You'll pretend and not want to go someplace. If somebody calls you, like, yo, any girls there? But you don't give a shit. You know if there were girls there, they're not fucking taking your dick out of your fucking dough body pants. Yeah. It's not going to happen. But you tell everybody, hey, I just want to make sure there's enough bitches there before I show up. Fuck you. But that's an important archetype of person. Kid whose mother's a teacher, who's kind of a goody two-shoes, but lets it all out with one party or two parties, and he vomits the whole time because this is the first time. It's usually senior year. He's letting himself loose, and he's got a girlfriend. He'll keep her for 4 years. He kind of goes to the popular parties for 15 minutes. Nobody remembers him. Maybe he's class president. Maybe he's in the student government. Maybe he's somebody like that. Whatever. And every now and then he'll get really, really hammered and vomit all over the place. But he knows he's an establishment guy. He's a Fallon. He's a whatever. He's got the right opinions and the right package, you know?
Yeah.
You know?
Talks to the teacher after class a lot.
Yes.
Yeah.
Lesbian who works a lot of jobs and lets everyone know how hard she works. Could be a catering hall, could be a restaurant, but she's always working. And she's always working, and she wants everyone to know how hard she worked and how much responsibility her job gives her. It's a great way to not take stock of where she is in the whole social fabric of everything. Usually it's a lesbian. And she's working. She's been working since she's 4 years old. She'll claim that she's managing some thing or whatever. These are the personalities. Some of the personalities. There's an innumerable amount of personalities. There's not an innumerable amount of genders. Although that's not a bad idea. If you're a bland white chick, you can just dye your hair green and you say, "I'm they them. My new name is Astrid," or whatever. You know, you look up some constellation, name yourself after that. You're now a new person, and I talked about a new business idea that I had earlier where I was going to open a tropical resort on the moon. And it's going to be like a resort, like a hotel, like a high-end tropical hotel. It's going to be on the moon, but it will not have a moon or a space theme. It will have a tropical theme. And because the rainforest is being burned on Earth, the only real rainforest you're going to get is at my resort on the moon. And I'm going to have a big resort, and a big resort is very complex to run. You got to run it, okay? That's why I'm going to use Monday.com, because Monday.com keeps everybody in line, okay? There's nothing worse than looking for emails and yelling at people, blaming people, screaming. That's not the way it's going to be. Monday.com is software that enhances the effectiveness of your business plan. It allows you to coordinate and collaborate with people. It is a fucking very easy to use tool that keeps everybody accountable. People, I will fire people at my tropical moon resort if they fuck up. I don't care. I'm not trying to hear your mouth. It doesn't matter to me. You understand me? I will straight up lose my mind and start screaming. I don't want to do that. I don't want to scream in the lobby because the whole thing is tropical relaxation, making people feel good. I don't want to have to go up to the front desk and start banging people's heads around, literally. But I will if they don't do what I want them to do, which is so important. To have a thing like Monday.com. Any of you have business, it's perfect. Monday.com, if you're two people collaborating, or there's thousands of people around the globe or in space, like I'm going to have, it's a perfect tool to make sure that everybody's on the same page. Everybody's united, everybody's connected. It's very important to me to have an efficient resort on the moon with a tropical theme. Okay, we're going to have maybe 800 guest rooms, and 200 of them are going to be suites. The guest room's going to cost $1 million a night. The suite's going to be $5 million a night. And the suite's are going to have a separate room for you to kind of relax and sit. It'll have a separate sitting room. And it'll probably have a balcony or a terrace. But the guest rooms will not have that. The suites will and then there will be villas. The villas are above suites. And the villas And because this is very complex, in order to keep this all going, you need Monday.com. Okay, if you have a business out there and you're disorganized, Monday.com is essential. We're starting to use it here. We're building a little tiny business right now with a podcast, just trying to entertain people, getting people out to live shows. But that's not my main goal. My main goal is to open a tropical resort on the moon within 5 years. And it will happen, but it's only going to happen if I stay organized and efficient. A lot of people out there are not organized. I used to work in a mortgage company, and a lot of people, you know, you'd always be like, Doreen, where's that email? And Doreen would know because she's stupid, right? She'd be like, I don't know where it is. I just saw it. And then you're like, oh, fuck, my life is over because I can't get to what I need to get to. That's not good. I don't have time for that when I'm running a 1,000-room resort on the moon. I'm not going to have time for that. I'm going to need people to be efficient. You understand what I mean? Another thing I'm going to have is I'm going to have big fish tanks, you know, because there's not fish in outer space, but people are going to want to feel comfortable because when people go to the moon, they're going to be like, I feel like I'm not on Earth, which is good because that's where they're traveling, but they're going to want some comforts, creature comforts, things that remind them of home. Fish tanks. Okay, so I'll have fish tanks. And I might have like dogs and cats to make people feel like they're at home. And we might do the thing where like if you want a dog or a cat sent to your room for an hour to pet, we're going to be able to do that. And we're going to have an email system. And we're going to be able to make sure that all of the scheduling is efficient. And so that if you request a dog, you're like, hey, send a lab up to room 1512. And I send one up, and you're like, oh man, I feel like I'm at home. Like I was weirded out when I first got here because I was on the moon. But now I'm not weirded out. I'm really enjoying this because you sent up a lab, you know, maybe a chocolate lab or a golden lab, and it's a, you know, beautiful dog. Or a cat, you know, you send up a cat. Cats are kind of vicious and cold, but still there's something about them that makes you feel at home, and that's important. That's what the whole resort's about. It's like you're far away from home, but are you? That's the whole thing, but are you? That's really what I want you to feel. Like you don't really know, like you're like, oh fuck, I feel like I'm on a tropical resort, a 2-hour plane ride from my house, but not. You're in the middle of space, you're in outer space at my tropical moon resort, and it's going to be called Paradise on the Moon. And I mean, a lot of people doubt me, and a lot of people don't take me seriously when I tell them this, specifically Uber drivers. But that's okay, because that's what your rating is based on, not your driving. It's do you lend credibility to my dreams or not? And if you kind of laugh at me when I say this, not only will I rate you low, but I'll try to make you get in an accident in a way that will only hurt you and not me. So Monday.com, what's the promo code here?
Monday.com/Tim.
Monday.com/Tim. If you have a business and you want to be effective, you want to be efficient, you want to keep track of where all these emails are going, where all these appointments are going, if you're in sales, marketing, anything you're doing, if you're running a resort on the moon, whatever it happens to be, you're going to need a business plan. Monday.com is a software that allows you to streamline everything you're doing. It's so much easier. Makes it very simple. So that's really what we're trying to do. So if you're into that, if you're trying to be somebody, you know, I think Monday.com/Tim is the way to do it. Go there and start thinking about squeezing more money out of your business, holding people accountable. Because I can tell already, like my first speech I'm going to give to my staff, I'm going to walk into the hotel, I'm going to say, this is my dream. And they're all going to look at me and they're going to be amazed. And I'm going to say, this is my dream. And I'm going to say, because we have Monday.com, we're going to hold you accountable. You're not going to get away with nothing here. You're not getting away with it. Don't tell me you didn't get a message or that you lost an email or didn't know when a meeting was going to be. Because we'll throw you right in a black hole. We'll throw you in outer space. Because I'm going to have the staff sign waivers that they understand that we can remove them from the resort, and then once you're out of the resort, you're kind of on your own in space, and a lot of people aren't going to be able to do it. So that it is real. Like the threat of doing bad is real. It's not fake. It's not like one of those things where you just quit, whatever. It's where you're going to go. You know, Jupiter's not hospitable to life. So Monday.com, there should be no excuses. Understand me? So, Monday.com/Tim. And if you're interested in my Paradise on the Moon resort, We'll be making a formal announcement pretty soon. And a lot of people are trying to do this. Richard Branson and Blake Bezos and all those guys, but I'm not afraid of them because none of them understand how to make people feel at home on another planet. And I do. I get it. Because we're going to have, like, the best thing I think sometimes in a hotel is you have a breakfast buffet. And we're going to have, like, a breakfast buffet. And it's going to be awesome. And one of the things that's going to make it different from other breakfast buffets is that it's going to be on the moon. And you're going to have big windows as you eat breakfast that look out into space. And that's going to be fucking nice. Like, a lot of people don't do that. Like, the buffet room is like a dumb, it almost looks like a conference room, but ours is going to be very nice with huge windows that look out onto a space station. So that when you're eating a waffle with your family, you're like, what should we do today? There's going to be activities. I don't want to go into all that because I don't want people copying my shit. You're going to get a free 14-day trial if you go to monday.com/Tim. Thank you. Here's the other thing. So now let's go back to some actual specifics. Don't trust. There's a few people you should never trust. Never trust the popular girl who's in theater. This girl has divided loyalties. She really wants to be popular, but she thinks she's an actress. What she really is mentally ill. People like that will pretend to be your friend because they fancy themselves to be humanitarians and they like to befriend losers and put them in their pocket. But when it matters, they'll never have your back and they don't really like you. And they're always going to choose the popular people because they're not fucking stupid. So any popular chick, if you're a popular chick, you should be a bitch. And you should walk around like a bitch. Own it. Like, if you're a rich person, be rich. Don't go to open mics. Don't be, be what you are. So don't trust that person. That's a person you have to watch out for. The person with divided loyalties. And a lot of times, it's the girl who's popular, but like, oh, don't make fun of this kid. Yeah. And then she'll befriend you.
A little too nice to the disenfranchised.
Yeah, a little too nice to the disenfranchised. She thinks that, you are in love with her probably, or you like that she's gonna, one day she's gonna bring you to all the cool places or whatever. None of that's ever gonna fucking happen. Okay, so don't trust her. She has divided loyalty. It's duality. She split herself into two people. Okay, the popular girl, and then the girl that feels secretly a little insecure around that group, and she wants to be better than them, and she thinks she can do it by being a third-rate member of the theater group. Okay?
Right. Yeah.
So these are people to watch out for, kids. I hope this is helpful to many of you out there. I mean, many of you are irredeemable losers and can't be helped. But I'm trying to help. I'm doing my best to help you. What else? Because there's some other important things. Spend your summers getting ready to be the person you want to be when you get back into school. Get in shape. Be the fat kid who comes back hot. Be the goody two-shoes who comes back a drug dealer. Be the kid that wasn't serious about school who comes back getting all A's. Change.
People love a drastic change.
They love a drastic change. That was me. I changed.
Yeah.
People love change. I became outgoing and funny, and I lost weight. I look better. All of that shit matters. They love a drastic change. Allow the summer to be the place that you change and you become something else. If your parents are rich, use that money. If your parents are animals, use that. Allow people to come and have parties at your house and absolutely destroy it. Light it on fire. It doesn't matter. Hey, you don't like these jokes? Here's what you can do if you don't like these fucking jokes. You can take them and shove it up your ass. But you fucking degenerates would love that, don't you? You would love a fucking couple of things up your ass. You free love freaks. Sex. Don't get too into it. Unless you really know what you're doing. Don't be super weird about it. You don't need to be fucking all the time. It's more about friendship than not. If you have a girlfriend, that's fine. You should be hooking up with people or whatever. But don't force that aspect. Don't become obsessed with it. Don't become crazy. Don't become the guy that's obsessed with getting laid and then you never do.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Don't become the girl that uses sex as a weapon unless you know what you're fucking doing and you can really use it as a weapon. You start blackmailing people. You know?
Yeah.
Have a healthy relationship with your family, but don't be too, like, get other families, get surrogate families, go on vacations with people, be independent, start this young.
Right.
Go on summer vacation. If families are taking you on vacations, it means they really like you and love you. That's very important.
You're like a young socialite.
Yes, be a young socialite. Get out of your comfort zone. Do shit you wouldn't necessarily think of yourself doing. Challenge yourself. That movie, 8th Grade with Bo Burnham, is a decent movie. It's not a bad movie. Bo Burnham's a genius. I don't know him, but he is a genius. I don't love some of, like, he does this one thing where he's like, I'm an artist. And he's singing this thing and he's like, I'm an artist. We shouldn't be here. We should be feeding families. It's like, that's not how it works. No one made the decision to not feed a family to come see this comedy show.
Right, yeah.
That's not the way the economy works. It has structural problems. That's not it. Just go be a genius. Shia LaBeouf, just go be a genius. I don't want to hear from you. I don't want to hear a podcast.
Right.
Just make a brilliant thing, and I'm all on board for it. We're all going to go, and great. Okay? And that movie, 8th Grade's good because it's a girl that feels that she's not in, and then she goes to this party that she got invited to that she feels weird about. Be that person. And then she wants to be with the kid that's good looking, but she ends up being with the goofball kid, you know? Because the kid that's good looking kind of a dick and asks her to blow him. Don't bully people. Don't shit on people. If you're going to be funny, never build your act around another kid. They could transfer, they could kill themselves, and you got to build from zero. Don't be cruel. You should never be cruel. In my yearbook, which I should have gotten out and read the things people wrote about me, they're like, you never made fun of anybody, but you're fucking hilarious. Punch up. Not in my world. Comedy, I should be able to punch wherever. But in high school, punch up. Make fun of teachers. You know, impersonate teachers. Get good impressions. Make fun of but also be friends with teachers. Be cool. Be able to be late. Know how to do it. Know when you can joke around and when you can't. That's the other thing. A lot of people in that quote-unquote popular group are very insecure and threatened, so know when you can shit on them and know when you can joke around with them and know when you can't. Know what you can say when you can say it. Read them. Look at people and read them. What do you want from them and what do they want from you? There's nothing wrong with analyzing that dynamic of relationships. It doesn't make you a sociopath. It makes you aware.
Know what things to bring up to the teacher that you know the teacher will then talk about forever, and then in class you don't have to do any work, and then all the kids will like you because you keep bringing up something and distracting.
100%. Know what you can do in a class to get some attention. There was a moment in Spanish class where I never knew what the word meant because I didn't care. I think we're in America, speak English. But we would go and she goes, what is halada? And halada, ironically, means ice cream, and I should have known that. But I didn't know that it meant ice cream, so I just said, a little pudding. And it was very funny. I said, a little pudding? And it killed. And she went, no. And she laughed, though. She laughed. And it was okay. If you're funny, it'll all be okay. Not at my age, not at 34. It's gonna be hell. It's gonna end so bad. I can't even describe to you the end. It'll be so bad that my landlord just texted me if the bugs in my room have been fixed. I'm gonna have to stay somewhere because the bugs are apparently, they've went insane. Giuliani and Trump Jr. were at the stand tonight. I should have went. You know what, folks? I'm where I need to be in fucking Hollywood. Bitch, I'm in Hollywood. People tell me, oh, you missed out. Oh, did I? I'm in Hollywood. Have you heard of it? I have a meeting tomorrow at Le Pen. How do you pronounce
quotidian?
Yes. Yes, I do. With the guy who did American Vandal. We're going to sit there and stare at each other and eat, you know, fast food, smoked salmon or whatever that place shoves out. It's important. It's important to be popular, man. It's important to be cool. It's important to have people like you. Be fun. Be cool. You know, drink or smoke or don't or be whatever, but just be the person that people want to be around.
Just fill in the blanks.
Fill in the blanks is a great way to say it, Devin. It's a great fucking way to say it. Fill in the blanks. Don't hold on to the old conception of who you are. Being a loser doesn't make you special or interesting. Everybody's a loser. Trust me, I know. I'm surrounded by lots of them. Many of them have millions and millions of dollars. Okay? Money and real estate don't fix the fact that you suck. Oscars and Emmys won't fix the fact that you suck. Sometimes you just fucking suck. And the people that suck always know they fucking suck. Doesn't matter how much money they have. That's why they're always killing themselves. How long have we done, Ben? 45. We're going to wrap this up pretty soon because we've got to do some ads. And this was a pretty intense episode. And I think a lot of people have learned a lot. And maybe there are people that are confused and maybe the message wasn't for you.
It was a pretty good list.
I think it was a great list. And I think there were some great strategies. This is how to do it. This is how to make it happen. Go in there with a goal. I don't want to be a loser. I want to be cool. What's an attainable friend? How do I step on his head to get to that person? Whose shoulders can I stand on to get to where I need to go? There's nothing wrong with that. Okay? Ditch your loser friends. It's over. It doesn't matter. But I've been friends with Billy since... Shut up. Bring him with you. And if you can't, you can't. And by the way, go places alone. Go to parties alone. Hang out places alone. It'll endear you to people. You'll be forced to go and talk to people. Be alone. Be confident. Maybe go with one other person. You know who's a great person to go with? The fat girl with the clean car. Because she'll never outshine you.
Yeah.
Okay?
She might not even come into the party.
She'll come into the party. She'll stand in the backyard and smoke cigarettes and then wait, and you'll get in that beautiful car and it'll always smell so nice, like a cherry air freshener or something, the ocean breeze or something. Don't go and hang out. Don't bring a crew. You can't elevate a crew. You can elevate yourself. You cannot elevate a crew. Elevate yourself and then bring the crew with you. It's the way it is. It's the way it fucking is, man. And that's it. I mean, there's not too much else. I mean, the reality of the situation is this. Most of you will fail. I'm like talking to the troops at D-Day now. Most of you are going to the beach. Some of you are going to get shot in the head while you're still on the boat. Remember that scene? Saving Private Ryan? You're shot in the head before you're out of the boat. You don't even touch the beach. You don't even feel the glory of war. You're just dead. You're a flag on someone's fucking mantle. You're a picture in a picture frame in a house that nobody even goes in. Some old lady stares at you and goes, "Was that Jimmy?" No one cares. You're a ghost. Most of you will be ghosts. And most of you, you know, at that point, what else do you really have? There's nothing wrong with that. I know so many people that should have been killed in Iraq. They never were in the military, but I look at them and I say, you should have died for the country. You should have died a hero. You should have died a hero. But for some of you, for a small percentage of you, for the ones that are in the game, for those that have a chance, for the fighters, the people that can make it, join a team. I joined swim team. It was hilarious. I was a good swimmer. Yeah. One of my friends said to me once, he goes, "You smoked 3 cigarettes on the way to this practice?" I said, "Yeah." He goes, "I read you like a book." It was a funny moment. We no longer speak. The point is this. Immediately after you leave high school, none of these people will matter and you'll never see them again. Don't try to hold on to friendships with them. It's embarrassing.
They're people to practice on. You practice figuring shit out on these people that are temporary in your life.
You've had some brilliant insights here. You really have. You've done, I'm telling you, done very well here. They are people to practice on. Have you ever tried to trim your ball hair with a steak knife or a pair of scissors or a flame, an open flame? It's an absolute nightmare. It's not good. Not good. Especially if you're going to go out on a date.
And now, Tim Dillon is going to have...
Porch, I don't know. Does the porch make us look like we can't afford a studio?
I think people like the porch.
I know. I don't know. It's, you know, everyone else has a studio. People message me, they're like, everybody else has a studio. Why don't you have a studio? And I can't give them an answer to that. And I'm like, well, I like being on the porch.
Yeah.
So, weigh in. Weigh in out there. Studio or porch? Should we get a studio or should we do a porch? Should we show up, fight Brendan Schaub and Brian Callen, and then take over their studio? Because we will do that physically.
Yeah.
I'm not talking about a battle of wits. I'm talking about we go in their studio and fight them.
Okay, really? All right.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
You're gonna send me first and then see how it goes.
You're going to do a lot of the heavy lifting up front.
Throw me at them?
As the Marines would do. I'm in a tactical. I will fall back. I'm going to judge your progress and then assess what's going on.
Okay.
I believe this. I think I would lose a fight. If me and Brendan Schaub fought, I would lose.
I think so, too.
Yeah. Would you lose?
I think I would as well.
Well, we'll shoot him.
That's true.
We'll have to kill him with a weapon,
Yeah.
I guess.
Who cares about,
And take
martial
over
arts?
their studio. Theo would be a little bit more of a fair fight, but he might still win. Because he's got that
He's got the
swamp-
southern.
Yeah, he'll find a
he's
way
been
to
wrestling
get in there.
gators.
Yeah,
and
no,
who
he'll.
knows?
Yeah. We're not going to talk about Jeffrey Epstein for the whole episode. I know that people don't like people. A lot of people love it. By the way, some people love it. They don't want anything else. Some people right now are in like hog heaven with this story. They don't want to talk about anything else. They're just fucking in. They're happy. They're bringing it up like family barbecues. They're sitting there. But I get that it gets a lot. But it's just funny. It's funny to me because a friend of mine said to me recently, he said, "You got to talk about other stuff. You got to talk about other," and it's like, you have two presidents, two American presidents that are eerily close to a guy who's running an international human trafficking ring. And people are like, but you know what? You gotta talk about other stuff. You can't spend all your time on it. It would be like going to Thanksgiving dinner. Your brother is being murdered in the kitchen. Your sister's being raped in the bathroom. And you're like, I get it, but you have dessert.
Good job.
I want to have pie. I like pie. I don't understand. So then I had to explain to this friend why it's bad that the president might be involved with human trafficking. You have to explain. You do have to explain it to people.
Yeah.
In this country, you have to sit down and go, "This is not good," and here's why you should care that we might be run by some very, very bad people. You got to break it down because it's not obvious to most people walking around why it should affect them.
Yeah.
Why the abuse of children should affect them. They don't get it. They're walking around like, I don't understand. Well, what does it got to do with, especially in LA? Everything's about them. It's about me. It's about me and mine. I want to just manifest the life that I want.
Right.
Like I was talking to somebody the other day in Manhattan. I'm like, it's getting bad. And we're standing in the middle of Manhattan. I'm like, no, I think it's good, dude. Things aren't that bad. I'm like, we're in the middle of the wealthiest city in the country. We're in the middle of it. Outside of the city, people are crawling on the street. They're living in tents. They're gnawing each other's flesh off. Just a few miles away. And people are like, I think it's fine. I think you gotta relax. But it's LA. People don't want to talk. People want to do yoga. They want to eat avocado toast. They want to talk about avocados and dating. Everybody loves dating. There's a lot of dating podcasts. Dating's very complex and interesting because there's a certain type of woman out there. She's got a few pounds on. She lives in a major city. Maybe she celebrates Hanukkah. And this type of woman has had a cushy life. And her only real challenge, maybe other than like dyslexia or something, is finding a guy to fuck. She wants a Prince Charming to put his dick in her, and they're gonna have babies, and her entire life, from when she fucking gets wet for the first time till she traps one of these poor losers, is about stalking and finding this guy. And she needs podcasts about it, and it's everything. It's Friday night they go out, Saturday night they go out, they gotta find the guy, they got him. And then Sunday, they go out and dash. Why was they lying? And then so there's got to be podcasts that break down every millisecond of this interaction. It's fascinating. And that's what really does well.
Yeah.
What really does well is if you can. But when do you text? Do you text? What do you text? When do you text? What do you text? When you meet the parent, what's it like? Now, people say to me, "Oh, fuck you, Tim. You blow people in hotel rooms. You get prostitutes." Yeah. And so you don't understand why dating's important. You don't give a fuck about your family or their approval. You don't live a wholesome life. Yeah, fine. Okay. Correct. But still, enough with the dating all the time. I get that I'm not. I understand that certain people need it more than I do. I understand trying to suck off some financially desperate kid at NYU and then buy him fucking, you know, a fillet of salmon so I can put my tongue in his ass is not. I get a lot of people are like, oh, we're in a different world. Like, we want to have a good life. Okay, but enough with you're in your mid-30s and you can't find someone and enough with that. Opposite. I did that Wix ad about opposites. I was like, good is bad. People don't realize good is bad. Like, fat is now thin. And I said that in the Wix ad. The energy that used to come with being thin now comes with being fat. Like, when you were thin, people used to be like, yes, bitch! Now, no one will say that if you're thin. In order to get that reaction, you have to be 300. You have to be knocking on 300 pounds to get people excited about it. People are like, yes, bitch, you go girl. You go girl used to be a hot chick in a little black dress, walking around in the 80s or 90s. Now you go girl is a fucking, they gotta look like Thanos, you know? You gotta look like Thanos from the Avengers if you're a woman getting your girl. Fattest thin. He transferred all the qualities from thin people to, that's why I have to lose weight, because I don't want to be part of that.
Right. It's not cool anymore.
That pride movement that's happening. No, I'm abusing myself. They're like, you're perfect. I'm like, no, I hate myself and I want to die. They're like, yes, bitch. No, this is wrong and I'm killing myself. I'm wanting to kill myself. No, you're just perfect the way you are. There's no relationship between weight and health. There is. I can't breathe. There is a relationship. I mean, of course there's a relationship. All these women, big beasts, and they sit down, they can't even breathe, and they're like, you're not my doctor. Don't tell me what I should be. They're like, okay. I was in Long Island. First of all, Bagel Guy is following me on Instagram. You
Unbelievable. Yeah.
What was your reaction when you saw Bagel Guy for the first time?
Seems about right.
How tall are you?
I'm 5'10".
You're 5'10".
Yeah.
Now that is the height of most Hollywood actors. People don't realize this.
Yeah, like short.
Most Hollywood actors are not 6 feet like I am. Although I present much taller. Most people go, you seem like you're more than 6 feet. You know, because you have a very domineering physical presence. But you're 5'10".
Yeah.
Have you ever found that to be a problem getting chicks? Not really.
No.
Because you have kind of that LA scuzziness that women like.
Yeah, I guess so. Yeah.
He
looks like a weird shape.
He is not a good situation over there in Long Island with Bagel Guy. It's not good. You're doing much better. You have that skaterish slime ball, you know, but LA kind of, you look like you're like 12 still with a beard.
Yeah,
that's what LA people look like. They look like 15-year-olds with beards.
Yes.
That's what they look like. That's what people in LA look like. I think everybody's messaging me like, you gotta have on Bagel. I'm like,
do ya?
Really?
Bagel Guy?
No, they're calling him Bagel Boss.
Bagel Boss, okay.
Because he threw a fit. Now listen, I gotta be honest with you. I have thrown fits.
Just you wait.
In not that Bagel Boss, but they own a chain. I have had issues because there is no pride in the service of others. When someone comes in and orders something, and you're looking at a mongoloid
Nice one.
across on the other side of the counter, who could give a shit less about you, and you're coming in and all you want is an egg over medium, not sunny side up, dumb bitch. Not fried to where the yolk is now chocolate. Over medium, which is a perfect gelatinous, where the egg yolk is kind of like semen, where it runs a little bit down the roll, but not fully. It doesn't fall on the floor. It's viscous, like nice semen. But Bagel Boss is, you know, people are like, you gotta have this guy on. And I'm like, do we really have to create the world we're all gonna hate you? You know, like the world where in 6 months he has a television show and everyone's like, how did this happen?
Right.
It's like, well, how did it happen? Because those were fucks. But he tapped into something. People, there's a lot of men that are angry that they're not getting pussy. They're not getting.
He's like a red pill guy.
Well, I think he represents a lot of angry dudes out there that are unhappy. And, you know, he kind of came out and he flipped out. And he got tackled by a big guy at the end. And this is, people are like, comment on it. Here's the thing about Long Island. That archetype of guy is a guy that I've seen my whole life. A guy that will start the fight and someone else finishes the fight. That's a very Long Island. What do you took the fight? That's as Long Island as you get. As Long Island as you get is a guy mid-sentence gets punched. And then we'll spend the next week twisting the story so that somehow he's the victor. He's like, hey, well, it was 6 of them. It's like, no, you started the fight. No one did anything to you. Like, and you got your ass kicked. But then people will kind of twist and turn it. But what people don't realize about Long Island is of all the pockets of white trash on planet Earth, right? Of all the collections of human garbage that exist, there is no collection that is as charmless and that has less redeeming qualities than the ones that live on Long Island. They are not like folksy hill people. They're not charming backwoods hicks. They can't do anything. Like, you meet some trash, maybe where like Theo's from, like in Louisiana, where like, well, these people are wrestling games. Right. They aren't living off the land or whatever. Long Island people are, it's puzzling.
Not really a skill.
It's not a skill.
Yeah, they're just loud.
They're disgusting. The actual word is just, I was in Taco Bell the other day. I went to dinner at the Taco Bell Pizza Hut. I have one family member left, my Aunt Donna. She's the only one I like. She's it. My father and his wife are officially done after this weekend. They're officially done for. They get nice. I'll tell you what happened. I will go into this. I want to tell Taco Bell first.
Okay.
Because a lot of people are finding this message of leave your family and friends incredibly inspiring. Literally. People are messaging me every day and they're going, oh, you're the Gary Vee that I need. For my whole life, I thought I had to stay loyal to my family and friends. You do not. Leave them.
Needs fixin'.
Leave them. And people are waking up to this reality that, like, you don't need these fuckers. They're ruining your life. They don't want you to succeed. They don't want you to do better than them, especially if they're boomers. No group of people has ever cared less about their children than boomers. Nobody has ever been less available for their kids. They are a deeply selfish group of people who've raped planet Earth. Almost every problem we have can be traced to mom and dad boomer, sitting on their fat asses, watching Wheel of Fortune while the entire planet immolates. Mommy and daddy, drinking wine on the phone with Aunt Sue. Hi, Sue! Where's my kid? I don't know. Hanging himself in his room. How are you? What's going on, Sue? When you were growing up, you were over at somebody's house and his mother was always on the phone running her mouth with someone else. Like, these people couldn't be less present, couldn't give a shit. This was not the era where you go to college or what college you want to go to. This was the era of TV, you know, eat shit, fast food, KFC, here's some fried chicken, and you're gonna watch television with dad and mom, okay? So, I'm in Taco Bell Pizza Hut because I wanted to have dinner.
Good job.
And my Aunt Donna drove me there, and she doesn't want to partake, so she's sitting in that car reading a book. And I said, I'll just go in here and have dinner by myself, because I don't need to dine with anyone else. You go out alone, you have a girlfriend, you go out alone?
Yeah, I do.
It's very empowering. So, it is. It's very empowering. And if you're listening to this,
I tell myself,
and you haven't gone out alone, I used to go out alone all the time, and I would sit at a bar and I would get hammered, and I would eat, and I would gorge myself with food, and then I'd get back in my car and drive home plastered. And it's a good, you feel like, man, I really own my life.
Right.
I really own my life.
You're in control of your own destiny.
I'm in control, you know. And I was at Taco Bell Pizza Hut, and I said to myself, this is the last time I'm going to have Taco Bell Pizza Hut. I talked to Andrew Santino about it. He's like, Domino's isn't good, pizza's not good, Taco Bell's not good. I'm like, number one, shut the fuck up, you Hollywood elitist. You're an elitist. I'm a man of the people.
Yeah.
Okay?
Yeah.
Like George W. Bush.
Yeah.
Man of the people. And The Taco Bell Pizza Hut, what makes it so good, you don't have them out here. Do they have Taco Bell Pizza Hut out here?
No. They have Taco Bell KFCs.
Interesting. That's an interesting combo.
Yeah.
That's wild.
Yeah.
That's a wild person that does that.
Mm-hmm.
That does a Taco Bell KFC. Because what I like about the Pizza Hut combo, and I used to go Red Comp all the time, you have the warm, cheesy, gooey goodness of now they're not serving Supreme pizzas anymore because everyone's too lazy or whatever to put the green pepper on it. It's a whole problem. Fine. We can only do pepperoni. Nobody's going to do Supreme. Fine. You know, I like the Supreme. You get that little cardboard mushroom. It was never a mushroom. And you get like one of them.
Yeah.
And then you get a few green peppers. You get like an onion that was on something else. You know, they just take an onion from another thing and throw it on the pizza. But they can't do the Supreme. I was a devotee of the Supreme and sausage that is made from like meat bits that they stir with water and make like clumped up meat things. They don't have that, so I just got a regular cheese. What's nice about the Taco Bell Pizza Hut is you have warm, gooey pizza, and you dunk it in the marinara sauce, and then you have the cool, refreshing, kind of healthy taco. You know what I mean? Like you have like a healthy.
You do consider Taco Bell healthy. When I've gotten it with you,
it's very healthy. I will have you killed. I think it's very healthy, and it is the healthiest fast food. There's articles about it. There's experts about it.
Yeah.
Thank you. I'm not going to have them on the show, but the reality is Taco Bell is a very healthy alternative. Okay? Especially for boomers who don't want to raise your kid. We ate that shit all the time. Because my parents did not cook. They were too busy. My father was too busy playing guitar in one of our spare rooms. Okay? Because it was about him. He was trying to get his album together. So we didn't cook dinner. He would go in and strum his guitar, and my mother would go take pills and teach swimming. So, and I would just left to waste away in my room, and no dog, nobody got the dog. Okay, well, that's good. Well, don't hold your breath waiting for grandkids. How about that? That's why I chose to become a gay cocaine addict, because of the way that they reared me as a child. I hope they're proud of themselves. How's your album, Dad? Is it good? How's the song? Is it good? So...
Victory!
Do you enjoy it? So...
It went from Bagel Boss to you hating your dad.
I'm so angry. I haven't even gotten
Seems like there's a connection here.
I've had enough with boomers. Lock them up. Throw away the key. Put the boomers in the ice camps. Let the illegals in. Let MS-13 in. And get the boomers. I'm done with the boomers now. These fucking... They're all going to retire soon? Good. Light them on fire. So... And I'll tell you why, but I'm in Taco Bell Pizza Hut. This is my point. I want to go back to Bagel Boss. There's a morbidly obese woman with purple hair who is accosting the cashier. And she goes, hey! And she's got another fat pig next to her. Big fat pig with purple hair, another pig next to her. Two big beasts. And I walk up, and now the whole counter is just a monument to bad living. And it's a small Mexican cashier. She's sweet, very efficient. A good Taco Bell cashier runs the bell. She goes in the back. She's like, "Fuck you," because that's the job of it. She's like, "Let's go," and then you see everyone else kind of afraid of her. And it's usually a woman that can run it,
Yeah.
So this big purple-haired ape is complaining that there was sour cream on her burrito. And she requested that there not be sour cream on it. And she's been a vegan for almost a year, and now this has ruined her life because she ate sour cream. And she's complaining to her friend.